Su Nian suddenly sat up in bed. She gasped for air. The memory of being torn apart filled her with pain, leaving her drenched in sweat and trembling all over. After a long while, her eyes slowly focused. When she finally saw her surroundings clearly, she froze.
I'm
Not dead? Not only was she alive, but she was also back in her own room, before the end of the world. Su Nian looked around and saw her phone charging on the bedside table. She quickly grabbed it and turned on the screen. April 1st, 2044. There were still 3 days left before the apocalypse game began. She had been reborn. Su Nian pressed a hand to her racing heart. Her feelings were a mix of joy and resentment. After the apocalypse game started, she had kept having the same dream. In that dream, she was a supporting character in a novel, while her stepsister, Su Tiantian, was the heroine. With a special ability she gained at the start, Su Tiantian thrived in the post-apocalyptic world. But she had a jealous and spiteful stepsister who constantly opposed her and even tried to steal her special ability. In the end, Su Tiantian had no choice but to push her stepsister into a group of zombies to get rid of the trouble. Seeing her own fate in the dream made Su Nian deeply uneasy. And there was one more thing that bothered her. That was Su Tiantian's special item. It was clearly the black jade bracelet her mother had left her. The bracelet had golden patterns on it that looked like mountains and rivers. She could never mistake it. But after all, it was only a dream. Even though Su Nian had doubts, she couldn't really confront Su Tiantian about it. Until one day, her younger brother came down with a high fever. They were trapped in a tall building surrounded by zombies, unable to go out to find medicine. With no other choice, Su Nian went to Su Tiantian to ask for help. In her dream, that black jade bracelet had been filled with food and medicine. If it truly was her mother's keepsake, asking for just a few fever pills shouldn't be too much, right? But Su Tiantian refused to admit anything. Su Nian thought she had wrongly accused her and didn't mention it again. Later, she risked her life to break through the zombies and finally found some fever medicine outside. But by the time she returned, it was too late. Her brother was already gone. Afraid that he might turn into a zombie, they had already taken care of his body. That night, Su Nian dreamed again. In the dream, her brother was burning with fever, his throat so dry he couldn't speak. Her stepmother sat nearby, eating a big meal, and even took out some fever medicine to show off. See this? I wouldn't give it to you even if I threw it away. Then she broke the pills apart and scattered them on the ground. Su Nian woke up from a nightmare and immediately went to check her brother's room. Sure enough, she saw several broken capsules scattered on the floor. At the same time, she overheard a conversation between Su Tiantian and their stepmother. Mom, how could you throw Su Wang out to the zombies? If Su Nian finds out, she'll never forgive you. Don't worry. We'll find a way to get rid of Su Nian too. Then the 3 of us can live peacefully somewhere else. You have so many supplies in your space, enough for us to live comfortably for generations. Su Nian seems to have discovered the secret of the bracelet. We really can't let her stay. Hearing the truth about her brother's death, Su Nian's mind went blank. Her reason began to crumble, and hatred filled her heart. She had only one thought: to make those people pay. From that moment on, she stepped into the story that belonged to her. She became a villain. But as a mere supporting character, how could she ever defeat the heroine? In one direct confrontation, Su Tiantian revealed her astonishing power, easily defeating Su Nian and pushing her into a horde of zombies. If she had truly died then, it would have matched the ending she had seen in her dream. But against all odds, she came back. Su Nian took a cold shower, changed into clean clothes, and went downstairs. Her father, stepmother, and Su Tiantian were having breakfast together. When Su Nian appeared, her stepmother greeted her warmly. "Nian Nian, come and eat. I asked Aunt Zhang to make you some milk with bird's nest." Su Nian walked over calmly and sat down. She knew exactly what was going to happen today, so she waited for them to speak first. Sure enough, just as she took her second sip, her stepmother couldn't hold back any longer. "Nian Nian, have you thought about what we talked about last time?" You're still in school. Wouldn't it be better to transfer the company's shares to your father so he can manage them for you? The company her stepmother mentioned was the one her grandfather had left her after he passed away. Ever since the shares were transferred to her, this topic had come up several times every month. Seeing that Su Nian didn't respond, Su Tiantian muttered, "You can't be that unwilling, right? Looks like you don't really see us as family if you even guard against Dad like this." Humph. Her father gave a cold snort, showing his displeasure. Su Nian wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin. "I can give the shares to Dad, but I have a few conditions." "You dare to set conditions? Who do you think is the head of this family?" Her father shouted angrily. He had been asking for those shares for months. What was this supposed to mean? He had his pride too. In his eyes, Su Nian should have offered the shares to him on her own. What could a young girl possibly know about running a company? Lately, several shareholders have approached me, wanting to buy my shares. If Dad doesn't want them, I might have to consider selling to them instead.
Su Nian struck carelessly.
Ever since Su Tiantian and her mother moved into the Su family home, Su Nian had never expected any fatherly love. Even though, when she was pushed into the zombie crowd, her father had wanted to rush in and pull her out, she knew very well that between her and Su Tiantian's mother and daughter, she would always be the one abandoned. "Tell me, what are your terms?" her father asked after a long silence. He knew Su Nian was capable of doing something like this. The child was good in every way, except that her temper was just like her mother's. "I'm not interested in the real estate business, so giving the company to you is fine, Dad. But I want to try starting my own business. I'll need at least 50 million. In her previous life, Su Nian had overheard her father complaining that there were still 50 million left unspent in the family. That should be all the cash he had. There were only 3 days left before the apocalypse game invaded Blue Star, and she had to hurry to prepare. As for the company's shares, if she used them as collateral, she could actually get even more money. But the whole process would take at least half a month. She couldn't wait that long. 50 million? Her father and stepmother both widened their eyes. "Su Nian, you're just a student. What do you know about starting a business? Asking for 50 million right away, do you even know how much that is? Our money doesn't just fall from the sky." Su Tiantian raised her voice.
Su Nian glanced calmly at Su Tiantian.
"You're right, this money didn't just appear out of nowhere. It's what my mother left me, so what does it have to do with you?" After speaking, Su Nian turned to her father and continued, "Also, I remember Mom left me 2 sets of jewelry, 1 jade and 1 gold. Now that I'm an adult, they should be returned to me." Hearing this, her stepmother and Su Tiantian immediately looked uneasy. Su Nian checked the time. It was almost 10 in the morning. She was running out of patience. "I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it. Uncle Wei invited me to lunch, and if you don't agree, Dad, I'll just go talk to him instead," Su Nian said, putting down her phone. Her father hesitated for a moment. 50 million was all the cash he had, but if he could get shares in the Lin Corporation, that would be worth billions. Between 50 million and billions, he knew which to choose. "All right, I agree," he said. Su's father went to his study and brought out a contract he had already prepared. "And what about the things I asked for?" Su Nian said calmly. "If even one item is missing, I won't sign." Her father had no choice but to transfer the 50 million to her first. Then he turned to his wife and said, "Go get the items." The stepmother hesitated, then came out of the room carrying 2 carved wooden boxes. When they opened them, the jade bracelet was indeed missing. Besides that, each box was still missing something. "I said everything must be there. I know exactly what my mom left for me," Su Nian said, pulling back her gaze. She took the money but refused to sign. This made her father very anxious. "Where are the things? I asked you to keep them safe. Is this how you take care of them?" he said, glaring at his wife. I'll look again." Her stepmother gave an awkward smile, hurried back to her room, searched through drawers and boxes, then took off the ring on her hand and the necklace around her neck, placing them all into the box. Nian, everything's here now. My room is messy. I must have mixed them up by accident." Su Nian glanced over, but noticed the black jade bracelet was still missing. Forget it, I'll go see Uncle Wei, she said, standing up. Her father's face darkened, and he slapped his wife. You can't even handle such a small matter. Do I not give you enough to eat or wear? How dare you touch Nian Nian's mother's things? Her stepmother covered her face, feeling wronged, then tugged at Su Tiantian's arm. Tian, take it out. Unwillingly, Su Tian rolled up her sleeve and removed a black jade bracelet. It was her favorite piece of jewelry. Every time she took it off, she felt an emptiness inside, as if she had lost something important. This time, that feeling was even stronger. But seeing Su Nian's firm attitude, she had no choice but to give in. Otherwise, the next slap would have landed on her face. Seeing the black jade bracelet placed safely in the wooden box, Su Nian finally felt relieved. She quickly picked up the pen and signed her name. I'm going back to school later. Don't wait for me for dinner. Leaving the pen behind, Su Nian carried the 2 boxes and went upstairs without looking back. After locking the door, Su Nian immediately took out the black jade bracelet and put it on her wrist. When the apocalypse game arrived, everything on Blue Star would become data. This black jade bracelet would turn into a divine-level spatial item. It could store things and keep them fresh forever. As the space upgraded, it would even allow living creatures to enter and leave. With this bracelet, her chances of surviving with her younger brother would greatly increase. Su Nian found a suitcase, packed the 2 wooden boxes inside, gathered some clothes, and left the Su family villa. The villa was located in the suburbs of Rong City. There were many factories, warehouses, and cold storage facilities nearby. So Su Nian didn't go far. She rented 10 warehouses and 1 cold storage room for a short term. Then she opened her phone and started placing large orders from the local wholesale market. Rice, flour, grains, oil, all kinds of seasonings, fresh fruits and vegetables, dried food, instant meals, drinks, bottled water, chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, lamb, and various seafood. She also bought a large number of crop seeds, fruit seeds, saplings, and even different fertilized eggs. In this kind of wholesale market, you can contact the sellers directly and they can deliver as much as you need. Su Nian spent most of her money on food and drinks. With the remaining 10 million, she bought all kinds of outdoor gear, daily necessities, and kitchen supplies like pots, knives, and tableware. Later, she even pulled out a supermarket list and bought everything on it one by one. She also purchased a lot of useful furniture and home appliances. By the time it was almost dark outside, she had spent all 50 million. For the next 2 days, Su Nian was busy receiving deliveries. 10 warehouses were filled to the brim. Chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, lamb, and all kinds of seafood, along with drinks and bottled water, were stored in cold storage. As for vegetables and fruits, they were fresh enough to last a couple of days. During this time, Su Nian also visited several pharmacies. She bought common medicines in small amounts but many times, spending tens of thousands in total. She also got some prescription drugs, though not many. For the rest, she would have to find another way later. In the afternoon of April 3, 2044, Su Nian received the last batch of supplies and rented an off-road vehicle to go to her brother's school. After midnight, the apocalypse game would officially invade Blue Star. By then, 1/3 of the people on the planet would turn into zombies. And after that, various natural disasters would strike every 10 days. This was what it meant to start at the end of the world. After the world became fully digital, humans could also gain experience, materials, equipment, and skills by defeating zombies and monsters. As long as one's level increased, surviving in the apocalypse wasn't too hard. So Su Nian decided to take her younger brother and find a safe place to focus on training. Only with strength could one have a voice in this world. Just then, the school bell rang, and a crowd of students poured out of the building. Su Wang was 6 years old, just starting first grade and quite short. Su Nian searched for a long time before spotting the little boy in the crowd. "Big sister," he shouted, running into her arms. Looking up with bright eyes, he asked, "Why are you picking me up today? Are you taking me out for something tasty again? You little foodie." Su Nian pinched his nose gently, her expression softening. From now on, you'll live with me, okay? I'll make you delicious food every day.
Yay!
I don't want to live with that family anymore, Su Wang said happily, clapping his hands. Although Su Nian's father and stepmother were both remarried, Su Tiantian was her father's biological daughter. She was 2 years older than Su Nian, which meant their father and stepmother had been together long before. Now that their family was reunited, Su Nian and Su Wang had become outsiders. Even at 6 years old, Su Wang could feel it clearly. That house didn't welcome them. Let's go. Su Nian held Su Wang's hand as they got into the car. She quickly sent a message to her father, telling him not to send anyone to pick Su Wang up. Since it was still early, she took Su Wang to eat his favorite meal at McDonald's. After that, she drove to the gate of Rongqing Art University. In her previous life, she had been trapped in the school dormitory. After 7 or 8 days without food, she finally climbed over the wall to look for something to eat. By chance, she found a bronze treasure chest in a small noodle shop and got 3 bronze items from it. It was thanks to those items that she managed to return home safely and even reach level 2. So this time, she wanted to try her luck again. She wasn't sure when the treasure chest would appear, but it was worth a try. Sitting in the car, Su Nian took out her tablet and played a cartoon for Su Wang. Then she ordered several thousand yuan worth of supplies online and had them delivered to her dormitory. There were 4 people in her dorm. Besides her classmate Shirsiki, the other 2 had turned into zombies. In her previous life, if Shirsiki hadn't helped her, she might not have survived even 10 minutes. She had never forgotten that kindness. She hoped that with these supplies, Shirsiki could stay safe. Whether they would meet again would depend on fate. Time passed quickly, and soon it was midnight. April 4th, 2044, 12 a.m. Suddenly, a voice echoed in everyone's mind across Blue Star, and a panel appeared before their eyes. Dear players, welcome to the Apocalypse game. From today, Blue Star will become the 19,874th beginner zone. Next is the beginner's guide. Please read it carefully.
1.
In 60 seconds, 1/3 of all humans on Blue Star will turn into zombies. Anyone scratched or bitten will be infected. Please find shelter and weapons.
2.
Everything on Blue Star will become databased. A few items will turn into rare quality tools, and some plants and animals will mutate.
3.
Treasure chests will appear randomly in the game, containing rare items.
4.
Defeating zombies and monsters may drop supplies, equipment, or skill books.
5.
Due to the game's influence, Blue Star's climate will change. Players can check the latest weather forecast on their personal panel. 6. As time passes, zombies and monsters will grow stronger. Please level up quickly. Su Nian already knew this beginner's guide by heart. She only glanced at it briefly before switching to her personal panel. Name: Su Nian. Age: 19. Level: 0, 0/100. Strength: 6. Average adult. 7. Effects: Basic attack power, Constitution. 8. Average adult. 8. Effects: Stamina and defense, Spirit. 15. Average adult. 6. Effects: Skill power and usage, Agility. 7. Average adult. 6. Effects: Speed and reflexes, Talent. High focus, C-level talent. Increases concentration in battle, making it easier to spot enemy weaknesses. Title: None skills, none equipment. 1000 Illusion Ink Bracelet, LV. 0. Su Nian paused for a moment. Why was her spirit attribute so high? In her previous life, her starting spirit value had only been 7. Could it be because she was reborn? Her talent, however, was the same as before, ordinary, but still helpful in battle. It gave a small boost to her combat ability, though later on, with stronger equipment and skills, the advantage of high focus became less noticeable. Speaking of talents, Su Tiantian's was one of the strongest S-level talents in the story, Rebirth. As the name suggested, she could not die. She was immune to the zombie virus, and any injury healed instantly. Even lost limbs or a damaged body could fully recover. The only one who could counter her was the male lead, whose talent was calamity. Calamity was a kind of curse that struck directly at the soul. This was the kind of attack Su Tiantian feared the most. That was why, after decades of love and conflict, they never had a happy ending. In the end, the man was going to look for someone, while the woman planned to explore a new area. They went their separate ways. No one knew who the man was searching for, someone even more important to him than the woman. If she could help him with that, maybe she could ask him to cast a curse on Su Tiantian for her. That would make things much easier. Sun Yan pulled her thoughts back and looked at her equipment panel. Name: Thousand Illusion Ink Bracelet. Quality: Divine Level 0/100. Description: Contains a small world inside. Currently functions only as storage and keeps items fresh forever. More areas can be unlocked through upgrades. It really is divine equipment. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. This proved that everything from her dream was real. If that was true, then the treasure chest locations, rare boss spawns, and secret realms mentioned in the book must also be real. If she could reach those places before Su Tiantian, then Su Tiantian's fortune would become hers. Thinking of this, Sun Yan's mood instantly brightened. Don't talk to her about right or wrong. She was already the supporting character, so what if she acted a little bad? That was exactly who she was meant to be. After closing her personal panel, Sun Yan glanced at Su Wang. That guy was sleeping like a little pig. Even the game announcement hadn't woken him up. Sun Yan tucked the blanket around him, then picked up a sharpened steel pipe and a car window breaker before getting out of the vehicle. At this hour, there were hardly any people outside. But from the nearby buildings came occasional heart-wrenching screams. Moving quietly, Sun Yan approached a small noodle shop by the road. Using the window breaker, she opened the window and climbed inside. The shop was dark, but in the corner, she immediately noticed a faintly glowing bronze treasure chest. Clearly, her guess had been right. This was the chest that appeared at the start of the game. Sun Yan carefully walked over and opened it. In the next moment, 3 cards floated out of the bronze chest. Name: Iron Bow. Quality: Bronze Level 00/10. Description: Strength 5, comes with an aiming assist function. Name: Thick Leather Quiver. Quality: Bronze. Description: Generates 1 iron arrow every 10 seconds, can store up to 10 arrows. Name: Vehicle Upgrader. Quality: Bronze. Description: One-time item. Select any vehicle to upgrade, improving overall performance and defense. The rewards from this bronze chest were exactly the same as in her previous life. Sun Yan didn't study the cards for long. She put the 3 cards away and was about to leave. But after only a few steps, a zombie suddenly rushed out from the kitchen. By instinct, Sun Yan stepped back half a step, then quickly thrust the steel pipe forward with force. The tip of the pipe struck the zombie right in the eye. A foul-smelling liquid splashed out as the zombie slowly fell to the ground. Zombie defeated, experience 1 loot. None at the beginning of the game. Zombies were only stronger than normal people, but much slower. They weren't hard to deal with. As for loot, without any bonuses, the drop rate was only about 1 in 10.
Sun Yan was already used to that.
Luckily, she had plenty of supplies. If she needed something, she could trade with others. She pulled the steel pipe out and went back to the car. By then, the street outside had become chaotic. A passerby who had been bitten by a zombie ran over, desperately knocking on the car window.
Help me.
Please open the door. Seeing the gray color in his eyes, Sun Yan shifted into reverse, backed up a little, and then drove forward without hesitation. The noise woke Su Wang. He looked around, his eyes full of confusion. Sister, am I still dreaming? Was this really happening? Why could he see zombies like the ones from movies? Sun Yan didn't say anything. She stepped on the gas and drove the car out of the city. When they reached a safe area, she briefly explained the arrival of the Apocalypse game.
Su Wang listened in confusion.
So, you mean our world has turned into a game? You could say that. Su Wang slid his finger across his personal panel, his eyes full of curiosity instead of fear. My talent is beast taming. Does that mean I can raise a dog? Because Su Tian was allergic to dog fur, their old yellow dog, which they had raised for 10 years, had been sent to the countryside. In her previous life, when Su Nian went to look for it, the dog had already been taken away by someone. That had always been her regret. I know you missed a Huang. I've already sent someone to bring him back, Su Nian said, gently ruffling Su Wang's hair. A few days ago, while buying supplies, she had spent several thousand yuan to have the family who was taking care of De Huang send him to Rong City. Now he was being kept in a warehouse. This time, she would never let the same thing happen again. I can see De Huang again? Su Wang almost jumped with joy.
Yay!
You're the best, sister. An hour later, the off-road vehicle stopped in front of the warehouse. This was the outskirts of the city, where few people lived. It was also midnight, so the place was completely silent. Stay in the car, I'll go bring De Huang out, Su Nian said after parking. Right now, zombies still can't break car doors or windows with their bare hands. Su Wang was safe inside the car. In fact, following her would only make things more dangerous. Okay.
Su Wang nodded seriously.
After Su Nian got out of the car, she locked the door and went into the first warehouse. This warehouse was filled with stored rice and flour. She placed her hand on the packages. With a thought, all the supplies disappeared into her 1,000 illusion bracelet. Su Nian had owned storage tools in her past life too, but their space was much smaller than this one. Still, the way to use them was about the same. After clearing out the first warehouse, Su Nian moved on to the second, then the third. When she reached the last warehouse, a big yellow dog ran toward her, wagging its tail. Big Yellow. Su Nian hugged the dog tightly, and it happily snuggled into her arms. All right, I'll give you something tasty later. She rubbed its head and gently pushed it away. She still had work to do. After clearing out all the supplies, Su Nian took Big Yellow back to the car. When the two little ones saw the dog, they barked excitedly. Quiet. What if you attract zombies? Although she scolded them, her eyes were full of warmth. How wonderful. This time, her whole family was together. After finishing with the warehouse supplies, only the items in the cold storage were left. However, there were several factories near the cold storage, which meant there were likely many zombies around. Before setting out, Su Nian took out a few cards she had obtained from treasure chests. Whether they came from treasure chests or from defeating zombie creatures, all items appeared in the form of cards. Once used, the items on the cards would become real. Su Nian first used the cards for an iron bow and a thick leather quiver. As for the vehicle upgrader, she had planned to use it on her off-road car. But since she now had Su Wang and a Huang with her, she decided it would be better to find a more complete and comfortable RV to use as their main vehicle in the future. When they arrived at the cold storage, Su Nian got out of the car alone. Don't make any noise. If any zombies notice you, contact me through the friend list on the panel, understand? Su Nian said at the car door. Don't worry, sister. I'll make sure to protect De Huang, Su Wang said, hugging the dog's neck. De Huang sat up straight, looking very reliable. After reminding them a few more times, Su Nian locked the car door and turned toward the entrance of the cold storage. The cold storage could hold up to 100,000 tons of goods. It had 3 floors and dozens of rooms. Su Nian had only rented one of them. As she walked deeper inside, she suddenly saw many bloodstains on the floor, along with some pieces of human tissue. The security guard who should have been at the door was instead holding his coworker and eating greedily. Hearing the noise, the guard suddenly turned around and rushed towards Su Nian with a terrifying roar. Su Nian quickly drew an arrow and pulled her bow. Her bronze-quality iron bow had an aiming assist, and a red appeared in her sight. When the dot aligned with the zombie's forehead, she released the string. The arrow shot through the air and struck the zombie right between the eyes. Zombie defeated. Experience 1 loot. Level 1 crystal core times 1 next to the fallen zombie. A small gray crystal the size of a fingernail appeared. It actually dropped one? Su Nian's eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up the crystal core. Crystal cores were the main material for upgrading equipment and skills. The higher the quality of the equipment or skill, the more crystal cores were needed. For example, her two pieces of equipment, the iron bow required 10 cores to upgrade, while the 1000 illusion ink bracelet needed 100. That made a total of 110 cores. With only a 10% drop rate, she would have to defeat over 1,000 zombies to gather enough, even if every drop was a crystal core. Fortunately, the game had a trading system. After collecting all the supplies, she planned to sell part of them online. Although crystal cores were rare early on, trading would definitely be more efficient than collecting them alone. Before leaving, Sun-Yen also took the large ring of keys from the guard's body. The first natural disaster was extreme heat. With temperatures over 50 degrees, this cold storage could only last 2 days at most. Instead of letting everything spoil, it was better to store it in her space. Sun-Yen first went to the cold storage she had rented and collected all the frozen meat and drinking water. Then she started from the first floor, collecting items room by room. Inside the cold storage were all kinds of food: pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, goose, river fish, and seafood. There were also frozen dumplings, buns, steamed bread, pies, frozen fruits and vegetables, desserts, cakes, ice cream, and dairy products. The variety was astonishing. Altogether, there were nearly 100,000 tons of frozen goods, almost filling up her 1000 illusion ink bracelet. It seemed she needed to upgrade the bracelet soon, or it wouldn't be enough. When Sun-Yen stepped out of the cold storage, she could clearly feel the rising temperature outside. She glanced at the weather forecast on her panel. It was already 38 degrees. At this rate, tomorrow's daytime temperature would reach at least 50 degrees. She could handle it, but Su Wang and A Huang definitely couldn't. So tonight, she had to find a camper van and upgrade it with a vehicle card. Sun-Yen returned to the car, and the two little ones immediately ran up to her. "Sister, it's so hot," Su Wang said, panting and sweating all over. Sun-Yen quickly took out a box of chilled milk and handed it over, then poured a bowl of water for De Huang before turning on the car's air conditioner. This off-road vehicle ran on fuel, so turning on the air conditioner meant starting the engine, which could easily attract zombies. She didn't feel safe leaving it running when she wasn't around. Unfortunately, Su Wang was already sweating like De Huang. Once the car cooled down and both Su Wang and De Huang felt better, Sun-Yen took out her tablet and opened the map. After the apocalypse game began, all communication was cut off. Luckily, she had downloaded an offline map earlier, so it still worked. Sun-Yen searched for the nearest RV campsite. It was only about 7 or 8 kilometers away. The campsite was surrounded by residential areas and even had a large shopping mall nearby, making it a good place to level up. So, that would be their first stop. Sun-Yen drove to the RV campsite. As soon as she turned off the engine, she heard screams and cries coming from not far away. In a C-type RV, 2 girls were surrounded by a group of zombies. Their loud cries for help had drawn all the zombies in the area toward them. Sun-Yen raised an eyebrow. Didn't that mean the rest of the campsite was safe now? She opened the car door and walked in confidently. Sure enough, there wasn't a single zombie in sight inside the campsite. It also seemed that the survival rate of players here was quite high. After walking around, she found only a dozen or so empty RVs. Since it was time to upgrade, she would, of course, choose the best option. A moment later, Sun-Yen stopped in front of a massive luxury RV. The vehicle was over 10 meters long, and its tires were nearly as tall as a person. The owner had already turned into a zombie and was locked inside. Sun-Yen took out the vehicle upgrader and selected the RV for enhancement. Soon, the RV was surrounded by a bright white light. A few minutes later, a game notification sounded.
Ding.
Vehicle upgrade successful. Details: overall defense increased by 500%, equipment durability increased by 500%, new dual energy system, facial recognition unlock, water purification system, advanced auto drive system, and more features to explore. At the same time, the facial recognition system identified Sun-Yen, and the RV door opened automatically. The zombie inside smelled a human scent and lunged forward. Sun-Yen quickly dodged to the side and shot an arrow. Zombie defeated. Experience: 1. The former owner was gone.
Thanks for the car, she said.
After gaining control of the RV, Su Nian returned to the camp entrance, drove the off-road vehicle inside, and then moved into the new RV with Su Wang and Huang. The interior was incredibly luxurious. It had all kinds of furniture, appliances, and a full kitchen and bathroom. The design was as elegant as a five-star hotel. The bedroom had 2 levels, giving the living room a spacious, open feel. Wow, this is so cool. Su Wang wandered around the RV with De Huang, spinning like a little top, unable to stop. Su Nian, meanwhile, threw out all the belongings left by the previous owner, replaced the bedding and toiletries with new ones, and stocked the fridge with cold drinks, fruits, and vegetables. After finishing all that, she noticed the crying and shouting outside hadn't stopped, so she went to the driver's seat and honked the horn a few times. The loud sound instantly drew all the zombies in the camp toward them. Su Nian opened the window and used her bow and arrows to take them down one by one. Finally, the camp became quiet. Seeing 2 items lying outside, Su Nian quickly went out to pick them up. Energy drink. Restores stamina quickly after drinking. Compressed biscuits. Weight 100 g. Restores fullness when eaten. The energy drink was quite useful. It could help her recover strength and improve her leveling speed. But the biscuits weren't very helpful to her right now. After all, food wasn't what she lacked. "Let's see if there's anything good in the trading market," she said. Su Nian opened her panel and entered the trading market section. Since the Apocalypse game had only been active for less than 3 hours, there weren't many items available. Most people were looking to buy weapons. Among the various listings, someone was even selling used underwear, which made Su Nian quietly turn on the filter function. She set the filters to show only bronze level or higher equipment, mutated creatures, level 1 crystal cores, skill books, and special items. Other than those, she ignored everything else. After filtering, the number of items instantly dropped to single digits. Su Nian checked them one by one. Magic grill. Food cooked on it can temporarily increase strength by 1 point. Trade for a bronze weapon. No reporters, please. Zombie perfume. When sprayed, it gives off a zombie-like smell, reducing the chance of being attacked by zombies. We'll trade for weapons, defense gear, or other useful items. Mutant green onion seedling. Just plant it and water it, and it will keep growing fresh green onions. Tasty and healthy. Open to all trades. Unusual phone. I didn't expect this thing to work as a weapon, but it's great for hitting zombies. Looking to trade for a more normal weapon. Level 1 crystal core. Trade for 1 month's worth of food. Seeing someone selling a level 1 crystal core, Su Nian immediately sent a private message. How about 10 packs of 500 g compressed biscuits? They're easier to carry than regular food, and if you eat carefully, they'll last a month. At the beginning of the apocalypse, food wasn't worth much. But a few months later, a single pack of compressed biscuits could be traded for 1 crystal core. She didn't bother to think too much about it now. She had an entire warehouse full of high-calorie food like compressed biscuits. She wasn't short on supplies. It was better to trade for more crystal cores to upgrade the 1000 illusion ink bracelet. It was the most cost-effective choice. According to the book's description, the 1000 illusion ink bracelet was far more than just a storage item. Each time a new area was unlocked, many new features became available. As for storage, it was actually the least important part. After receiving Su Nian's message, the other side quickly replied, "Okay." Su Nian took a box of compressed biscuits from her space and placed it in the trading bar. The other person put up a level 1 crystal core. After both confirmed, the trade was completed. With the crystal core in hand, Su Nian sent a private message to the player selling the mutated green onion seedlings. The other player hesitated for a long time, but still wanted a weapon, so she traded the steel pipe she had used to fight zombies. The apocalypse game had come so suddenly that not everyone had a weapon ready. In the end, Su Nian still made a good deal. Mutated plants were extremely rare, and eating them regularly was very good for the body. The best part was that the onion seedlings could regrow. Later, she could add some to noodles or stir-fried dishes to enhance the flavor and improve health. Much better than that barbecue grill. After getting everything she wanted, Su Nian was about to leave the trading market. Just then, a newly listed item caught her attention. Blood Bee Queen. My home-raised queen bee has mutated and become very aggressive. Someone please take it away. I'll trade it for anything. When Su Nian saw the words Blood Bee Queen, her forehead twitched. In her previous life, there was a powerful player in Rome City who became famous in the Apocalypse game by commanding thousands of blood bees and carving out her own territory. If nothing unexpected happened, those blood bees should all be descendants of this Blood Bee Queen. After all, there were many kinds of mutant beasts, but it was rare to find two with the same name. Thinking of this, Su Nian immediately sent a private message. What do you need? Weapons or food? 2 minutes later, the reply came, weapons. Su Nian looked through her storage space and took out a kitchen knife, a watermelon knife, and a fire axe for the other person to choose from. In the end, the buyer chose the fire axe. After the trade was completed, an iron cage appeared in Su Nian's hands. Inside the cage, a fist-sized bee was flying around restlessly. Its body was round like a bumblebee's, but its eyes were bright red. Judging by its size, it was still a baby. Su Nian took out a jar of honey from her space and placed it inside the cage. The Blood Bee Queen immediately stopped crashing into the bars and began eating the honey eagerly. As expected, there was nothing a good meal couldn't fix. However, if she wanted the Blood Bee Queen to truly obey, feeding it a few times wouldn't be enough. There were only 2 ways to control a mutant beast. One was to have a special ability to command beasts, and the other was to use a beast-taming rope. She didn't have a beast-taming rope, but Su Wang did have the ability to command beasts. She decided to let him try and see if it would work. Su Nian returned to the living room and saw Su Wang sitting properly on the sofa, holding his elementary school language textbook and reviewing it. The big yellow dog lay quietly at his feet, occasionally lifting its head to look at him. The scene made Su Nian smile slightly. Why are you still studying so late? Su Nian asked softly, as she sat down beside him. There's an exam tomorrow, Su Wang said seriously, putting down his book. Even though our planet has turned into a game, what if it changes back tomorrow? Hearing his innocent words, Su Nian sighed quietly in her heart. There would be no more exams. That kind of life might never return. Su Nian gently took the book from his hands and placed an iron cage in front of him. So much has happened today. There definitely won't be an exam tomorrow. I just bought a little pet. Try using your gift to see if you can form a bond with it. When Su Wang saw the Blood Bee Queen inside the cage, his eyes lit up.
Wow.
So big. Oh, I mean such a cute bee. Su Wang had always loved animals. Even tiny bugs on the ground could keep him curious for a long time. So when he saw the Blood Bee Queen, he naturally placed his hand on the cage. The power of his beast master talent flowed through his hands into the cage. The Blood Bee Queen, who had just finished eating, felt a gentle energy surround her, calming all her restless emotions. Soon, the Blood Bee Queen lay comfortably on the honey jar and fell asleep. It looks like it worked, Su Wang said excitedly, turning to Su Nian. Sister, did I do well? You did amazing.
Su Nian pinched Su Wenge's round cheeks.
Tomorrow, let the Blood Bee Queen follow me. I'll take her to train, and you'll get some experience too. As for Big Yellow, since it wasn't a mutated beast, it couldn't gain experience for no reason. They would have to trade for some rare materials later to slowly improve its body. Seeing that it was almost 4 a.m, Su Nian quickly urged Su Wang to wash up and rest. Then she went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to take a short nap. The next day, Su Nian was woken by the sound of someone hitting the window. Come out right now. This is clearly Boss Wang's car. Why is she living in it? Yeah, this car cost over 10 million. The setup is amazing, a 1,000-liter water tank, solar panels all over the roof, and it can generate lots of electricity every day. It's way better than our old junk car. The temperature's already so high this early in the morning. Without enough water and power, we'll be in real trouble. We have to take the car back. What's with this window? I've been hitting it for ages, and it still won't break. My tools are professional too. Move aside, let me try. When Su Nian opened the window, she saw a man with a buzz cut, drenched in sweat, holding a window-breaking hammer, ready to strike. When he saw Su Nian, he froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. It had been too dark last night to see clearly. Who would have thought that the girl living in this car would look as beautiful as a fairy? "Hey, pretty girl, open the door and let's have a chat," the man with the buzz cut said, eyeing Su Nian with a mischievous grin. "Leave my sight by the time I count to 3, Su Nian said calmly, picking up her bow and arrow. "Oh, trying to act tough in front of me?" the man mocked. The others around him burst into laughter.
1.
Su Nian aimed her bow at the group. Seeing this, the buzz-cut man lunged forward, grabbing the window frame, trying to snatch her weapon. But Su Nian was faster. She slightly adjusted her aim and released the string without hesitation. Thud! The iron arrow shot out like lightning, piercing straight through the man's head. The force sent his body flying more than a meter away.
2.
Su Nian calmly drew another arrow from her quiver. Only then did the others realize what had happened. She killed him. Someone shouted. Were they out of their minds? They had only wanted to steal a car, not lose their lives. Even though the world had fallen into chaos, most people still hadn't fully adapted. At worst, some had thought about taking what wasn't theirs or bullying others, but not facing death like this. Who would have thought that Su Nian was even more ruthless than them? 3. Su Nian aimed her bow and arrow at the closest person. "Run!" someone shouted loudly, and the remaining people all scattered and ran away. Su Nian had no intention of letting these people go. If she didn't eliminate the root of the problem, trouble would keep coming back. She aimed at the person running the fastest and shot him down first. Then she shot 3 more arrows in a row, taking out the others as well. After finishing, Su Nian didn't bother to look again and simply closed the car window. Everyone else watching from the RV campsite was stunned by what they saw. Where did this fierce person come from? Last night, when Su Nian was fighting zombies, they thought she was just taking advantage of the RV to deal with the zombies. But now they realized she's really tough. Su Nian left the driver's seat and went to the kitchen. She cooked a pot of millet porridge and took out 4 meat-filled buns and 2 eggs from her space, steaming them on the stove. After finishing these, Su Nian opened the car door and stepped outside. She pulled out a water hose from the storage compartment on the side of the RV and started filling the water tank. It was now around 9 in the morning, and the outside temperature had already risen above 40 degrees. Since the water supply hadn't been cut off yet, she decided to fill the water tank completely, enough to last through the hottest part of the day. After all, she couldn't use the stored drinking water in the space for daily showers and laundry. That would be too wasteful. Besides extreme heat, there are no water shortages caused by other types of natural disasters. However, all the water is polluted and cannot be used directly. Fortunately, her RV has a water purification system, so she doesn't have to worry about that. Just as she was about to finish filling the water, 2 well-dressed girls hesitantly approached from a distance. Su Nian looked up cautiously and recognized them as the 2 high-pitched singers from last night's RV, who had attracted a group of zombies with their loud voices. One girl gathered her courage and stepped forward, handing over a box. "Thank you for helping us yesterday night by distracting the zombies. This is a small gift. We don't have much food in the RV, so please don't mind." The box was filled with a full container of cherries. "No need, you can keep it," Su Nian said, putting the water hose back into the storage compartment. Seeing the girl holding the cherries look confused and uncertain, the other girl covered her eyes, afraid to look at the dead body on the ground. Su Nian couldn't help but remind them, "Don't leave food exposed to strangers, and your behavior makes it obvious that you're easy to bully." Tian Manchi, nervously stepping around the head of a short-haired man's body, hurried over to Su Nian and said, "Exactly. Today is only the first day of the apocalypse, and someone already came to smash our windows this morning. We're planning to leave this RV camp. Who knows what's happening elsewhere?" Yijing said with worry and concern on her face. "Since your strength isn't enough, you'll face the same problems wherever you go. You have a camper, so killing zombies isn't hard. Your fate is in your own hands." Having said this, Su Nian didn't want to say much more. She locked the storage compartment and turned to get into the camper. Watching Su Nian walk away, Tian Manqian looked at her with admiration. If this were ancient times, she would be a brave heroine. Cold and cool, so impressive. Yi Jing pursed her lips. She's right. We can't keep going like this. We should find a place to fight zombies and level up. When the apocalypse game first started, many people around turned into zombies. They were really scared, but after a night, they slowly accepted it. People's ability to adapt is truly strong. Let's go to a more remote gas station. There are fewer zombies there and shops. We can refuel and move whenever we want, Tian Manqian suggested. Good idea. Let's leave now, Yi Jing nodded. Outside, it was over 40 degrees Celsius, but inside the camper was cool and comfortable. Su Nian checked the battery level, still over 30%. Running the air conditioner all day was no problem. Both water and electricity were enough, so she could focus on leveling up for a while. Su Nian went to the kitchen. The porridge was already thick, so she turned off the stove, served 2 bowls, and brought them to the dining table along with a steaming basket. Time to wake up and eat, Su Nian called out from the first-floor bedroom door. Su Wang and De Huang quickly staggered out of the bedroom. Good morning, sister, Su Wang said, rubbing his eyes.
Woof, Da Huang softly greeted Su Nian.
Go wash up first. Su Nian pushed Su Wang into the bathroom, then poured a bowl of dog food and water for De Huang. De Huang wagged his tail and went to eat. While Su Wang was washing up, Su Nian ate her breakfast quickly, then went to the driver's seat and turned on the smart driving system of the RV. The upgraded RV's smart system was directly connected to the game world. Even if the original communication on Blue Star was cut off, it didn't affect the system. The key is that the smart system can see real-time traffic updates and clearly mark obstacles, much better than the offline maps she downloaded. Su Nian enlarged the map, planning to find a nearby place to upgrade. Next to the RV camp was a large shopping mall with many supplies. But her space was almost full, so there was no need to go there before upgrading the Thousand Illusions ink bracelet. Moreover, when the apocalypse game arrived, the mall was closed and there were fewer zombies, so it wasn't suitable for leveling up. So, she decided to go to a residential area. Based on her situation, Su Nian identified a few possible areas. Finally, she chose Sunshine Community on the next street as her first upgrade spot. After setting her destination, Su Nian activated the RV's smart driving feature. The 10-meter-long RV slowly drove out of the camping site. While on the road, Su Nian took out a sun protection suit, a baseball cap, a mask, goggles, a box of herbal medicine, and a small fan from her space. The daytime temperature was over 50 degrees Celsius, which was no joke. She had to do a good job of protecting herself. When the RV reached the destination, Su Nian first locked the doors and windows, then honked the horn a few times. Soon, zombies gathered in the Sunshine Community. Seeing this, Su Nian turned back to the living room. Su Wang was already sitting obediently at the dining table, eating breakfast. Su Nian went forward and opened the cage holding the Blood Bee Queen. I'll take Little Red to upgrade first. You take good care of Big Yellow. Little Red was the name Su Wang gave to the Blood Bee Queen. Last night, Su Wang handed over control of the Blood Bee Queen to her. After flying out of the cage, it nuzzled Su Wang, then flew over to Su Nian and nuzzled her too, showing affection. Big sister, don't worry, I'll handle everything at home, Su Wang said loudly, patting his chest and making a clumsy promise. Seeing more and more zombies gathering outside the RV, Su Nian climbed up the retractable ladder to the skylight and reached the roof. As she stepped outside, she immediately felt a wave of heat. The roof was clearly hotter than the ground, but this was the best place for her to upgrade. The RV was nearly 4 meters high, and with the zombies' current level, they simply couldn't climb up. Unless there are too many zombies stacked up one after another, even a 10-meter wall cannot stop them. That is why she chose the Sunshine Community, which has only 5 buildings. As long as she kills monsters quickly, there shouldn't be a big problem. Outside the RV, about 30 or 40 zombies have gathered. Su Nian approaches the direction directly facing the community gate, with the Blood Bee Queen right behind her. See these ugly creatures? Just aim at their foreheads and stab upward, Su Nian teaches the Blood Bee Queen a simple way to kill zombies. The Blood Bee Queen nods human-like and then dives down to the ground. Su Nian also draws her bow, officially starting her upgrade. With bronze weapons in hand, leveling up is not difficult for Su Nian. Her archery skills are already very good, and with the help of the aiming assist, she can almost kill a zombie in 5 or 6 seconds. However, the thick leather quiver only produces 1 iron arrow every 10 seconds, so she has to slow down her monster-killing pace. Even so, she can kill about 5 zombies per minute on average. In just 10 minutes or so, her experience bar is full. Congratulations! You have reached level 1. As soon as the game notification sounds, a flash of gold light appears before Su Nian's eyes. Following that, she feels a light, happy sensation throughout her body. After leveling up, all her stats immediately fully recover. The feeling of exhaustion from nearly running out of strength just now completely disappeared. Su Nian wanted to rest for a few minutes. But seeing the zombies pouring out of the Sunshine Community Gate non-stop, she didn't even have a chance to pick up the loot on the ground. She could only raise her bow and arrow to keep up the intense pace of fighting monsters. When her stamina was almost gone, she took out an energy soda to drink a few sips. An hour later, the energy soda was also finished. She then took the Blood Bee Queen back to the RV for short rest. Su Wang, who had just finished washing the dishes, came out of the kitchen quickly, took a bottle of water from the fridge, and handed it to Su Nian. "Sister, it's so hot outside. Maybe we should rest today? I already have 78 experience points. Pets contracted through beast taming skills share experience points with their owners when fighting monsters. This means the Blood Bee Queen has killed 156 zombies." As for Su Nian, her experience progress was already at 28 out of 100 last night. Now, after leveling up, her experience has reached 275 of 500. She has fought a total of 347 zombies, and her hands are blistered from the effort. "We can't rest yet. We must clear all the zombies in this community today," Su Nian said. Using this method to fight zombies is efficient, but the problem is she can't get the loot. If she takes too long, the loot will respawn. That would be a big loss for her. So, Su Nian didn't dare to rest for too long. She took 2 sips of cold water, then drank a bottle of Huoxiang Jingqi liquid, and immediately opened the trading market. Today, the trading market saw a huge increase in the number of items, at least dozens of times more than last night. Su Nian typed energy soda into the search bar and quickly found thousands of items. Energy soda has a chance to drop when killing zombies. There are billions of people on Blue Star, but only a few thousand bottles of energy soda in the market, which is already very few. However, today is the first day of the Apocalypse game. For players experiencing the game for the first time, the requirements can't be too high. To find suitable sellers quickly, Su Nian added a condition to exchange food along with energy soda. After filtering, only a few hundred items remained. Su Nian messaged each one privately. Soon, she traded over 100 jin of food for 10 bottles of energy soda. But in just a short while, zombies had already climbed onto the roof of the RV. At the entrance of Sunshine Community, piles of zombie bodies formed a path for the zombies to follow. Without much effort, the zombies could easily climb onto the roof. It looks like she needs to move to a different spot. Su Nian went to the driver's seat, drove the RV out of the zombie crowd, circled around the community, and returned near the main gate. This scattered the zombie horde. There were no zombie bodies underneath the RV, so she didn't have to worry about zombies climbing onto the roof for a short time. "Let's go. Keep leveling up." Su Nian put the Blood Bee Queen back on the roof. As a mutated beast, the Blood Bee Queen has much more stamina than human players. But after killing so many zombies in a row, she looked a bit tired and lacked her initial energy. Su Nian took out a large bowl, poured half a bottle of honey into it, and added a bottle of energy soda. After drinking it, the Blood Bee Queen instantly revived with full health, her eyes red as she charged into the zombie horde. Su Nian also took a few sips of soda and kept fighting zombies. Time passed second by second, and zombies fell one after another. The The level up notification sounded again. Congratulations! You have reached level 2. By now, the outside temperature had risen to 50 degrees. Looking at the loot all around, Su Yan clenched her teeth. Keep going. Another 2 or 3 hours passed and Su Yan was so hot that she almost felt dizzy. Just as she was thinking about taking a break and eating something, a game notification suddenly sounded without warning.
Ding!
Congratulations! You have killed 1,000 zombies and earned the 1,000 zombies/achievement. Since you are the first player to get this achievement, you are awarded the title, Zombie Slayer. Zombies tremble when they see you. Wearing this title increases damage to zombies by 50%, and a silver treasure chest ×1. Hearing the notification, Su Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. She had actually earned the 1,000 zombies/achievement for the whole server? And the system also gave her a silver treasure chest. In a world where bronze chests are very rare, she received a silver chest on the first day of the game's arrival. This was more than just a big step ahead of other players. There are many similar achievements for the whole server, like first kill and first clear of a dungeon. However, her talent level was too low, so normally she wouldn't qualify for these server-wide achievements. But with her bronze weapon and memories from her past life, she managed to earn an achievement reward through sheer effort. Having a good start, she might even climb the rankings in the future. Then the rewards would be even better. Su Yan first put on her title, then eagerly opened the silver chest. Inside, there was only a lonely card. Silver level skill book. After use, you can choose one skill from 10 options. Seeing the words, silver skill, Su Yan's hands started to sweat with excitement. She was so lucky. A silver level skill is like an A-grade talent early in the game. If it matches her weapon and reaches S-grade talent, that would be amazing. Su Yan quickly used the card. In the next second, 10 silver skills appeared before her eyes. She examined each skill carefully, and finally her gaze settled on a red icon. Skill, explosive arrow, quality, silver, level, 0/20. Description: explosive arrows are an art. When shot, they hit the enemy and cause an explosion with a radius of 5 to 8 meters. This is a ranged attack skill that matches her weapon perfectly. Su Yan confidently chose explosive arrow as her first skill. Let's see how it works. Su Yan stood up, aimed at a dense group of zombies 10 meters away, and slowly drew her bowstring. A faint, visible flame gathered around the arrow, forming a bright fire arrow. In that moment, Su Yan suddenly released the bowstring. The fire arrow shot out with a beautiful trail, hitting a zombie's head. Boom! A loud explosion followed. Immediately, her game panel flashed with a series of experience notifications. Killed zombie, gained 1 experience point. Killed zombie, gained 1 experience point. Killed zombie, gained 1 experience point. The explosion radius was 6 meters. 1 arrow earned her 18 experience points. This is the power of a silver skill. However, after firing this arrow, Su Yan clearly felt a significant drain on her mental energy. Based on her experience, she could use explosive arrow at most 5 times. It seems she needs to prepare more mental health medication. Learning the skill made clearing the remaining zombies much easier. 5 explosive arrows killed a large group, leaving only half an hour to finish the job. Su Yan quickly cleaned up the battlefield, then took the Blood Bee Queen back to the RV. Su Wang, who had been watching outside, immediately brought chilled watermelon and honeysuckle drinks from the fridge. All of these were for cooling off. Seeing how thoughtful Su Wang was, Su Yan felt her fatigue fade away significantly. You're so amazing, sister. I just saw on the regional chat channel that many players are praising you, Su Wang said, holding his chin with both hands and looking at Su Yan with shining eyes. Regional chat channel. Hearing this, Su Yan also opened the chat to take a look. Rome City region. Is there anyone living in Jinyang district? Oh my gosh, someone in our neighborhood took down hundreds of zombies alone. I saw that too. So impressive. Are we all playing the same game? All the loot on the ground. It makes me so jealous. If there weren't so many zombies, I'd go hug the big boss's leg. Latest battle report. 1,000 zombies defeated. The whole server has announced it. Rome City is really making progress. Su Nian rarely looked at the chat channel unless she needed useful information. So she didn't expect that simply finding a random place to fight monsters and level up would cause such a big fuss. Now that the zombies have been cleared away, the residents of Sunshine Community will probably come out later to socialize. She dislikes trouble, so she decided to avoid it. Su Nian went to the driver's seat and drove the RV to the nearby shopping mall entrance. There were no zombies or people here. It was a good spot to park. Su Nian returned to the living room and realized it was almost 3 p.m. She quickly took a shower, changed into comfortable clothes, and prepared a simple meal: cucumber scrambled eggs, shredded meat with dried mushrooms, and shrimp and seaweed soup. After lunch, Su Wang volunteered to do the dishes. Su Nian didn't stop him. After fighting zombies for a few hours, she was really tired and didn't want to move much. She lay on the sofa and started counting her loot from today. There were 78 item cards and 33 level 1 crystal cores. Among the item cards, 45 were food cards, 7 were energy soda cards, and 11 were common medicine cards. The remaining 15 cards included 3 bottles of healing potion, 2 bottles of mental potion, 4 bottles of strength potion, 1 painkiller, 1 zombie virus blocker, 1 blue iron stone, 1 piece of golden silk cloth, 1 goddess of wisdom necklace, and 1 large blue stone sword. The blue iron stone and golden silk cloth are materials for making equipment, while the goddess of wisdom necklace and the large blue stone sword are bronze level gear. Name: Wisdom Goddess Necklace. Quality: Bronze level 0/10. Description: 3 spirit, skill damage increased by 10%. Spirit recovery speed increased by 10%. Name: Lapis Lazuli Greatsword. Quality: Bronze level 0/10. Description: 8 strength, extremely heavy. Only those with strong strength can wield it. After defeating over 1,000 zombies, only 2 pieces of bronze equipment dropped. The drop rate made Su Nian shake her head. Fortunately, one of them was useful to her. Su Nian took out the Wisdom Goddess necklace, put it around her neck, and then opened her personal information panel. Name: Su Nian. Age: 19. Level 2, 681/1000. Strength: 8.5. Average for adults is 7. Affects basic attack power. Constitution: 10. Average for adults is 8. Affects stamina and defense. Spirit: 19.3. Average for adults is 6. Affects skill power and usage times. Agility: 9. Average for adults is 6. Affects speed and reaction. Talent: high focus. C-level talent: increases concentration during battles, makes it easier to see enemy weaknesses. Title: Zombie Slayer skills: Explosive Arrow, level 0. Equipment: 1,000 Illusions Ink Bracelet, level 0. Iron Bow, level 0. Goddess of Wisdom Necklace, level 0. Her stats are very impressive, even compared to top rankings. She has a divine level piece of equipment, 2 bronze level items, and a silver level skill. Her spirit attribute has exceeded 20. Now she can probably use explosive arrow 6 or 7 times. After reviewing her personal information for a while, Su Nian switched to the trading market. In just a few hours, the number of items on the market has increased several times. It seems many people have already realized the importance of the market. Using the trading market wisely can maximize the value of her resources. For example, Su Nian first listed the items she no longer needs. For bottles of strength potions, all exchanged 1-to-1 for mental potions. 1 painkiller exchanged for 2 crystal cores. 1 blue iron stone exchanged for 5 crystal cores. 1 gold silk cloth exchanged for 5 crystal cores. The most valuable item is naturally the green stone greatsword, which exchanges for 50 crystal cores. Probably not many people can afford it, but trying your luck by listing it might work. In addition, Su Nian also listed 10 bottles of chilled cola, each selling for 1 crystal core. At this time, the whole world has experienced a large-scale power outage. With temperatures over 50 degrees Celsius, having a bottle of chilled cola would feel amazing. Plus, cola can restore sugar, so it's easy to sell at this price. Meanwhile, players on the trading channel are calling out to sell or buy needed supplies. Suddenly, someone posted a string of exclamation marks.
Wow.
Bronze weapons. Someone is actually selling bronze weapons. Wow, it really is bronze weapons. They're willing to sell such good stuff? Turns out bronze weapons are so powerful, adding 8 points of strength. I heard leveling up only adds 1 point of strength. Don't just look at the bronze weapons. This person's showcase is full of good items, including ice-cold cola, but the prices are too high. Otherwise, I'd buy a bottle just to enjoy. TSK, I just noticed that all the items in this person's showcase are for exchanging 1-level crystal cores. That's pretty sneaky. Well, who can afford it? Even I have cola at home. Why is it sold for just 1 crystal core? Just chilling it makes it so valuable. However, in just a few words, painkillers, blue ironstones, and golden silk cloth were all sold. A bottle of cola was also sold. Those who were complaining about the high prices all shut up. It proves that even on the first day of the Apocalypse game, there are plenty of wealthy and strong players on Blue Star, especially those with S-grade talents. They don't need equipment or skills. They already have incredible fighting power. Su Nian only achieved the 1000 corpse slash because she adapted faster. If her strength and speed of improvement don't stay at this level, she will soon be left behind by truly high-talent players. But having average talent now doesn't mean it will stay that way. From what she knows, there are at least 3 ways to gain new talents. But these opportunities are all prepared by the creator for Su Tiantian, the main character. Since Su Tiantian's biggest lucky item, the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet, has now fallen into her hands, she should have a chance for other opportunities too. At this moment, Su Nian received a new private message. Chi Feishua, hello, can I get a cheaper blue stone greatsword? I only have 28 crystal cores. Seeing this name, Su Nian immediately sat up from the sofa. Chi Feishua, a top player ranked 19th in the previous world, with an S-level talent for great strength, could lift 10,000 Jin with one hand and had strong defense as well. Any weapon in her hands could be used to its full potential, earning her the nickname Weapon Master. Unfortunately, she was ultimately defeated by her boyfriend and ended up as a pile of bones. Although Su Nian wasn't sure if this Chi Feishua was the same person she knew, many people share the same name. But since she could produce 28 crystal cores at once and buy a heavy green stone sword, it was probably her. Also, the surname Chi isn't common. Su Nian thought for a moment and said, "It's still early today. I can wait until you gather 50 crystal cores before we trade." Chi Feishua. Su Nian, if you buy the green stone sword, I'll give you 10 bottles of cold cola. Chi Feishua definitely had plenty of supplies. But in the hot weather, just filling her stomach wasn't enough. She had stored most of her drinking water and beverages in a cold storage, waiting for this day. Sure enough, seeing the gifts Su Nian offered, Chi Feishua quickly agreed. Let's trade tonight. Keep the green stone sword for me, and don't sell it to others for now. Su Nian? No problem. Once the green stone sword was reserved, Su Nian could finally relax and browse the trading market. As usual, I will first filter the items, focusing only on equipment of at least bronze level or mutated species, special tools, level 1 crystal cores, and so on. Today's rare items are hundreds of times more than last night. However, the seller's expectations have also increased. They often want exchange for bronze weapons and gear. But with such a low drop rate for equipment, who would trade these small items? After browsing around, Su Nian only found one functional item that caught her eye. Pickup fishing rod can be used to pick up items from a distance with a fishing rod. Just be careful not to hook zombies. Picking up items from afar, this is exactly what she needs. Seeing that the price wasn't too high, Su Nian immediately sent a trade request. But after 2 minutes, the seller slowly sent a private message. Sorry, I listed the price incorrectly. In the next second, the seller changed the price from 5 crystal cores to 20 crystal cores.
Su Nian frowned.
This pickup fishing rod is a rare item. Usually, normal players kill zombies and naturally pick up the loot. Only someone like her, who dares to face a large group of zombies head-on, would find this fishing rod useful. Plus, there's a chance it might hook a zombie. If your aim isn't good, it's just adding trouble. Forget it, 20 crystal cores is enough to upgrade 2 bronze items. She'd rather do it herself and pick things up manually. Sun Yan closed the private chat window and continued browsing other items. Not long after, the player selling fishing rods sent her a private message. Beautiful, I see your showcase is good stuff, and you don't seem to be short of money. Are you really not considering this price? Seeing this, Sun Yan immediately understood why the seller suddenly raised the price. It turns out he thought she was an easy target. Sun Yan didn't bother to reply. The player selling the fishing rods saw her silent and grew a bit impatient. In less than half an hour, he lowered the price himself. Beautiful. How about 10 crystal cores for half price? That's a sincere offer. But Sun Yan still ignored him. Finally, the seller gave up and adjusted the price back. 5 crystal cores, is that okay now? Sun Yan calmly replied, 1 crystal core. Trying to take her for a fool? Then don't blame her for fighting back. It's only fair to reciprocate. Seeing Sun Yan's offer, the seller was so angry he almost cursed. Are you crazy? Who offers to haggle like that? And weren't you just willing to trade for 5 crystal cores? Sun Yan apologized. Sorry, I made a mistake. The seller said, fine, you're tough. Although he said that, he still sent a trade request. He had been trying to sell this fishing rod since morning, and Sun Yan was the only one who asked about it. With the weather like this, food outside will spoil in just a few days. By then, the food prices will definitely go up. 1 crystal core can exchange for a lot of food, so he needs to stock up quickly. Before trading, Sun Yan glanced at the display window across from her, then privately messaged, I see you want food. How about I trade you 10 packs of 500G compressed biscuits? Sounds good, replied the player selling a fishing rod quickly. Compressed biscuits are easy to carry and keep you full, making them one of the few good supplies in the end times. As long as your mind is clear, you wouldn't refuse. After getting the items, Sun Yan exited the trading market. With over 2 hours before sunset, she went to the driver's seat and honked the horn. She was too tired to deal with the large nearby residential areas today. But it was good to hunt scattered zombies around the mall. Soon it started to get dark outside. In these 2 hours, Sun Yan killed about 50 zombies and tested the fishing rod's pickup range. The maximum pickup distance was 20 meters. It was also harder to aim than a bow and arrow. Though she could hook things after a few tries, the loot she got back was either supplies or zombies, which wasn't always reliable. It seems she needs more practice. Just then, a notification suddenly sounded from the trading market. Qingshi Greatsword has been sold. Gained 1 level crystal core times 50. Sun Yan checked and saw that Qi Feishue had already bought the Qingshi Greatsword. Because she initiated the designated trade, she skipped the step where both parties agree. She directly received 50 crystal cores. Including the original cores, she now has a total of 98 crystal cores. Sun Yan quickly traded for 2 more cores using food on the trading market. With this, she has gathered all the crystal cores needed to upgrade the 1000 Illusion Ink Bracelet. Sun Yan didn't rush to upgrade the 1000 Illusion Ink Bracelet. Instead, she sent 10 bottles of chilled soda to Qi Feishue as promised. Qi Feishue replied with a thank you and then said, You're the Sun Yan who announced on the server today, right? If you have any good items later, you can send them to me to see. If you need anything, I can also help keep an eye out. Sun Yan thought this was a good idea. Making friends with top players like her was beneficial, as they often had resources ordinary players didn't. She replied, Okay. Qi Feishue sent a smiling face emoji. I'll go upgrade now. Bye-bye, 0. Sun Yan. Is this person too dedicated? But thinking about how Qi Feishue not only had herself, but also had to support her useless boyfriend and family, her hard work was understandable. Sun Yan exited the trading market, opened her personal info panel, selected the 1000 Illusion Ink Bracelet, and added 100 crystal cores. Would you like to upgrade the 1000 Illusion Ink Bracelet to level 1?
Sun Yan clicked confirm.
The 1000 Illusion Ink Bracelet on her wrist suddenly flashed with a bright light. The floating gold mountain and water patterns on it slowly flowed, almost as if they had come to life. After a moment, a system notification sounded.
Ding.
The upgrade of the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet is complete, and a new area has been unlocked.
Sunyan quickly checked.
The interior space of the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet was originally only about the size of 5 or 6 football fields. It was filled with supplies from 10 warehouses and frozen goods from 100,000-ton cold storage, almost completely packed. But now it had expanded more than 10 times. The shape of the bracelet also changed. With just a thought, the bracelet would transform into mountain and water patterns and appear on her wrist. No wonder she never noticed the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet on Su Tiantian in her past life. It turns out it could be hidden. Looking at the mountain and water patterns on her wrist, Su Nian felt much more at ease. Next, she needed to fill the remaining space as much as possible. The first round of extreme heat only destroyed fresh meat, fruits, and vegetables. The second round of natural disasters would be truly destructive. Acid rain and floods. At that time, all ordinary packaged food, except canned goods, would be corroded. Although zombies would drop survival supplies, the variety was limited. Mostly compressed biscuits, steamed buns, bread, mineral water, and similar items. If she didn't gather more now, she would have to pay a high price to buy them later in the trading market. For dinner, Su Nian cooked 2 bowls of seaweed and shrimp wontons, sprinkled with chopped green onions. She also cooked a single lamb rib for De Huang. After bringing the wontons to the table, Su Nian couldn't resist tasting a bite first. The wonton, with bits of green onion, had a strong, delicious aroma that made her feel very happy. Thanks to the special ingredients, the flavor was excellent. Earlier in the kitchen, just smelling the wontons made her drool. Su Wang also looked very excited while eating. Before she could say anything, she finished her bowl quickly. "Big sister, this is so tasty," Su Wang said, setting down her bowl and licking her lips happily. "Tomorrow, your task is to water the green onions," Su Nian said. She had already downloaded many cartoons and online classes on her tablet, worried Su Wang might get bored. But playing on the tablet all the time wasn't good, so she didn't mind giving Su Wang some chores. When Su Wang heard her task, she immediately looked serious and said, "I will take good care of the green onions." Su Nian patted Su Wang's head and said, "Go take a bath and get ready for bed. Wake up early tomorrow." The next morning, as soon as it was light outside, Su Nian left the RV and headed toward the mall entrance. She finished eating the last few bites of her steamed buns and threw the empty milk carton into the trash can. The apocalypse game started at midnight, so there weren't many people at the mall at this time. Some shops, like escape room and murder mystery stores, are still open, so the main door remains unlocked. Also, since she cleaned up yesterday, there are hardly any zombies visible on the first floor. Su Nian, accompanied by the Blood Bee Queen, entered the mall. She roughly checked her surroundings and headed straight for the basement supermarket. As soon as she reached the basement, a terrible smell hit her face. The fresh food section in the supermarket had been kept in extreme heat for over 30 hours. Most vegetables and fruits were rotting, and the meat and seafood areas smelled even worse, like a toxic gas bomb. Su Nian put on a gas mask she had prepared earlier and carefully entered the supermarket. She bypassed the fresh food section and moved toward the shelves. There were snacks, drinks, grains and seasonings, paper products and cleaning supplies, furniture and kitchenware, maternity and baby items, skincare and cosmetics, clothing and home textiles, pet supplies, toys and sports equipment, electronics and digital devices, and local specialties. In each area, Su Nian searched thoroughly. Otherwise, if acid rain floods the supermarket, all these supplies would be ruined. After gathering items from the shelves, Su Nian went to the back storage room and packed all the boxes into her space. Just as she was about to leave, 2 zombies lunged at her. Before she could act, the Blood Bee Queen stepped forward and easily took care of them with a few stabs. One of the zombies dropped a card. Su Nian walked over and picked it up. Bronze-level treasure map. Digging might reveal good stuff. Su Nian's eyes lit up. The value of the treasure map is not less than that of bronze equipment. Most importantly, treasure maps often lead to crafting blueprints. This item is hard to find, except in dungeons and from elite monsters. Normal zombies rarely drop it. Sun Yan checked the coordinates on the map. They were about 1 or 2 kilometers away. After finishing with this building, she planned to go see. There was a gas station nearby, perfect for refueling the RV. She stepped out of the supermarket and took off her gas mask. In just a short time, she was sweating all over. She drank a bottle of herbal remedy to cool down and then continued exploring other floors. The basement of this mall was a supermarket. The first floor had small shops, the second floor was for women's clothing and shoes, the third for men's clothing and shoes, the fourth for electronics and digital gadgets, and there was a bookstore. The fifth floor was for dining and entertainment. Sun Yan collected everything she could, and her space was finally a little fuller. Looking at the last area, the dining and entertainment zone, she felt it probably wasn't useful and decided to head back home. But just then, her peripheral vision caught a faint blue glow at the entrance of an escape room shop. Her heart moved, and she stepped closer. Inside the shop, there was a swirling portal that looked like a vortex slowly spinning. As she approached, the portal's information automatically appeared. 1-star dungeon, randomly generated based on the scene, requires a team of 5 to enter. Rewards include equipment, materials, and enchantments. Sun Yan just finished reading the dungeon description when suddenly, footsteps sounded from the back room. Soon after, a couple dressed messily came out. Seeing Sun Yan, the girl with curly hair quickly shouted to a nearby room, "Someone's here." "Now we have enough 5 people." Soon another couple looking sleepy also came out of the room. "It seems they are 2 couples. Why is there only a girl?" Lu Chong frowned, showing dislike. "Who cares if it's a guy or girl? As long as we have enough people," the curly-haired girl winked at Lu Chong. "Brother Chong, you're an A-grade talent. Doing a 1-star dungeon is easy for you." Yongli, stop talking nonsense. "Who knows if there are zombies inside? We've all seen how scary zombies can be. Can Brother Chong handle it alone?" Zhao Qinchin, Lu Chong's girlfriend, pouted. "Getting into the dungeon is the most important. Let's finish the rewards quickly." "I want to go home," said the boy with the curly hair. They seemed to believe that as long as they entered the dungeon, they would definitely get the rewards. After all, the dungeon description didn't mention any danger. "Share your talent ability," Lu Chong said to Sun Yan. Sun Yan. She didn't say a word, yet everyone assumed she wanted to join the main team. They also started to criticize her here. However, Sun Yan still sent her talent information to the nearby chat channel. A 1-star dungeon with rich rewards. It's worth a try to go in and see. Grade C talent, highly focused. When Zhao Qinchin saw Sun Yan's talent, she reacted strongly. "What a useless talent. Change someone else. I don't accept this person." Zhao Qinchin kept waving her hands as if shooing away flies. "Zhao Qinchin, your talent is only D grade. How can you look down on someone with a C grade?" Yongli rolled her eyes in frustration. "That's different. I may be weak, but my boyfriend is strong." Zhao Qinchin proudly lifted her chin, hanging on Lu Chong's arm. "Forget it. We're just tools to fill the team. Anyone is the same." "It's so hot today. I really can't stand this anymore," Lu Chong said impatiently. Hearing this, Sun Yan slightly smiled. Who really is the tool, after all, isn't certain yet. According to the rules of the Apocalypse game dungeon, only players with the captain's order can share the loot. Players who form temporary teams are rewarded based on their contribution points. These guys haven't killed many zombies and don't have good gear, so their contribution points can't be higher than hers. Once enough people gathered, the 5 of them arrived at the dungeon entrance. Detected sufficient number of players. Enter the current dungeon? Everyone received the game prompt.
Sun Yan clicked to confirm.
In the next moment, she felt a strong pull, and her body was uncontrollably drawn into a portal. "Welcome to the bloody wedding. Please find the real bride and eliminate her." Almost as soon as she landed, Sun Yan drew her weapon and entered alert mode. At the same time, she observed her surroundings. It was a dark, eerie courtyard, with red lanterns hanging from the corridors and eaves, casting the entire area in a blood-red glow. Lu Chong and others also entered the game map one after another. Seeing this scene, their faces slightly changed. Blood wedding? Isn't this the same scenario we played before? Zhao Qinqin, clinging shyly to Lu Chong, trembled with fear. I remember when we played this before, someone screamed from start to finish. Now things are serious. If someone causes us to fail, all our efforts will be wasted, Yangli said, crossing her arms and looking at Zhao Qinqin with a hint of meaning. It's not just wasted effort. We might die here, Su Nian corrected Yangli, then asked, have you played this escape room before? Do you know which room the bride is in? Why should we tell you? Are we close? A tool person should act like one. Stop interrupting. Hearing Su Nian's words, Zhao Qinqin immediately stopped trembling and shot a disdainful glance at Su Nian. And who has a rookie dungeon where people actually die? Stop spreading false alarms. It was clear that Zhao Qinqin and the others were experienced gamers, so they habitually applied their gaming mindset to this apocalyptic game. Su Nian didn't bother to explain further. Anyway, with her current strength, she could easily dominate a one-star dungeon. Whether there were clues or not didn't matter. Thinking of this, Su Nian turned and walked down the corridor on the right. Hey, why are you running around alone? Come back here, Zhao Qinqin shouted after Su Nian, but Lu Chong quickly covered her mouth to stop her. Stop causing trouble. Let's follow her, Lu Chong said calmly. They had been guarding here for so long. If an outsider got the dungeon rewards, it would be a real waste of their effort. Su Nian paid no attention to the people behind her. Inside the dungeon, teammates couldn't attack each other. She wasn't worried about being betrayed by these people. At this moment, Su Nian reached the door of the first room. Suddenly, the lights inside the room turned on, and the door swung open forcefully. A red figure rushed out. Upon closer look, it was actually a paper bride. She was grinning eerily and swaying her body as she approached Su Nian. Su Nian quickly stepped back a few paces. Just then, Lu Chong and the others arrived. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinqin widened her eyes and screamed loudly. Ah!
Ghost.
There's a ghost. Startled by Zhao Qinqin's scream, the paper bride suddenly flew into the air and sped toward them. Su Nian quickly drew her bow, aimed at the paper bride's head, and shot an arrow. Then she shot a second arrow and a third, hitting the paper bride's chest and thigh, pinning her firmly to the ceiling of the corridor. Meanwhile, Lu Chong and the others were still stunned, clearly not understanding what was happening. Don't help, just stay at the door where it's safest, Su Nian said softly. Who do you think you're looking down on? Zhao Qinqin swallowed hard and bravely took a few steps forward. It's just a paper doll. I thought there really was a ghost. At this point, Zhao Qinqin looked at the bow and arrow in Su Nian's hand. This weapon seems pretty good. You're a level C talent. Isn't it a waste to have such a good thing? Brother Chong has practiced archery and has an A-level talent. If you give him the bow and arrow, he'll probably clear the dungeon very quickly. Lu Chong nodded confidently. That's right. I have practiced archery, and with my talent, I can take down these monsters in fewer than 3 shots. Just give me the weapon. You're a girl, so you can stay back and hide. Next to them, Yangli looked speechless, almost visibly rolling her eyes. Lu Chong's so-called archery skills were just from playing at the club a couple of times. She could do that too. The 3 arrows shot by Su Nian just now took less than 2 seconds, but they precisely hit the vital points of the paper bride. Even if Lu Chong trained for 10 more years, he couldn't reach this level. Su Nian didn't want to waste time arguing with fools, so she turned and continued walking down the corridor. Anyway, she had already warned them. These people wanted to die or live, and she couldn't care less. As for Zhao Qinqin and Lu Chong, she just ignored their words. Hey, why don't you listen when people talk? Do you want to clear the dungeon or not? Zhao Qinqin shouted at Su Nian. The yard was already quiet. When Zhao Qinqin yelled, many lights in the rooms turned on. Shut up. Do you want to get everyone killed? Yangli couldn't stand Zhao Qinqin anymore and said angrily in a low voice. Who's dead? No one is dead. They're just paper figures. Can they really kill people? Zhao Qinqin argued loudly, not convinced. While Zhao Qinqin and Yang Li argued fiercely, the paper bride nailed to the roof by Sun Yan's arrows suddenly moved. She stiffly reached out and pulled out the arrows from her forehead and chest. Without anything to hold her in place, her upper body immediately fell down, landing right on Yang Li's boyfriend. Wow, what the heck is that? Yang Li's boyfriend was so scared, he almost fainted. Before he could remove the paper figure from his body, a hand with sharp nails pierced into his chest and pulled out a bright red heart. It wasn't until someone nearby splashed blood on her face that Yang Li realized her boyfriend's chest had a hole. His eyes were wide with shock, and his body stiffened as he collapsed to the ground. Soon, some branches quickly wrapped around him. Ah! Zhao Qinqin screamed again. He's dead now, really dead. Sun Yan also noticed what was happening behind her. Seeing the paper bride come back to life, she immediately understood that normal physical attacks wouldn't work on these paper figures. Soon, more and more paper brides flew out of the room. They crossed the yard quickly, heading towards Sun Yan and the others. When they saw that the paper figures could really kill people, Zhao Qinqin was so scared she turned pale. She tightly held onto Lu Chong's arm, crying, "I don't want to play anymore. I want to leave. Brother Chong, let's go." Just as two paper brides flew toward them, Lu Chong couldn't move his arm. He kicked Zhao Qinqin away fiercely, shouting, "Get the hell out of here." Zhao Qinqin was kicked right in front of one of the paper brides and, before she could land, her heart was taken out. Yang Li's mind was completely confused. She looked at Lu Chong, then at Sun Yan. In the end, she chose to run to Sun Yan's side. "Can I help in any way?" Yang Li asked carefully.
Sun Yan ignored Yang Li.
She moved slowly along the corridor, found the best position, and drew her bow to shoot an explosive arrow.
Boom.
A bright fire lit up the yard, and several paper bride dolls were blown to pieces. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. So, a fire attack was needed. She checked her bag for spiritual potions, including 3 she had traded for with strength potions. That should be enough. Since she didn't know which bride was real, she decided to kill them all. After making her decision, Sun Yan shot more than 10 explosive arrows in a row. Yang Li and Lu Chong only heard loud booms ringing in their ears. Lu Chong even started to doubt everything. They had been hiding in the mall for 2 days, and outside, things had become this bad? He suddenly felt that his A-level talent was useless. A few minutes later, the entire yard was blown into chaos. Until no more paper bride dolls appeared, Sun Yan stopped her attack. But the problem was, the game was not over. Oh, Yang Li suddenly remembered something and said, "When we played this escape room, the last bride who died was buried under a willow tree, and the tree absorbed her resentment and turned into a new vengeful spirit." Willow tree? Sun Yan immediately looked toward the center of the yard, where there was indeed an old willow tree big enough for several people to hug, with a tattered red wedding dress hanging on it. Also, when she was killing the paper bride dolls earlier, she noticed some branches or similar things hidden inside the dolls. It seems this guy is the real source. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past. The willow branches of the old willow tree swayed back and forth, some blood-stained branches intertwined with the red wedding dress. In the blink of an eye, a bride made entirely of willow branches appeared. Sun Yanli ignored the bride and drew her bow, aiming directly at the main trunk of the old willow tree. Boom! An explosive arrow hit the trunk, creating a large hole. The old willow tree struggled in pain. It quickly tried to control the bride to attack Sun Yan. But unfortunately, this creature was close range. Before it could reach Sun Yan, it was blown away by an explosive arrow. Playing close combat and long-range attacks at the same time is just asking for trouble. Thus, the old willow tree repeatedly tried to control the bride to seek revenge on Sun Yan, but each time it was shot back. In the end, it gave up completely, standing still in place. No matter how Sun Yan shot or exploded it, it remained steady as a mountain. There was nothing it could do. Its roots were stuck here. It couldn't move or run away. What a joke. Just when Sun Yan's mental energy was about to run out, the willow tree finally completed its task and turned into a pile of charred wood, collapsing with a loud crash.
Dang.
Congratulations to all players, Blood Wedding has been successfully completed. Calculating rewards. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inbox. In front of Su Nian and the others, a shiny golden box appeared. Lu Chang and Yang Li both looked happy. After they opened the box, they found that the reward was nothing. Meanwhile, Su Nian kept receiving a series of notifications. Gained experience times 500, star coin times 1, weapon enhancement scroll, powerful golden boots. Congratulations. You have reached level 3. Leveling up was not surprising for Su Nian, but when she saw the words, star coin, she couldn't help but feel excited. Star coins are the only currency in this post-apocalyptic game. They can be used to buy rare items from game merchants, and later, when she levels up higher, they will also be useful for upgrading equipment and skills. However, early on, the drop rate for star coins is very low. This time, the star coin from the 1-star dungeon was probably because she contributed enough. Su Nian checked the enhancement scroll and the powerful boots again. Name. Weapon enhancement scroll, quality. Bronze, description. Can enchant weapons to gain 5 strength. Name. Powerful golden boots, quality. Bronze, level 0, 0 out of 10. Description. Agility -2. Never runs, just fights hard. Increases leg attack power by 300%. Seeing these equipment attributes, Su Nian knew she couldn't use them. As an archer, she has higher requirements for speed. These boots even reduce agility. She wouldn't wear them even if they were given to her. She decided to show them to Chi Feishua later to see if she needed them. Su Nian packed up her things and left the dungeon. As soon as she stepped out of the portal, she saw Lu Chang rushing toward her with a machete. Su Nian didn't dodge or block. She simply grabbed the machete with her hand and kicked Lu Chang's knee. Lu Chang cried out in pain and knelt down uncontrollably. Don't you know? There's a 30-second protection period after leaving the dungeon. Su Nian looked at Lu Chang kneeling on the ground and smiled. I'm still in my protection period, but yours is over. After saying that, Su Nian turned and used her knife to cut across Lu Chang's neck. When playing in a team dungeon, it's common for players to fight over loot after finishing the game. The game considers this and sets a 30-second protection period. Otherwise, players who leave first could be easily ambushed by those who leave later. Unfortunately, Lu Chang didn't know this. Su Nian threw her knife on the ground and took out a wet wipe to clean her hands. Yang Li was hiding in the corner, looking a bit dazed. Everyone was dead. It turns out this is a post-apocalyptic world, built on people's lives. They used to think it was just a game. But they forgot this is both a game and reality. As for Lu Chang's death, it was entirely his own fault.
Yang Li felt no sympathy.
His girlfriend could be kicked away so easily, and he still wanted to steal others' loot. Being with someone like him, she had to stay alert all the time for her own safety. At this moment, Su Nian carried a backpack and walked over to Yang Li. Just now you told me the story. Honestly, I don't think I contributed much. I only have some food, 2 medicine cards, and 2 energy sodas. Consider this my personal reward for you. Yang Li was stunned as she took the items, then she choked up and said thank you. Su Nian turned and left the 5th floor. On the other floors, the Blood Bee Queen, who was clearing zombie blood, immediately followed. Only mutated creatures who have signed a contract with players can enter this kind of limited player map, like the dungeon. Su Wang was the one who signed the contract with the Blood Bee Queen. So, before entering the dungeon, she let the Blood Bee Queen roam freely. Buzz, 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 buzz. After returning to Su Nian, the Blood Bee Queen spun around her head wildly, looking very anxious. What's wrong with you? Su Nian asked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Blood Bee Queen stretched her small claws and then flew toward the lower floor. Su Nian thought something had happened to Su Wang and quickly followed. When they reached the 1st floor, they saw a few young people excitedly discussing some items. Wow, is this really a good find? These item cards were really found in the corner. There's no way it's fake. I just entered the building and saw a fat bee holding something, sneaking behind a flower pot in the corner. When the bee flew away, I found these few item cards. Haha, and there's a piece of bronze gear too. We're rich. You're just a fat bee. You've probably watched too many movies. Someone must be hiding these props here. Let's go quickly. It wouldn't be good if someone finds out. Hearing someone call her a fat bee, the blood bee queen was so angry her eyes turned red, even though her eyes were naturally red. Buzz, 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 buzz. The blood bee queen kept complaining to Sun Yan, waving her tiny claws and pointing at the people at the door. She also flicked her tail stinger, looking ready to rush over and confront them. Sun Yan calmed the blood bee queen down, then took out a fishing rod from her space and walked toward the people at the door. Excuse me, could you please return the prop cards to my little friend? It's hard work fighting zombies, Sun Yan said calmly, stopping about 5 meters away and looking at them. Wow, there really are such fat bees. A short, chubby man in a checkered shirt looked at the blood bee queen with surprise on his face. The glasses-wearing boy who stole the prop cards tilted his chin and said, "There's no name on this card, so whoever picks it up owns it." "Yeah, that's right. You shouldn't have left your things lying around," said a girl with a bun. "Is that so?" Sun Yan tilted her head and smiled faintly. "Then you'd better keep your things properly." After saying that, Sun Yan suddenly threw out her fishing rod. The fish hook precisely landed on the prop card in the glasses boy's hand. With a gentle tug, the card fell into Sun Yan's hand. "Hey, you're cheating!" The glasses-wearing man suddenly exploded with anger. "Since the prop card has no name, whoever grabs it gets to keep it," Sun Yan replied, returning his words. "You." The man was speechless, unable to respond. At that moment, a man and a woman walked into the mall from outside. They looked quite similar. He was handsome. She was beautiful. Wherever they stood, they would definitely be the center of attention. But when Sun Yan saw them, her expression darkened. Su Zihui and Su Mingxin. This brother and sister pair were a source of disgust for Su Tiantian in her past life. She had almost died at their hands several times. Unexpectedly, fate brought them together here. "Jeja, guess what we found outside? A super luxurious large RV. My brother said once we find tools, we can pry open the door and move in," Su Mingxin said excitedly, running over to the girl with the bun hairstyle and grabbing her hand. From her description, Sun Yan knew they were talking about her RV. But their plans were probably doomed to fail. The upgraded RV, after using the vehicle upgrade device, could only be broken into with silver weapons. Ordinary tools wouldn't work to pry open the door. "Mingxin, forget about the RV for now. We just found a bronze piece of equipment, but this guy stole it from us." The girl with the bun pointed at Sun Yan and accused her first. Bronze equipment, Su Mingxin thought to herself, her gaze falling on Sun Yan. Seeing that Sun Yan was alone, she couldn't help but feel a bit dismissive. "Miss, stealing things is very wrong. Please hand over the equipment. My brother has a bad temper, and if he gets angry, you'll have a tough time," Su Mingxin threatened with a smile. Sun Yan didn't speak. She quietly placed her hand on her quiver and then began to step back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "You're trying to run." Su Mingxin was slightly annoyed. But Sun Yan raised her hand, moving so quickly that Su Mingxin couldn't see clearly. In the next moment, a flash of fire shot toward her. "Be careful," Su Zihu shouted loudly, rushing forward to catch Su Mingxin, but he was too late.
Boom.
A loud explosion sounded, and Su Mingxin was instantly blown to pieces. A few others nearby were also thrown away, their lives uncertain. Su Zihu's talent was related to defense, so he barely survived. He looked at Sun Yan with red eyes. "You dare to kill my sister?" "Yes." Sun Yan nodded, and the second explosive arrow was already lit. "Now it's your turn." A loud explosion sounded again. 2 more arrows were shot, creating big holes in the shopping mall floor. But Sun Yan frowned. She missed. She always knew Su Zihua had strong survival skills. But being able to dodge even explosive arrows, how could that be just an A-grade talent in the book? There must be something else about Su Zihua. Sun Yan looked around. Su Zihua was no longer here. Also, during the dungeon, her mental energy was almost gone. Now, after 2 more explosive arrows, her mental energy was completely drained. If she faced Su Zihua again, She might not win. Forget it. Su Zihua is part of the main team. They will meet again someday. She could kill him then. After leaving the mall, Sun Yan saw many small shops and liquor stores on both sides of the street. Not wanting to waste anything, she went into each shop to look around. The space in her 1,000 Illusions ink bracelet was less than 20% used. She wanted to put everything she saw inside. She was afraid that after the extreme heat disaster, many things might not be available to collect anymore. The weather outside was getting hotter. Sun Yan had only walked half a street when she felt her body start to burn. She looked at the weather forecast on her panel. It was already 55 degrees. Worried that continuing might cause health problems, she could only take the Blood Bee Queen back to the RV first. The moment she closed the door, it felt like entering another world. Cool and comfortable. There was no foul smell from mixed odors. At this moment, Sun Yan felt very lucky that after the apocalypse began, she immediately got a RV. Otherwise, life would be much harder. Big sister, Su Wang, who had been eagerly waiting at the mall entrance, ran over with a big bowl, stomping loudly. De Huang wagged his tail and followed Su Wang. This is the sour plum juice I froze this morning. It's really tasty, Su Wang said, standing on tiptoe to hand the bowl to Sun Yan. Sun Yan was almost dizzy from the heat. She quickly took the chilled sour plum juice and drank it all. The sweet and sour taste of the plum juice refreshed her and eased the burning feeling inside. Go find some food for Xiao Honghong too, Sun Yan said, then collapsed onto the ground. After resting a little, she went to the bathroom for a shower, then threw the clothes she had collected over the past 2 days into the washing machine. By the time she finished, it was already 11 o'clock. Sun Yan cooked a meal with braised pork ribs, boiled shrimp, stir-fried loofah, and tomato and egg soup. After a hearty meal, she took out a weapon enhancement scroll, first enchanted her iron bow, then opened the trading market to find Qi Feishue and sent her a private message. I have a piece of equipment here. Let me know if you need it. If not, I'll put it up for sale. Sun Yan attached information about the powerful golden Vajra boots. Soon after, Qi Feishue replied, "These shoes suit me quite well." How do you plan to sell them? Sun Yan thought for a moment and said, 30 crystal cores of level 1. Ordinary bronze equipment is definitely not as good as bronze weapons. So, the price should be lower. Qi Feishue had no objections, but she didn't have enough crystal cores, so they agreed to trade in the evening. Before leaving the private chat, Sun Yan received a friend request from Qi Feishue. Once added, she could see the other person's basic information. Unless someone is very trustworthy, Sun Yan usually doesn't add people as friends easily. However, considering Qi Feishue's S-level talent, she was strong and had plenty of money. Compared to herself, who only had a C-level talent, there didn't seem to be much to gain. Sun Yan hesitated for 2 seconds and then clicked accept. She opened her friend list, which currently only had 2 people. Su Wang, level 1, title, Nun Qi Feishue, level 2, title, can still be rescued, looks dead but can still live. Wearing this title increases defense by 100% when in danger. Sun Yan was studying Qi Feishue's title when Qi Feishue suddenly sent a message. Sister, you're so amazing. I spent 6 hours wasting time sleeping, and the rest of the time I was almost non-stop fighting zombies. I'm still 200 experience points away from level 3. How did you level up to 3 so quickly? Sun Yan replied, lucky me, I found a dungeon that gives a lot of experience. Qi Feishue said, wow. There are dungeons? I need to pay attention. Qi Feishue also mentioned, I have a few items here. Take a look and see if you need any. She sent over information about several items. Mutant lemon tree. It's a bit sour, but it helps refresh your mind. Eating it can restore some mental energy. Old, broken crafting table. It can be used to make simple items. Super smelly gas bomb. It has a strong smell that zombies can't stand. You should try it. Seeing the items Qi Feishue sent, Sun Yan's eyes lit up. She quickly replied, I want all of them. Name your price. The mutant lemon tree is a must because its fruit can restore mental energy, which she really needs right now. There are very few mental potions on the market. She offered 4 bottles of strength potions, but only received 1 bottle of mental potion in exchange. Today, she used up all 3 bottles of mental potion she had to prepare for the dungeon. The lemon tree can be used in emergencies. The crafting table is basic equipment for making items. Even if it's old and broken, it's enough for early use. As for the smelly gas bomb, it can disperse zombies over a wide area. Although it's a one-time use item and only lasts a few minutes, it could save her if she gets trapped by zombies. Chief Feishua said, "I want to get more chilled cola. Other drinks would be even better. Otherwise, in this hot weather, I can barely keep up with fighting zombies. As long as the traded items are not taken out, they will stay in their original condition." So Chief Feishua isn't worried about the temperature of the drinks changing. She can take them out when she wants to drink. Sun-Yen looked at her space and listed some drink names. Cola, Sprite, iced tea, mineral water, milk, yogurt, all frozen. "Choose 3 and I'll send 2 boxes of each," Chief Feishua replied. Cola, mineral water, and yogurt. The trade was completed, and Sun-Yen successfully received the mutated lemon tree, the synthesis table, and the stink bomb. She stored the stink bomb away, then placed the broken synthesis table in the corner of the living room. The mutated lemon tree was put in the passenger seat. The space here has large windows and plenty of sunlight, which is better for the growth of the mutated plants. Seeing the lemon tree full of ripe fruit, Sun-Yen couldn't resist picking one to taste. She bit into it, and juice burst out. Her face twisted from the sourness. But that didn't matter. She quickly checked her mental strength. Eating 1 lemon restored about 20%. The effect was much weaker than a mental potion, but it was cheap and renewable. Sun-Yen was very happy with this. After watering the mutated lemon tree, she took out a prop card from her space. This card was the bronze equipment used by the Blood Bee Queen. Lucky ring. Luck 1. Good things happen every day. Sun-Yen looked at the lucky ring and then at the treasure map she had found in the supermarket earlier. They are a perfect match. Luck is a hidden attribute and does not affect monster drop rates. But whether opening treasure chests or digging up treasure maps, it's easier to find good items. Sun-Yen checked the time. There are 6 hours until nightfall. She decided to visit the treasure spot first and then refuel the RV. The remaining time would be used for leveling up. Having planned her next steps, Sun-Yen set the destination on the control panel and the RV automatically headed toward the treasure spot. It was only a few minutes' drive for 2 kilometers. Sun-Yen got out of the RV with the treasure map and a small shovel. Following the instructions on the map, she walked to a flower bed by the roadside. This should be the place. Sun-Yen used the treasure map, and suddenly a small area in the flower bed lit up with a golden glow. She dug into the soil within the glowing area with her shovel, and soon a card floated up. Backpack crafting blueprint. Capacity 100 kilograms. To make the backpack, you need a crafting table, 1 crystal essence, 1 advanced alloy, and 5 new technology fabrics. Seeing the reward from the treasure map, Sun-Yen's eyes lit up at first, then she felt a bit helpless. Both the backpack and the crafting blueprint are definitely good items. But the problem is, she already has the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet. For storage items, the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet is the best. There's no substitute. However, she thought that the backpack could be used to hide the existence of the bracelet. With enough materials, she could make more backpacks to trade in the market for other items. Although she doesn't need them for other players, backpacks are essential. A capacity of 100 kilograms means it can hold quite a lot. Seeing a gleam of gold on the soil, Sun-Yen continued digging with her shovel. In less than 2 minutes, another card floated up. Insulated jacket. Blocks high temperatures, suitable for extremely hot weather. Outdoor survival gear. Please look for the end of the World Yunding group. After reading about the insulated jacket, Sun-Yen excitedly hugged the item card and gave it a kiss.
Great.
Now she doesn't have to brave the hot weather to fight zombies. Although the insulated jacket isn't a bronze-level gear, in extremely hot weather, the benefits it provides are far better than many bronze gear. It's no exaggeration to say that in temperatures over 50 degrees, even if she wears sun protection clothes, a hat, and a mask. The exposed skin was still badly sunburned. Many areas were peeling, and touching them was very painful. She didn't care much about her appearance, but this could affect her fighting ability. Plus, the weather was going to get hotter later, making it hard to go outside. With a heat-resistant jacket, going anywhere wouldn't be a problem. Su Nian took out the heat-resistant jacket to check the style. It was just a size larger than usual, like a hiking jacket, and it had a hood. Although it was 2 sizes bigger, it covered more areas. It was worth it. Su Nian put on the heat-resistant jacket, then used a shovel to dig around the flower bed a few times. When she saw the golden light was completely gone, she turned and got into the RV. The gas station was just a few hundred meters away. Su Nian didn't bother setting a destination. She simply pressed the accelerator and drove over. The upgraded RV had a dual energy system. Besides gasoline, it could also use crystal cores as a power source. But she didn't have enough crystal cores herself, and gasoline outside was free to get. So, she decided to use gasoline whenever possible. First, Su Nian filled the RV's tank. Looking at the convenience store at the gas station, she saw only zombies wandering back and forth. She pried open the lock, went inside, and took care of the zombies, then raided the store. Of course, that wasn't her main goal. Behind a metal door, she found the entrance to the basement. After entering, there was the fuel storage area of the gas station. This gas station is a first-class station with 3 large storage tanks, each holding 50 cubic meters of gasoline. Su Nian stored everything into her space. This way, not only is the camper enough, but if she needs a generator later, she can always have power. After collecting the gasoline, Su Nian looked for a nearby place to upgrade. With the fishing rod she picked up whenever she found loot, she could pick it up immediately. Although the upgrade was not as fast as before, it was more flexible and adaptable. There were too many zombies, so she moved to a different spot. On the way, she could also return to the camper to enjoy the air conditioning and sip some cold water. The timing was just right. As night fell, Su Nian checked her upgrade progress. Level 3, 925/5000. Reaching level 3 would make the upgrade more difficult. Of course, this also depends on the zombie levels not increasing yet. Once the zombie levels go up, killing a zombie will give more experience. Right now, because she was upgrading too quickly, her experience was growing slowly. Time to stop. Looking at the sky outside, Su Nian returned to the camper with the Blood Bee Queen. After a whole afternoon, Su Wang and the Blood Bee Queen also reached level 2. Later, she planned to give Su Wang some gear, so he could go out with her. She didn't want to keep Su Wang locked inside the camper all the time. No matter how smart a child is, they can still become foolish. For dinner, Su Nian made stir-fried yellow beef, hand-torn cabbage, vegetable and meatball soup, and cooked chicken breast and 2 eggs separately for Da Huang. After replenishing her energy, Su Nian lay on the sofa to rest and took a moment to count her loot from today. This afternoon, she killed about 600 or 700 zombies. She collected a total of 71 items, including 52 tool cards and 19 level 1 crystal cores. The tool cards included common supplies for bottles of energy soda, a roll of bandages, a bottle of strength potion, a piece of new tech fabric, and a piece of bronze equipment. Su Nian checked the attributes of the bronze equipment. Name: scanning glasses, quality, bronze, level, cannot be upgraded, description, mental power 1. When worn, it allows viewing the levels of players and monsters. Su Nian's face lit up. Great item. This is a late-game bronze gear, essential for everyone. Although it can't be upgraded and adds only a small boost, its effect is very useful. Su Nian immediately put on the scanning glasses. This device is a high-tech product, usually just looks like a headset. With a gentle press of the switch, a light screen and information appear in front of her eyes. She operated it briefly, and it felt familiar. Very good. From now on, when she encounters players or monsters, she will know whether to fight or run. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Nian packed up her loot and then opened the trading market. She first completed a trade for the powerful golden boots with Qi Feishua. After obtaining the crystal core, she checked the trading backend. Today, she sold 3 bottles of chilled cola and exchanged a strength potion for a mental potion. Now, she has a total of 52 level 1 crystal cores. Should be enough to gather the materials to make a backpack. Su Nian was not very sure. High-grade alloy and new tech fabric were easy to get. But nanocrystals are rare materials, only obtainable from treasure chests or by defeating elite monsters and in dungeons. She didn't expect to find a good deal easily. She searched the market. Sure enough, there was only 1 nanocrystal for sale in the entire market. Su Nian decided to test the seller's price expectations first and sent a private message. How much for the nanocrystal? Are you looking to trade for a level 1 crystal core or some other materials? After a few seconds, she received a reply. Wei Yan. I'm fine with either. Seeing this name, Su Nian's eyes twitched. Wait, could it be a coincidence? One time, she dreamt that Wei Yan was actually with Su Tiantian. That was when she realized that Wei Yan was arranged by the creator to be Su Tiantian's partner. Their talents represented life and death. They were a destined pair. At that moment, she hated Su Tiantian very much, and she also disliked Wei Yan. So one night, she left without saying a word. Later, she died at Su Tiantian's hands. Thinking about Wei Yan's talent, which was the only thing capable of killing Su Tiantian, she decided to let go of her prejudice. Su Nian, let's do a resource exchange. I have food, drinking water, and cold drinks, but the prices are a bit higher. What do you need? Wei Yan, 500 kg of food, 500 liters of drinking water. Su Nian, deal. After receiving the crystals, Su Nian naturally sent a friend request to the other side. Wei Yan. Su Nian. Add me as a friend. If I have good stuff in the future, you can find me. Wei Yan has accepted your friend request. Upon seeing the system notification, Su Nian quickly checked her friend list. Su Wang. Level 2, title, Nun Chi Feishua. Level 3, title, can still be rescued. She looks dead, but she can still live. With this title, her defense increases by 100% when in danger. Wei Yan, level 0, title, Nun level 0? Seeing this level, Su Nian knew she must have added the wrong person. Such a low level. How could it be the main character? But since she had already added the friend, would deleting them be rude? After hesitating for a moment, Su Nian decided to stop deleting the friend. Anyway, this person didn't seem to be anywhere important, not even a level. Maybe they would disappear someday. She wasn't cursing the other person, just considering a probability. Su Nian closed the friend list and quickly forgot about this person. She was at the trading market, exchanging 9 level 1 crystal cores for the remaining materials to make a backpack. Then she went to the synthesis table in the RV living room. The synthesis table looked old, with a patch on the side. Luckily, it didn't affect its use. Su Nian studied the backpack blueprint, then added the materials into the synthesis table. Would you like to craft a 100 kilograms capacity backpack?
Su Nian clicked OK.
The synthesis table started working with a series of clicking sounds. After a few minutes, a bright light appeared on the table. 100 kg capacity backpack successfully crafted. The light faded, and a black backpack appeared on the table. Su Nian took the backpack off the table. The way to use the backpack was almost the same as the Qianhuan ink bracelet. From now on, she could take things from her space using the backpack as a cover. At this moment, Su Wang suddenly shouted in surprise. What's wrong? Su Nian asked curiously as she walked over. Look quickly. That building is glowing. Su Wang pointed outside the window. Su Nian looked in the direction Su Wang was pointing and saw a building not far away, with a top shining faintly and flickering. From her experience, it didn't look like lights or candles. It looked more like a treasure chest emitting light. Most importantly, the light from the treasure chest was visible from so far away. Could it be a silver treasure chest? Su Nian almost immediately wanted to rush over and check. But looking at the sky outside, she held back. In the past, she was alone, and no matter how dangerous, it didn't matter. But now she had Su Wang and a Huang, and she couldn't treat her life lightly. That night, Su Nian couldn't sleep well. She kept waking up to check the rooftop across the way. Only after confirming the treasure chest was still there did she close her eyes for 2 hours in the late night. The next morning, as soon as it was bright outside, Su Nian left the house fully prepared. She wore a heat-resistant coat, carried a black backpack, and used her scanning glasses, which revealed all creatures' levels in front of her. Walking into the community, Su Nian headed straight for the building with the treasure chest. But soon, she noticed something was wrong. It was too quiet. Even if all the zombies in the community had been cleared out, there should be no living people at all. Su Nian gathered all her strength and carefully entered the residential building. Besides her bow and quiver, she also had a dagger strapped to her leg. The narrow hallway was not suitable for long-range attacks. In case of a zombie ambush, using the dagger would be more appropriate. But clearly, she was overthinking. She climbed from the first floor to the 30th floor, and not a single zombie or ghost appeared. Finally reaching the rooftop, Su Nian pushed open the iron door. Under the scorching sun, she saw a lush green scene. Countless thick vines twisted and wriggled like a snake swarm on the rooftop. At the same time, her scanning glasses flashed some information. Creature type, mutant plant elite, level 3. Seeing the scene before her, Su Nian froze for a moment, then quickly closed the door with a bang. What bad luck, an elite level 3 monster. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, an elite monster can reach level 3. How many players had it devoured? She had wondered why the neighborhood was so quiet. Now she knew it was all nourishment for this plant. In terms of strength, this mutant plant was probably similar to the boss in the previous dungeon. But this plant was in vine form, and climbing over the entire neighborhood wouldn't be a problem. Trying to keep a distance and wear it down was impossible. So, she could only use a simpler, more direct method. Su Nian took out several cans of gasoline from her space, along with a bottle of white alcohol to make a Molotov cocktail. Everything was ready. She opened the rooftop iron door and started throwing things inside loudly. After a loud bang, she closed the door again. She listened as the sounds of struggling vines came from behind the door.
Su Nian smiled happily.
Is there any plant that isn't afraid of fire? In the end, mutated plants are just plants. They don't have much intelligence, only basic instincts to eat. So, dealing with them is easier than with mutated animals. As long as she finds their weak spot, she doesn't need to use much effort. Thanks to the level 3 crystal core and the treasure chest she received, she was well prepared. Next time, she hoped for even more. Su Nian waited in front of the iron door for 2 or 3 hours. The noise from the rooftop gradually lessened. Finally, when there was no more sound, she wrapped the door handle with a heat-resistant suit and slowly pushed the door open. A wave of heat hit her. On the rooftop, all around were burnt branches. But the vines attached to the outer wall still showed some signs of life. They struggled to move toward a flower pot on the rooftop. Inside the pot, a bright green crystal stone shone with dazzling light in the sunlight. Su Nian didn't give the vines a chance to get close to the crystal core. She took out her fishing rod and hooked the crystal core, pulling it into her hand. The level 3 crystal core is worth about 10 level 2 crystal cores or 100 level 1 crystal cores. In other words, this crystal core is worth at least 2 bronze weapons. Of course, she definitely wouldn't be willing to trade her level 3 crystal core for a set of bronze equipment. The difficulty of obtaining these 2 items is not even in the same league. Su Nian stored the level 3 crystal core in her space. The vines on the outer wall instantly lost their vitality and turned into withered branches that fell from the wall. She scanned the rooftop and quickly found the location of the treasure chest. Using her fishing rod, she hooked the chest and pulled it in front of her. The chest, heated by hours of high temperature, was a bit hot to the touch. Su Nian opened the chest with a heat-resistant suit, and 3 cards flew out. Name, dummy, quality, silver, description. When bound, it can act as a stand-in for the player during outings, inheriting 50% of the player's basic stats. If it receives a fatal injury, it will be completely destroyed. Name, body strengthening pill, quality, silver, description. Taking this pill permanently increases physical strength by 5. Name: melting snow stone. Quality: silver. Description: the main material for crafting or upgrading silver weapons. 1 item, 1 pill, 1 material. In terms of rarity, these are definitely not as valuable as the skill book she obtained from the silver treasure chest last time. But the quantity makes up for the quality. Especially the melting snow stone. As long as she can find a weapon upgrade scroll, she can upgrade her bronze iron bow into a silver-level weapon. Bronze weapons are very rare in the early stages of the game, not to mention the silver weapons. At that time, the efficiency of killing zombies could be greatly improved. Just thinking about it already makes her look forward to it. Sun Yan put away the dummy and the snow-melting stone, and she directly swallowed the strengthening pill. After the pill was absorbed by her body, she checked her personal information. Name: Sun Yan. Age: 19. Level: 3, 925/5000. Strength: 910. Average adult is 7. Affects basic attack power. Constitution: 16. Average adult is 8. Affects stamina and defense. Spirit: 21-4. Average adult is 6. Affects skill power and usage. Agility: 10. Average adult is 6. Affects speed and reaction. Talent: high focus. Sea-level talent. Increases concentration during battle. Makes it easier to see enemy weaknesses. Title: Zombie Slayer. Skill: Explosive Arrow. Level 0. Equipment: 1000. Illusions Ink Bracelet. Level 1. Iron Bow. Level 0. Wisdom Goddess Necklace. Level 0. Lucky Ring. Scanning glasses. The higher the basic attributes, the more they increase with each level up. Right now, her constitution is just below her spirit. If a zombie rushed to bite her, it would probably only scratch her skin and wouldn't hurt her bones. The effect of the strengthening pill is quite immediate. However, if I really get bitten by a zombie, I should use an antidote. Otherwise, I might turn into a zombie and get beaten up by players. In the next few days, Sun Yan stayed focused on killing zombies and gathering supplies, ignoring everything outside. On the 9th day of the Apocalypse game, Sun Yan reached level 4. 2,533 out of 10,000. The space inside her 1,000 Illusions ink bracelet was packed with supplies. After finishing her level up that day, Sun Yan drove her RV to a large residential area near Rong City. In just one more day, the extreme heat will end. The upcoming natural disasters will be acid rain, floods, and typhoons, 3 in a row. At that time, the RV won't be a good place to stay. Acid rain won't damage the outside of the RV, but it will corrode the solar panels and reduce power generation. Floodwaters can rise up to about the 10th floor. Typhoons could even blow the RV away. So, she must find a new place to live and prepare early. As for why she chose this neighborhood, it's because Su Tiantian's first opportunity is here. On the day the Apocalypse game started, Su Tiantian was celebrating her classmate's birthday in Jinxiu community, which caused her to be stuck at her classmate's house for a long time. Yes, Su Tiantian always says Su Nian is a student, but she herself hasn't even graduated from college yet. Later, she found her second special item in this neighborhood. A experience bottle. Before the experience bottle was digitized, it was just an ordinary cocktail bottle. Because Su Tiantian appeared, it suddenly transformed into an epic-level item. Game items are ranked as Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Epic, Legendary, Divine. Epic items are only below Legendary and Divine levels. No wonder they say the world revolves around the heroine. Timing-wise, Su Tiantian will only notice the change in the experience bottle when the flood comes. There are 11 days left, enough for her to figure out exactly where the experience bottle is. Once they arrive, Sun Yan leads Su Wang, Da Huang, and the Blood-Bee Queen out of the RV, then stores the RV in her space. Jinxiu Community is a huge residential complex that can hold tens of thousands of people. It includes high-rise buildings, mid-rise buildings, townhouses, and villas. Townhouses and villas are out of the question. They will be flooded during the flood. High-rise buildings are less comfortable than mid-rise ones. Su Tiantian's classmate lives in Building 9 of the mid-rise section. So she decided to make this building her temporary home. Jinxiu Community has many zombies, but also many players. Every day, players come and go searching for supplies, and the zombies near the entrance have been mostly cleared. They arrive smoothly at Building 9 of the mid-rise section. After arranging the Blood Bee Queen to guard the rear, Su Wang and Da Huang walk in the middle, with Su Nian leading at the front. Starting from the 10th floor, she kept an eye out for any suitable empty rooms. She found that rooms with no residents either had someone who had passed away inside or were occupied by zombies. The entire room smelled terrible, and bugs were crawling everywhere. There was no way to live there, let alone walk around. Finally, Su Nian found a large apartment on the top floor, the 16th, that was only halfway renovated. The water, electricity, floors, and walls were all finished. But there were no lights, furniture, or appliances. This was actually good, as Su Nian planned to decorate the house to her liking. She first checked the doors and windows. They were all intact, and the balcony was sealed with layered glass. Su Nian took a smart lock from her space and replaced the main door lock. For extra safety, she added a few bolts to the door. Then she took some iron sheets from a hardware store and sealed all the windows in the bedroom. Once safety was sorted, she started decorating the room. She arranged beds in 2 bedrooms, a big sofa in the living room, a dining table, a standing lamp, and a bedside lamp. She also placed a generator on the balcony. By the time she finished, it was midnight. At that moment, all the players' minds were filled with game notification sounds. Dear players, after 10 days of hot weather, the temperature will finally drop tomorrow. However, along with the cooler weather, there will also be strong acid rain. Please find a safe place to hide, and do not go outside casually. Players who received this message felt like they were on a roller coaster. After so many hot days, the cooler weather is definitely good. But what is this strong acid rain? If they don't go out, won't they starve at home? The weather forecast was released at midnight, so players have a full day to prepare. Su Nian doesn't have much to prepare. She came to Jinxiu community just to find Su Tiantian. Tomorrow, she plans to get close to Su Tiantian, hopefully find out where she lives. This is an epic level item, and she must get it. If Su Tiantian gets the experience bottle early this time, that's okay. She can still compete for it. The next morning, Su Nian woke up right at 6 o'clock. She steamed 2 baskets of buns for breakfast, then quietly left her room. Today, she's only here to meet Su Tiantian, so she didn't bring the Blood Bee Queen. She took a regular dagger from her space and started clearing zombies from the 16th floor downward. By the time she reached the 1st floor, she roughly knew which rooms still had residents. Then she waited on the 1st floor. During this time, she saw players leaving their homes to search for supplies. After 10 days, some players have gradually adapted. If you can't adapt, you have to. Many times people are forced to change. Before the apocalypse game arrived, Su Nian didn't even dare to kill chickens. In the end, didn't she treat her enemies like chickens to slaughter? Around 8 o'clock, a team of 5 or 6 people left Building 9 of the small high-rise together. Seeing one of the figures, Su Nian smiled slightly. Finally, they're here. Su Nian ruffled her hair and lowered her head as she walked toward Su Tiantian's group. Hey, can't you walk properly? A girl bumped into Su Nian's shoulder and immediately scolded with displeasure.
Saw thee.
I haven't eaten in 2 days and my legs don't listen, Su Nian quickly apologized. At this moment, Su Tiantian also noticed Su Nian and exclaimed in surprise, Su Nian? Su Nian looked up at Su Tiantian, also surprised. Sister, what are you doing here? Aren't you with Dad and the others? It's a long story. Su Tiantian looked at Su Nian's disheveled appearance and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Since she was brought back to the Su family, she was constantly compared to Su Nian by outsiders. Su Nian was pretty, performed well in school, and had a wealthy grandfather. She lived in the countryside, was plain-looking, and didn't do as well in college as Su Nian. Her mother was a mistress who married into the family. The comparison was simply too harsh. She had endured a lot of gossip and rumors over the years. Perhaps even heaven pitied her, for the apocalypse suddenly arrived without warning. She awakened the highest level S-rank talent. No one could kill her. While others feared catching the zombie virus, she was not afraid at all. Even if she was captured or bitten, she could heal instantly. In this world, she was already invincible. In contrast, Su Nian had fallen so low she couldn't even afford to eat. Her once beautiful face was now sunburned and rough, completely different from the cold, elegant beauty she used to be. What could anyone compare to her? Tian, is this your sister? The girl who was just hit looked at Su Nian with a scrutinizing gaze. The others also looked unfriendly when they saw Su Nian's face. In Su Tiantian's words, her sister was stubborn and bossy, often bullying her at home, a truly mean person. Let me introduce everyone. This is my sister Su Nian, Su Tian said confidently, introducing her to her friends. Then she turned and said, Sister, come join us to gather supplies. I'm about to level up to 2, and I definitely won't let you go hungry. Su Tian had never felt so happy. She wanted to keep Su Nian close, so Su Nian could only look up to her forever. It seemed that only this way could make up for the wrongs she had suffered over the years. Really? Su Nian's eyes lit up. She hadn't even started to perform yet, and Su Tian had already pulled her into the group. She thought of many excuses. Sweetheart, let your sister show her talent. Our supplies are already low, and if she comes along, life will be even harder, said Songyu, one of Su Sweetie's close friends. She had always disliked Su Nian. When she saw Su Sweetie trying to include Su Nian in the group, she looked displeased and spoke. Su Sweetie was curious about Su Nian's talent, so she asked, Sister, please show your talent. We all know each other well, so it's better if you share. Okay. Su Nian uploaded her talent to the chat. C grade. Songyu rolled her eyes. Of course, she's just a burden. Not that bad. Su Sweetie smiled happily. It's okay. I will find a way to gather the food my sister needs. You don't have to worry. Hearing this, everyone's expressions improved a little. Sweetie, you're so kind. Have you forgotten how she used to treat you? Songyu looked like she wanted to defend Su Sweetie. Yeah, don't say that. Su Nian is my only sister. I would never ignore her, Su Sweetie replied kindly. Everyone's impression of Su Sweetie improved after hearing this. In this environment, even though her stepsister used to bully her, she still remained kind-hearted. What a noble quality. As for Su Nian, her malicious mind was bad enough, but now she shamelessly clung to Su Sweetie like a leech. Everyone agreed that if real danger came, they wouldn't care about Su Nian. At that moment, another figure appeared from the staircase. Songyu quickly waved to the person. Brother Su, we're here. Su Nian looked in the direction of Songyu's gaze and saw Su Zihui, who had escaped from her hands a week ago. He was walking over with his hands in his pockets, looking very confident. But when he saw Su Nian, he froze in place. Terrible memories flooded his mind, making his legs tremble slightly. Zihui, what's wrong? Your face looks so pale, Su Tian asked worriedly as she stepped forward. Who is she? Su Zihui swallowed hard and nervously looked towards Su Nian, asking. Although Su Nian was wearing a mask and goggles the day Su Zihui died, he still remembered her figure. This person, even if turned to ashes, he would recognize her. Su Tian didn't know what Su Zihui was thinking. Seeing him pay so much attention to Su Nian right after arriving, she felt a bit annoyed and said, She's the stepsister I told you about. So, you like this type? Do you want me to introduce her to you? Recently, Su Zihui had been pursuing her, and they were almost at the stage of flirting. But then the apocalypse game suddenly appeared. She awakened an S-level talent, but Su Zihui only awakened an A-level talent. Even from a matchmaking perspective, they weren't really suitable for each other. So she wanted to distance herself from Su Zihui. But when she saw Su Zihui's gaze linger on Su Nian, her competitive spirit flared up again. Is she your stepsister? Su Zihui looked at Su Nian a few more times, still thinking she looked just like that person. However, that person used a bow and arrow, while Su Nian only had a small dagger. And Su Nian's demeanor was harmless and gentle, very different from that fierce person. Could she really have mistaken someone? Ignore you. Seeing Su Zihui keep staring at Su Nian, Su Tiantian stomped her foot and ran away. Only then did Su Zihao realize and quickly chased after her. As he passed by Su Nian, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He immediately lowered his head and ran even faster. "Why are you just standing there? Let's go." Song Yu glared at Su Nian angrily. "Such a fox spirit, even trying to charming your sister's boyfriend. I've never seen someone so shameless." "You don't have to insult yourself like that," Su Nian said without giving Song Yu a second look, then followed towards Su Tiantian and Su Zihao. Hearing this, Song Yu initially felt guilty. But then she realized, this brat, she actually dared to talk back to her? Just now, Su Nian's timid attitude was all an act. When Su Nian caught up with Su Tiantian and Su Zihao, it seemed they had already cleared up their misunderstanding. Su Zihua looked at Su Nian's eyes and no longer doubted her like before. A person with only a C-level talent, too poor to even buy food, couldn't have such strong strength on the second day of the apocalypse. It seems he was too cautious. Currently, when equipment and skills are very rare, everyone judges a person's strength based on their talent. Su Zihua was no exception. So, after learning about Su Nian's talent, all his doubts disappeared. "Little sister, this is my classmate Su Zihua. You can call him Brother Su from now on," Su Tiantian introduced Su Nian proactively. "Hello, Brother Su." Su Nian smiled and looked at Su Zihua. Hearing Su Nian's voice, Su Zihua suddenly felt uncomfortable again. Why does her voice sound so similar? Oh no, oh no. He kept seeing that woman in everyone he looked at now. Was he really losing his mind? At this moment, Song Yu and others also came out. Su Tiantian looked at everyone and said, "Let's go to the supermarket 3 kilometers away. The Jinxiu community is too crowded and the surrounding streets might have been looted." Today, many players went out to gather supplies. The originally quiet streets now looked like a market. As long as you weren't blind, it was obvious there wouldn't be much to find nearby. Tiantian always thinks ahead. Song Yu couldn't help but flatter Su Tiantian. The others had no objections, and the plan for today was set. On the way to the supermarket, Su Nian finally saw what a heroine's aura looks like. Su Zihao's talent is Earth Affinity. He first controls the soil to trap the zombie, then Su Tiantian goes in to finish it off. Together, they can defeat a zombie in just a few seconds. However, most of the experience points go to Su Tiantian, making Su Zihao seem more like a worker. Besides that, the zombies Su Tiantian kills drop loot at an astonishing rate. In just 3 kilometers, Su Tiantian found a bronze-level equipment, 3 rare materials, and the most common item was a resource card, which completely shocked Su Nian. In her previous life, after reuniting with her family, she was busy fighting zombies, never knowing that Su Tiantian had been secretly developing and gathering a lot of supplies and gear. With Su Tiantian's incredible luck, no wonder she works so hard to improve herself, but in the end, she only ends up feeding zombies. As they approached the supermarket, Su Tiantian found another bronze-level quest scroll. What kind of strange quest is this? I even have to fight elite monsters. Su Tiantian complained immediately after getting the scroll. But Su Nian was stunned. In the past 9 days, she had killed thousands of zombies, but had never seen a quest scroll. Now, Su Tiantian had obtained one easily. It's important to know that quest scrolls are extremely rare, dropping less than 1 in 10,000. Completing the tasks on the scroll can give a lot of experience points and skill books that match her talents. All key missions reward star coin. Is this our main heroine? Su Nian didn't get discouraged. Instead, she felt a bit excited. If Su Tiantian keeps having such good luck, then periodically robbing her could make us a lot of money. Worried that Su Tiantian might use the mission scroll, Su Nian gently reminded her, "I heard that elite monsters are very strong, and now most players are above level 3. Level 3? Su Tiantian was shocked. I'm still about 200 experience points away from level 2. How can I fight a level 3 elite monster? Forget it, I think I'll sell this mission scroll on the trading market. The rewards are so good. I can definitely buy a skill book instead, but this mission reward star coin, which I've never seen in the trading market. It might be a rare resource that's hard to get." Su Zihao disagreed. In that case, I'll keep the mission scroll for now. When our team gets stronger later, we can take on this mission. Does everyone agree? Su Tian asked the others. Just go with your decision, Tian. We have no objections, Song Yu quickly said. Seeing Song Yu's response, the others didn't dare to speak up, even if they had opinions. Actually, their team isn't very balanced. Besides Su Tian, everyone else is still at level 0. Even Su Zihao is the same, although Su Tian has high talent. However, using resources meant for everyone to support Su Tian alone still makes people feel a bit uncomfortable. But this conflict hasn't exploded yet. Everyone is just quietly murmuring to themselves and not really opposing anything openly. Su Tian put the task scroll into her backpack, then she and Su Zihue led the way into the supermarket. Su Nian deliberately fell behind a few steps. Once everyone was inside, she left the fake stand-in and the game backpack at the entrance. There was no special meaning behind it. She just liked the task scroll and planned to grab it first to use. Then she took out a metal bow and quiver from her backpack and prepared her equipment. Su Nian sent a small part of her awareness to control the dummy to walk into the supermarket. After finding a good spot, the dummy drew the bow and aimed at Su Tian's forehead. Just as Su Tian moved away from the crowd, she suddenly released the bowstring. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Su Tian's head suddenly exploded. She collapsed weakly to the ground, and her backpack fell at her feet. Su Nian seized the moment, controlling the dummy to use a fishing rod to hook the backpack and pull it into her hand. Then she turned around and disappeared into the dimly lit supermarket. Tian. At this moment, Su Zihue and others realized Su Tian had been shot in the head and quickly gathered around her. Su Nian also pretended to be worried and followed. They saw Su Tian twitch a few times. Although she was already dead, she suddenly opened her eyes without warning. Her eyes had no pupils, only the whites, and they were full of blood vessels. Anyone unfamiliar might think she was transforming. Song Yu was frightened by Su Tian's appearance and took 2 steps back. Su Zihue also frowned with disgust, mainly because Su Tian looked too terrifying. Anyone who saw her wouldn't think she was still alive. After twitching for about half a minute, Su Tian suddenly sat up stiffly and then reached out to pull out the iron arrow from her forehead. In an instant, both red and white fluids spilled out. But in just a blink, her wounds healed quickly, and her eyes returned to normal. Who dares to attack me? Su Tian stood up as if nothing had happened. As soon as she opened her mouth, the mixed red and white substance flowed into it. Su Tian wiped her mouth with her hand. When she saw what it was, she immediately gagged and vomited out the contents like a burst of diarrhea. The scene was very shocking. Su Zihue and others couldn't help but start vomiting too. Suddenly, the area was filled with retching sounds. Su Nian frowned as she watched. These people still need to strengthen their mental toughness. After all, Su Tian has faced even more bizarre ways to die, like decapitation or dismemberment. Probably to show how powerful Su Tian's talent is, similar scenes are often written in books. Su Zihue forced himself to resist the nausea, took out a pack of wet wipes from his backpack, and handed it to Su Tian, saying, "The other person is after the mission scroll. We were probably targeted outside the supermarket." Su Tian cleaned the bloodstains from her face with the wet wipes. Although she knew she was immortal, she had never been hurt so badly before. This made her very angry inside. "Don't let me catch that person." Su Tian gritted her teeth. "Hurry up and gather supplies. We don't know if the other person will attack again," Su Zihue warned cautiously. "Now he gets PTSD whenever he sees a bow and arrow. We can only be glad that the arrow didn't hit his head." Su Nian didn't say a word the whole time, quietly standing nearby like a transparent person. When everyone went to gather supplies, she sneaked behind a row of shelves, collecting her small disguised dummy and the 2 backpacks beside it. After grabbing the items, Su Nian casually packed some food and then went to meet Su Tian and the others. Someone was bitten by a zombie in the warehouse earlier. "It's chaos now, and we need to leave immediately," Su Zihu, carrying a large bag on his back and holding a few smaller bags, said urgently. It's best not to contact other players. If we run into someone infected with the zombie virus, it could be trouble, Song Yu said anxiously. Su Tiantian didn't mind. She wasn't afraid of the zombie virus anyway. They carried their bags and headed out of the supermarket. But halfway there, suddenly, screams rang out, and a large number of zombies flooded out of the store. Oh no, run, Su Zihu shouted, stomping his foot on the ground. A low wall about 70 or 80 centimeters high rose in front of the checkout counter. It couldn't stop the zombie horde, but it bought them a little time to escape. They ran wildly for a few hundred meters. Seeing that the zombies weren't chasing them, Su Tiantian and the others finally relaxed. My mental energy is exhausted. We shouldn't encounter any more zombie groups on the way, or it will be very dangerous, Su Zihu panted. Thanks to Brother Su, his talent really came in handy, or so it seems, a chubby boy in the team said aloud. Zhou Yang asked, You mean Tiantian's talent isn't useful? Song Yu translated, Tiantian's talent is powerful, but it doesn't help us much. If we get hurt, we might not survive. Su Nian looked at Zhou Yang. In the original story, this chubby boy often opposed Su Tiantian and was a negative character. But Su Nian felt that what he said made sense. All right, stop arguing. Zihao is very strong already, Su Tiantian said, trying to calm everyone down, even though she felt a bit uncomfortable. She knew her own talent didn't help much in fights, so she needed someone around her. Don't just look at the present. Tiantian's talent will be very strong in the future. Su Zihao also spoke up for Su Tiantian. Seeing Su Zihao support her, Zhou Yang rolled his eyes and didn't say anything more. They returned safely to Jinxiu community. Su Nian followed Su Tiantian and others to the 8th floor apartment. Su Nian looked around the room. As expected, the legendary item was probably here. Tiantian, I just checked, and there might not be any extra room for your sister to stay in, Su Zihao said to Su Tiantian. It's okay. I'll find a place to stay soon. Once I do, I'll move out. Before Su Tiantian could speak, Su Nian took the lead and said, As for when she would find a house, it depended on when she found that special item. Su Tiantian didn't really want to get along well with Su Nian, but since she was brought back by her, she could only reply vaguely, Then you should go find a house quickly. Zihue only has 4 bedrooms, so it wouldn't be suitable for you to move in. Got it, Su Nian happily agreed. Seeing Su Nian so obedient, Su Zihue didn't bother to chase her away anymore. He just felt uneasy whenever he saw Su Nian's figure, so he instinctively wanted to stay away. At noon, Song Yu cooked a big pot of plain noodles and mixed in a bottle of Lao Ganma sauce. That was everyone's lunch. Su Nian ate a little and then volunteered to wash the pot and dishes, and afterward, she picked up a cloth to clean. Tian, your sister doesn't seem as bossy as you said. She looks quite sensible, Zhou Yang said. All of them were lazy. If they didn't clean for a week or 2, their rooms would look like a dog's den. Even Su Zihue couldn't argue with that. Since Su Nian joined their group, besides not being able to kill zombies, she seemed perfect in every other way. She listened to everything she was told and was quite obedient and sensible. After such a big change, anyone's personality would change, Su Tiantian said with a forced smile. She has always held a bias against Su Nian and tends to complain a bit in front of her friends. But the fact is, Su Nian and she are not on good terms. In the past at home, Su Nian always overshadowed her. Now, with the apocalypse game happening, Su Nian is trying to please others just to have a place to stay. Thinking of this, Su Tiantian feels happier. Su Nian is holding a cloth, wiping every bottle and jar in the room. In the end, she finds that the cocktail bottle is missing. But in the story, Su Tiantian clearly found the experience bottle in this room. There must be some places she missed. Su Nian's gaze falls on the pile of supplies in the living room, which they brought back from the supermarket today. Only these items are left unchecked. Su Nian drops the cloth and walks toward the pile of supplies in the corner of the living room. Hey, what are you doing? You can't move these supplies. Song Yu quickly stops her when she sees. Just looking for something to drink, Su Nian says casually, rummaging through the shopping bags. Drink, drink, drink? What are you drinking? Tomorrow there will be acid rain, and we can't go outside. If you drink the water now, what will we do later? Song Yu says sharply. Song Yu, she cleaned the room very well. What's wrong with having a drink? Zhou Yang couldn't help but speak up for Su Nian. Yeah, I saw Su Nian didn't eat much at noon. We have plenty of supplies here, so there's no need to be so harsh on her. Someone nearby also agreed. What do you mean by mistreatment? I'm only thinking of everyone, Song Yu said stubbornly. In just a few words, Su Nian had already locked onto her target. It was a box full of colorful cocktails. One pink cocktail was bubbling and faintly shimmering with some golden dust floating around. Su Nian decisively took that bottle of cocktail. Name, experience bottle, quality, epic, description. Just add water to the experience bottle, and it will keep accumulating experience. The longer it's stored, the more experience it gains. Found it. Su Nian let out a breath of relief. The description of the experience bottle seemed a bit ordinary. After all, there are many ways to gain experience. But what makes the experience bottle special is that it can be used on any living thing. In other words, even Da Huang can drink the water from the experience bottle and instantly evolve into a mutated creature. The same applies to plants. The only downside is that the amount is small. Otherwise, the experience bottle could be used to mass-produce mutated animals and plants, maximizing their value. Su Nian put the experience bottle into her pocket and then turned to say, Tell Su Tiantian I'm going out to find a house. I won't be back tonight. After saying that, Su Nian left without looking back. The people in the living room looked at each other in surprise. Are you leaving just like that? Su Nian returned to the 16th floor and saw Su Wang happily slurping snail rice noodles. Over the past week, Su Wang not only learned how to wash dishes, but also started cooking some quick meals by himself. Although he often broke bowls, switching to plastic ones made it no problem. Big sister, you're back. Do you want some snail rice noodles? I can cook some for you, Su Wang asked while slurping. I've already eaten. You eat more, Su Nian said, taking a bottle of experience from her pocket. She went to Da Huang's water bowl and replaced all the water with the water from the experience bottle. Come here, Da Huang, Su Nian called, waving her hand. Da Huang wagged his tail and came over. Try this, Su Nian said, pointing at the water bowl. Da Huang sniffed the water and took a cautious sip or two. At first, Da Huang was very reserved, but as he drank more, he became faster. He finished the small bowl of water, still seeming a bit eager for more. Suddenly, Da Huang collapsed painfully to the ground. His body doubled in size visibly, and his claws and teeth became sharper and more pointed. However, his gaze towards Su Nian remained pitiful, as if he didn't understand why this was happening. Stand up, walk a few steps. Your leg's not broken, Su Nian said, patting Da Huang's head. Seeing Da Huang's change, Su Wang also came over out of curiosity. Why does Da Huang seem to have grown bigger? That's right. From now on, Da Huang can stay with us for a long time, Su Nian said with a smile. Da Huang twitched its body and blinked its eyes in confusion. It seems to no longer be in pain. It stood up from the ground, moving as if it was using this body for the first time, walking a bit awkwardly. Wow, Da Huang, you look so cool. Su Wang's eyes sparkled like little stars again. Hearing the compliment from his little owner, Da Huang proudly lifted its head. At that moment, Su Nian suddenly received a private message from Qi Feishua. Qi Feishua. Sisters, I found a team dungeon. Are you interested? It takes 10 people to enter, and the rewards are at least silver level. We're few people short. Seeing the message, Su Nian's mind moved quickly. She replied immediately. Where are you? From what she learned over the past few days, Su Nian knew Qi Feishua was also from Rong City. If she was nearby, she still had a chance to join this team dungeon. Qi Feishua. I'm on Dongping Street. The dungeon is quite difficult. I plan to gather everyone first and go after the rainy weather and disasters are over. Otherwise, it's hard for everyone to go out. Su Nian. Okay, save a spot for me. Qi Feishua, no problem. You're my top main player. I'll add you to the group soon, and everyone can get to know each other. Going into the dungeon requires teamwork. Getting to know your teammates is the most basic step. So, when she saw Chief Feishua's invitation to join the group chat, she simply clicked accept. However, when she entered, she saw a familiar name. Lin Yanzhou, the owner of the S-level talent, Thunder God's Power, calls himself the Little Prince of Thunder and Lightning. He is also a regular team member with Wei Yan. In the previous life, during the time Sun Yan was in Wei Yan's team, she got along pretty well with Lin Yanzhou. But this guy is a bit annoying. He's the type who gets itchy if he doesn't fight for 3 days. With him around, this dungeon run probably won't go smoothly. As for why Sun Yan is sure this guy is someone she knows, it's because he proudly displayed all his talent attributes in the team introduction, even highlighting his talent in red and bold font, like he's trying to make sure everyone notices. Chief Feishua, let me introduce everyone. This is our new team member, Sun Yan. Later, Yanzhou, Sun Yan, and I will be the main damage dealers. We just need 3 more support players. Lu Yuan, Sun Yan? Are you the same Sun Yan who once killed 1,000 zombies in Jinyang District in 1 day and earned the 1,000 Corpses / achievement? Gao Bowen. Most likely. Anyone Feishua invites is usually top-notch. Lin Yanzhou. Sorry to ask, are you a student at Rongqing Art College? Could you send me a private photo? Chief Feishua. Lin Yanzhou, can you be serious? We're in a dungeon team chat, not here to bother the female teammates. Su Mei. Feishua, please have the new member send the data. Why are they so unaware? Sun Yan knows that in team battles, sharing information is unavoidable. But she's not worried about revealing her identity. During battles, she can just disguise her appearance. Thinking of this, Sun Yan sent out her basic information. Name: Sun Yan, level 4, talent, high focus, C grade, title, Zombie Slayer, overall combat power, 2367. When this information was posted in the group chat, everyone fell silent. After a long while, someone finally spoke. Lu Yuan, sister, you're really impressive. A C-grade talent and a combat power higher than Big Brother Yanzhou. Can you teach me how you did it? Gao Bowen. No wonder you're the zombie slayer. Level 4. How many zombies must you have killed? No wonder Feishua wants you to be the main attacker. Su Mei. But a C-grade talent is too low. I have a classmate with an A-grade talent, and I think he should be the main attacker. That way, everyone is safer. Chief Feishua. Talent doesn't mean everything. If your classmate is really so strong, why is his A-grade talent only level 1? His overall power isn't even a fraction of Sun Yan's. I brought you in because of your brother's reputation. As for team selection, don't interfere. Chief Feishua didn't know that Sun Yan's talent was only C-grade at this point. Now I understand that she did not look down on or underestimate anyone. Instead, she admired Sun Yan even more. With a C-level talent, her overall combat ability is higher than all of theirs. This only shows that Sun Yan has worked harder. Even if her strength is mainly built through equipment, levels cannot be faked. Although she and Lin Yanzhou are also at level 4, Sun Yan's experience progress is definitely higher than theirs. After all, she has a good friend named Sun Yan. She knows exactly when Sun Yan reached level 4. Meanwhile, Lin Yanzhou, after seeing Sun Yan's profile, secretly sent it to someone on his friend list. Lin Yanzhou. Today, Feishua brought a zombie hunter to raid the dungeon. She has the same name as your special someone. I asked if she's from Rongqing Art College, but she didn't reply. Wei Yan looked at the player profile Lin Yanzhou sent, and then checked his own friend list. Same person? Wei Yan, is there still space in your team? Seeing this, Lin Yanzhou immediately perked up. What, you want to join the raid again? I called you several times before, but you didn't come. Now you have to call me bro first, then I might consider letting Feishua invite you. Wei Yan. Get lost. 2 minutes later, Lin Yanzhou added Wei Yan to the raid group. Lin Yanzhou. This is my buddy. Like the zombie hunter, he's also a quiet person who doesn't talk much. But he has an S-level talent, so he can definitely handle supporting roles. Hi Bowen. Our team is so strong. Are these 3 S-rank members? Lu Yuan. letting S-rank experts assist? That's a waste. Sun Yan saw the message in the group chat and was slightly surprised. Did Lin Yanzhou invite Wei Yan? Then this guy must be the main character himself. But Sun Yan clicked on his name and found she was already friends with him. She looked at the group and then at her friends list. The same person? Turns out this guy used a hidden profile item. She had thought it would be very difficult to contact Wei Yan in this life. She couldn't just go and save Wei Yan again. By then, Wei Yan had already met Su Tiantian, so it was too late. But she never expected that players on the leaderboard could easily recognize each other. Most of the high-level resources in the game are controlled by this group of people. They often exchange information, and over time, they become familiar. Like this dungeon team, if it weren't for her strength, Chief Feishua wouldn't have invited her. She also didn't expect to confirm Wei Yan's identity in this way. Wei Yan hadn't spoken in the group chat. Sun Yan didn't privately message him either. After thinking for a moment, she sent a friend request to Lin Yanzhou. She wanted to subtly find out who was more important than Su Tiantian. She aimed to make Wei Yan owe her a big favor before he got to know Su Tiantian. After receiving Sun Yan's friend request, Lin Yanzhou immediately went to show Wei Yan a screenshot, saying, "Did you see that? Your goddess added me as a friend." Wei Yan frowned. Why does she love adding strangers as friends? Wei Yan, reject. Lin Yanzhou, why should I reject? I won't. La la la. After saying that, Lin Yanzhou quickly accepted Sun Yan's friend request and sent her a sticker. Omega, smiley face killer sister. What can I do for you? Seeing Lin Yanzhou acting so cheeky, Sun Yan resisted the urge to block him. She casually gave a reason. I have a few bronze equipment items. Others probably can't afford them, so I wanted to ask if you need any. Then, Sun Yan sent all 3 bronze equipment pieces she had saved up, plus the gear she snatched from Su Tiantian this morning, to Lin Yanzhou. Since she didn't really need these items, she preferred to exchange them for crystal cores to buy other resources, which would help her improve more. Lin Yanzhou forwarded all of Sun Yan's messages to Wei Yan without missing a single one, saying, "Killer Sister has quite a few items in stock. See if there's anything you want to buy." Wei Yan replied, "Tell her to come find me if she needs anything." What does it mean to like your equipment? This way of expressing is too abstract. Was the language teacher also a sports coach? In the few seconds when Sun Yan was lost in thought, Wei Yan had already sent a private message. "I want all those pieces of equipment. What do you want to trade for?" "All of them." So generous and wealthy. Sun Yan originally wanted to value the equipment at market price and convert it into crystal cores, but then she changed her mind. "Do you sell items that hide your friend information?" She wanted to seize an opportunity from Su Tiantian and would need to contact that person frequently. Adding as a friend was inevitable, but if she added as a friend, she would immediately be exposed. So right now, what she needed most was the item on Wei Yan. But she was just asking. If Wei Yan didn't sell, she would go to the market to look around. As long as the price was right, she could definitely find it eventually. Just as Sun Yan sent the message, she received a trade request from Wei Yan. Looking at her friend list, Wei Yan's profile now showed level 6 title, God of Killers, Crazy Killer, all attributes increased by 500%. Seeing Wei Yan's level, Sun Yan realized she had underestimated the top players on the leaderboard. She thought her level could catch up to Qi Feishua and Lin Yanzhou, but compared to the top players, she was probably not far behind. But now, Wei Yan was already at level 6. You should know that Wei Yan's talent is so impressive that he is only ranked in the top 3. Doesn't that mean the first and second places are even higher? Each of them is really extraordinary. However, with the experience bottle, her progress should barely keep up with the top group. Sun Yan withdrew her thoughts and sent a few pieces of equipment to Wei Yan. After the trade, she checked the item details. Name, business card editing pen, quality, silver, description. You can freely modify your friend's business card. When out and about, your identity is whatever you choose. Feel free to edit. A silver level item? Doesn't that mean Wei Yan is at a disadvantage? Thinking that she might need Wei Yan's help in the future, Sun Yan decided to give up on trying to get a bargain. She privately messaged him. Let me give you some other things. This is a silver item, and you have 4 ordinary bronze pieces. You probably can't afford them. Wei Yan, no need, this isn't very useful to me. I don't add friends randomly. Not adding friends randomly? Sun Yan obviously didn't believe that. Last time she added him, he agreed. But since Wei Yan said so, she wouldn't insist on giving him something expensive. Forcing someone isn't good. Sun Yan took out the editing pen from the trade menu and started to doodle on her own business card. After a moment, her business card changed to level 0 with a title. Hungry Hungry. You are like a ghost of hunger. Wearing this title increases your fullness by 10%. This title only requires her to go hungry for 3 days. It fits her current character well. Also, the information edited with a marker is only for others to see and does not affect her original title's effect. Sun Yan was very satisfied. She turned off the trading market and looked outside. It was still early, so she decided to complete her task in the afternoon. At least she could learn a skill. The more skills she learned, the better she could handle different situations. Sun Yan used the task scroll she snatched from Su Tiantian. Task: kill the designated elite monster. Reward: some experience, a random bronze level skill book ×1, starry coins ×3. After using the task scroll, an arrow appeared in Sun Yan's view, showing she was less than 800 meters from the target elite monster. She followed the arrow out of the community and soon found a level 1 mutated rat beside a foul water ditch. Yes, Sun Yan had been scaring Su Tiantian before. Currently, most monsters are at levels 1 to 2. Only in rare cases do exceptions occur, like the vine she encountered earlier on the rooftop. Sun Yan took her iron bow from her back and shot a few arrows, quickly defeating the mutated rat. A game notification sounded. Task completed. Congratulations! You have gained 500 experience points, 1 skill book, and 3 star coins. Skill: Mark, Quality, Bronze level, 0/10. Description: mark an enemy target, reduce their defense, and ensure your attacks always hit unless interrupted. Attacks will not stop unless forcibly interrupted. After reading the skill description, Sun Yan smiled. This skill seems perfectly suited for her. Using the mark with explosive arrows. What's the difference from a missile? Sun Yan learned the skill immediately and tested it on a few nearby zombies. She found that the maximum marking distance was only 10 meters. However, after upgrading the skill, the maximum distance increased to 20 meters. It seems this skill has good growth potential. As long as the skill level is high enough, reaching a marking distance of several hundred meters should not be a problem. Sun Yan opened her panel to check her personal information. Name: Sun Yan. Age: 19. Level 4, 3016/10,000. Strength: 1011. Average adult is 7. Effects: basic attack power. Constitution: 18. Average adult is 8. Effects: stamina and defense. Spirit: 23/5. Average adult is 6. Effects: skill power and usage. Agility: 11. Average adult is 6. Effects: speed and reaction. Talent: high focus. C-grade talent. Increases concentration during battle. Makes it easier to see enemy weaknesses. Title: Zombie Slayer skills. Explosive arrow, level 1. Marking, level 1. Equipment: 1000 Illusions Ink Bracelet, level 1. Iron Bow, level 1. Goddess of Wisdom Necklace, level 1. Lucky Ring. Scanning glasses recently. She gained an extra level 1 crystal core, so she upgraded all her equipment and skills that could be improved. Now, she still needs a defensive item. Defense gear, like weapons, is rare and in high demand. Plus, defense gear is suitable for everyone. In some ways, the demand for defense gear even exceeds that for weapons. However, she plans not to go out in the next few days. When the time comes, she will browse the trading market. Even if she can't find the perfect armor, buying items like a protective mirror can still be useful. At that moment, Sun Yan noticed that beside the mutated mouse, there was a dropped loot item. She went over first to pick up the mouse's body, then checked the contents of the item card. Invisibility potion recipe. Required materials: Xian water mushroom ×1, lizard eye ×1, golden sandstone ×1. It was an invisibility potion. This is essential for sneaky actions, or, more accurately, for carrying out justice. Thinking about how soon Su Tiantian would receive a rare gold-tier item, she couldn't wait to show off her skills. After completing her task, Su Nian spent several more hours outside fighting zombies until it was almost dark, then hurried back to Jinxiu community. By then, the temperature outside had already started to drop. Players, overwhelmed by the heat, were eagerly looking forward to tomorrow. While acid rain was dangerous, staying indoors was enough to avoid it. The heat of over 50 degrees was much harder to endure. It was only a matter of not leveling up or collecting supplies outside. As long as she survived 10 days, life could go on as usual. At midnight, the acid rain began to fall on time. The temperature suddenly dropped to around 20 degrees. At this temperature, just covering oneself with a blanket and wearing a light jacket made it very comfortable. Just when everyone thought the hard days might be over, reality hit hard and gave everyone a slap. The next day, Su Nian woke up at 6 as usual. Normally, at this time, it would already be daylight. But today, outside is very dark. Su Nian walks to the window. She sees a world covered in blood-red color. The sky is dark red, with heavy acid rain falling, and buildings are rusted as if corroded by the rain. Red rainwater is almost flooding the entrance of the first floor. In just one night, Blue Star seems to have turned into a hell on earth, no longer the same as before. At this moment, smart people have already realized what's happening. It's only the first day, and the acid rain has already reached the doorstep. All the supplies in supermarkets, stores, granaries, and factories are likely to be affected. Farmland is soaked in acid rain, probably ruined completely. Realizing this, players feel like the sky is falling. It's not just about surviving 10 days anymore. After 10 days, everyone will be starving. And that's not the worst part. Su Nian puts on her scanning glasses. She sees that all the zombies have upgraded to level 2. Some are taller, some have changed bodies, some can jump onto platforms 2 or 3 meters high, and some have developed sucker-like organs on their hands to help them climb tall buildings easily. If the first 10 days were just a period for players to get used to things, from today on, the apocalypse truly begins. When she has nothing to do, Su Nian opens the regional chat channel to take a look. The acid rain is so scary. I saw someone get caught in it and their whole body started to rot. I live on the first floor. All my furniture was ruined by the acid rain. Have you guys seen the zombies outside? They've all evolved into superhumans, flying and moving around. I've been fighting zombies for 10 days, but I still haven't leveled up, while the zombies are already at level 2. How will we survive in the days ahead? Brothers and sisters, I advise everyone to reinforce your doors and windows. If you have a balcony, try to move somewhere safer. Many zombies can climb walls now. The building across from me is covered with them. Shouldn't you check your own building's exterior walls? Even though it was only a little after 6, no one felt sleepy anymore. They said that a few days ago, fighting zombies was as easy as cutting vegetables, no difficulty at all. But now they're waiting for what's next. However, Su Nian wasn't too worried. Although the zombies had leveled up, most of them were still fragile, except for a few with enhanced physiques. It's just that leveling up isn't as easy as before. Killing one zombie is still simple, and she was never really worried about the zombies. Su Nian looked at the chat channel for a while, then switched to the trading market. She first clicked on her display window and took down the chilled soda she hadn't sold yet. With the weather changing, she needed to update the items in her display. During this time, she sold over 50 bottles of chilled cola, earning a steady income of 4 or 5 crystal cores almost every day. In addition, she accumulated the drops from zombie kills and materials she sold. Now, she has 320 level 1 crystal cores. These cores are enough to buy a piece of armor. It all depends on whether the market has stock. Today's trading market, in both quantity and variety of goods, is completely different from when the game first launched. There are dozens of pages just for bronze equipment. But Su Nian quickly browsed through and found most of it was common stuff, and she didn't see a single piece of armor. Since she didn't find the equipment she wanted, she reluctantly filtered skill books. Compared to equipment, skill books are even rarer. Most players will prioritize using the skills they get. Only when they have enough strength to survive and extra skill books will they consider selling them. However, Sun Yan's search did yield some results. She immediately spotted a skill book ranked first in price. Skill: Purify, Quality, Bronze Level, 00/10. Description: After use, removes all control effects on oneself. The level and quality of control effects cannot exceed the skill's own quality and level. Each use within the same day increases the cooldown by 30 seconds. This is actually a skill for controlling others. Sun Yan immediately decided she must get it. Although she is now wearing bronze gear, has a high level, and uses silver level attack skills, she fears encountering a player with control skills. If they control her for just 1 to 2 seconds, it would be enough to end her life. This is the situation Sun Yan fears most. Looking at the skill's price, 500 level, 1 crystal cores, she can't afford it even if she spends all her money. But prices are negotiable. Sun Yan sent a private message to the seller. 300 level, 1 crystal cores plus 200 pounds of food. Would you trade? Soon, the seller replied. Not in need of food. Sun Yan asked, what about 100 pounds of fresh vegetables and 100 pounds of fresh pork? It's normal that the seller doesn't need food. They are willing to sell a skill book, so they definitely have plenty of skills and have killed many zombies. However, after 10 days of high heat, fresh meat and vegetables have become more scarce than skill books. Plus, with the upcoming 10 days of acid rain, fresh ingredients are almost impossible to find. In the future, besides buying from game merchants with star coins, it will be very hard to find such food elsewhere. The seller asked, Are you sure you're not tricking me? How do you store food in this hot weather? Sun Yan replied, with a game backpack. Seller: He obviously knows about the game backpack, which can store dozens to hundreds of pounds of items and even keep them fresh. To preserve fresh pork and vegetables, he would need to get the backpack on the first day of the game. What luck! But after thinking for a moment, he declined. I can't find a second skill book like mine on the market. Unless you're willing to trade your game backpack for it. That way, I won't need your crystal core. Just give me the backpack and the fresh pork and vegetables. When Sun Yan heard this, she immediately smiled. This guy really knows how to pick. But she can craft a game backpack anytime. So she made her own offer. I have the blueprint for the backpack. Besides what I mentioned earlier, I can help you craft one for free. You just need to provide the materials. How about that? Her current backpack is used to hide the 1,000 Illusions ink bracelet, so she can't just trade it away. But offering to craft one for free is acceptable. She has the blueprint, and it won't cost her anything. The seller thought for a moment and replied, Okay, send me the crafting recipe. I'll gather the materials. Sun Yan took out the crafting table from the RV and sent the seller a list of materials needed to make the backpack. They agreed that once they collected all the materials, they would proceed with the official trade. Seeing that she was running low on crystal cores, Sun Yan quickly added some chicken and duck meat to the display window. These were the most abundant supplies in the cold storage. In the future, after the upgrade of the 1,000 Illusions ink bracelet, she could raise chickens and ducks in her space. Then she could eat freshly slaughtered meat instead of frozen goods. So, she didn't mind exchanging crystal cores for these supplies now. Of course, this time, the crystal cores she traded for were no longer level 1. 10 pounds of local chicken meat for 1 level 2 crystal core. 10 pounds of local duck meat for 1 level 2 crystal core. Since zombies outside had already reached level 2, her equipment skills were also waiting to be upgraded with level 2 crystal cores. The trading units naturally needed to change as well. The supplies Sun Yan displayed quickly attracted attention in the trading channel. That big boss selling chilled cola has new stock again. Today, zombies just upgraded, and she dares to ask for level 2 crystal cores. Is she trying to fool fools? People said the same thing when she sold chilled cola before. But look at the results. Don't underestimate the economic strength of big bosses. I think the price is reasonable. It's not easy to get fresh meat now. If I had a level 2 crystal core, I would definitely buy. It's just local chicken and duck. Cooking them into soup must be so delicious. I'm already craving it. Su Nian was too lazy to care about what others said. She knew very well whether she could exchange for a level 2 crystal core. Before leaving the trading market, she exchanged food for materials to make 10 invisibility potions, then crafted 10 bottles of invisibility potion on the workbench. After finishing these tasks, Su Nian took some long steel strips from her space and sealed all the large windows in the living room. Although this reduced the light in the room, it was to prevent zombies from breaking in through the windows. By noon, the rain had completely flooded the first floor. Su Nian was about to prepare lunch when she heard faint voices outside. At this rate, the rain will flood up to the 10th floor. We should move to the top floor for safety. There are no empty rooms left. Strange, I remember this house was still under renovation. Hand me the tools, let me see if I can pry open the door. Hearing these two outside discussing breaking into their own home, Su Nian called to Huang over and suddenly swung open the door. The two outside nearly fell over. When they looked up, they saw De Huang, a large dog almost filling the doorway, baring its teeth and glaring at them with glowing red eyes. Oh my goodness, monster.
Run.
Run away. The two stumbled and ran down the 16th floor as if fleeing for their lives. Su Nian quickly closed and locked the door, then secured it with 7 or 8 bolts. Only then did she go to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. At noon, she made a few simple home-cooked dishes. Ginger braised duck, pan-fried chicken wings, sweet and sour cabbage, clam, and winter melon soup. Since there's no need to rush and fight zombies anymore, she even used a big pot to stew beef and lamb chops for De Huang. Now that De Huang has evolved, his appetite has also increased. Just feeding him dog food is definitely not enough. While she has free time now, she plans to cook more and store it in the space. After lunch, Su Nian opened the fridge and took out the experience bottle. After a whole day, the water inside the bottle had turned into a bubbling pink liquid. Su Nian took a pretty cup, poured a full glass, and took a small sip. The pink water tasted sweet and fresh, with a hint of various fruit aromas. It was better than any drink she had ever tasted before. At the same time, a notification popped up on the game panel. Gained 50 experience. Only a legendary item like this could give 50 experience points with just one sip. There's no need to fight zombies anymore. Plus, carrying the experience bottle during level ups and dungeon runs makes gaining experience faster. Later in the game, a sip from this pink water could give her tens of thousands of experience points. Su Tian rarely goes out to fight monsters and level up, yet her level remains high. She stays on the leaderboard mainly because her teammates always carry her experience bottle when they go out. This way, her level can always stay in the top group. But Su Nian's goal is not just to be in the top group. To reach the top of the rankings, I need to aim for the top 10. Su Nian drank the liquid in her cup in one gulp. Experience gained 950, gaining 1,000 experience points a day, 10,000 in 10 days. At this rate, when the rankings open, she will definitely make it onto the list. It is said that the first time you get on the list, you will receive a golden treasure chest. If you're lucky enough to get a golden level piece of equipment, it will greatly boost your strength. Su Nian refilled the experience bottle with clean water and put it back in the fridge. At this moment, she noticed someone tag her in the group chat about the dungeon. Gao Bowen. At Su Nian, boss, I have a women's protective vest here. Do you need it? Su Mei. Gao Bowen, why are you only asking Su Nian? Isn't Fei Shue's sister also a woman? Gao Bowen. Of course I already asked Fei Shue. She has armor, so I came to ask in the group. Su Mei. Then why don't you ask me if I want it? We just met. Gao Bowen. This is bronze armor. Can you afford it? Su Mei. Who do you think you're looking down on? Bronze equipment only costs a few crystal cores. Fei Shue's sister can buy it for me. She's going to marry into our Su family, and even if she does it for my brother's sake, she will help me pay for it. Gao Bowen. This is armor, and if you don't understand the value, don't talk nonsense here. When Su Nian opened the group chat, Gao Bowen and Su Mei were already close to arguing. However, when she saw Gao Bowen holding a bronze armor, she immediately replied, I want that item. Let's discuss the price privately, Su Mei said. Su Nian, why are you trying to take things from me? I was the first to see this armor. Afterward, she tagged Gao Bowen again. My words are here. If you still want to do this dungeon, you must sell the armor to me today. Faced with Su Mei's threat, Gao Bowen fell silent. This dungeon run was guaranteed to yield silver-level gear. No matter how valuable the bronze armor is, compared to silver equipment, it's not worth much. But Sun Yan had already agreed to buy the armor. He couldn't go back on his word. Just as Gao Bowen hesitated, a notification suddenly appeared in the group chat. Group member Su Mei has been muted by the group owner. Then Chief Feishua appeared. Sorry, Su Mei is spoiled by her family. Just your normal trades, no need to pay attention to her. Gao Bowen heaved a sigh of relief and quickly messaged Sun Yan privately. Boss, I see you have a lot of chicken and duck meat in your shop. Can I trade for some? Or other food is fine too. His talent is A-grade, more combat-oriented, so killing zombies is quite easy. But the food dropped by zombies is usually either compressed biscuits or bread and buns, and he's almost tired of eating them. He still has quite a bit stored in his backpack. He's not starving, but he feels life has no real meaning. Sun Yan thought for a moment and said, 50 gene of chicken, 50 gene of duck, and 10 gene of fresh vegetables. All together, these are worth more than 100 crystal cores. If you agree, we can make the trade. She is always happy to trade for food. She has no shortage of food here. Gao Bowen replied, Okay, I will send you the equipment now. Name, Dusk Chest Armor, Quality, Bronze, Level, 00/10. Description, 5 Constitution, Armor crafted by the Night Tribe, protects vital parts, and heals 1% of health per second. After reading the equipment details, Sun Yan immediately placed the food on the table. Both parties clicked confirm, and the trade was complete. After receiving the armor, Sun Yan tried it on. The Dusk Chest Armor is a black leather style, simple in design, and automatically adjusts to fit the body when worn. Wearing a jacket over it, the armor is completely hidden. The key point is that this is a defensive gear that can automatically heal. As long as it's not a fatal injury, there's a chance to turn the situation around. Sun Yan took out 10 crystal cores from her space and upgraded the Dusk Chest Armor to level 1. The remaining level 1 crystal cores will be used to trade with the seller of the purification item. She has no plans to use them for now. In the afternoon, with nothing else to do, Sun Yan started weight training in the living room. Since she couldn't go out to level up, she had to improve herself in other ways. She hasn't forgotten that she is just a supporting character. If she wants to change her fate, she must work hard. After about 10 minutes of exercise, Sun Yan suddenly received another message. When she opened it, she saw it was from Wei Yan. Wei Yan, do you need armor? Sun Yan put down her workout equipment and replied, Thank you, I have already bought it. Seeing this, Wei Yan had to put back on the gear he had just taken off. These items are not very useful to him. Before enemies could even reach him, he was already dead, so it didn't matter whether he wore them or not. Lin Yanzhou, who had already met up with Wei Yan yesterday, was standing nearby, looking stunned. Is this really the Wei Yan he knows? Wei Yan is known as the abstinent handsome guy in their department. He doesn't have a girlfriend, not even female friends. Until he saw Wei Yan's phone screen and realized Wei Yan was not abstinent, but had someone in his heart. But the question is, how did these two meet? They don't seem familiar. Could it be an online romance? Lin Yanzhou felt he was getting close to the truth. Sun Yan didn't pay much attention to this small incident. After exercising all afternoon, she planned to have a barbecue with Su Wang in the evening. She took out an electric grill, beef rolls, pork belly, luncheon meat, sausages, large shrimp, scallops, abalone, various vegetables, and prepared barbecue sauces from her space. A simple roast, when eaten, is spicy, fresh, and very satisfying. During this time, the seller of purification skills sent over the materials needed to make a backpack. Sun Yan took a moment to go to the crafting table, helped him make the backpack, and also packed 300 crystal cores and 200 pounds of fresh meat and vegetables into the trading slot. After clicking confirm, he received the skill. Sun Yan immediately learned the purification skill and used his last 10 crystal cores to upgrade it to level 1. This used up all his level 1 crystal cores. He felt comfortable. Next, he planned to focus on gathering level 2 crystal cores. On the second day of the acid rain disaster, Su Nian was awakened by sounds outside. It sounded like zombies had entered. Loud crying and shouting came from the corridor, attracting more zombies into the hallway. She wasn't interested in people, but if zombies came in, she definitely couldn't let them go. Su Nian picked up her bow and arrow, opened the door, and stepped outside. The corridor was covered in blood and torn human tissues. She guessed these people were residents on the lower floors. Their homes had been flooded or were about to be flooded, so they wanted to move to the top floor. But this accidentally brought zombies onto the roof. These zombies had huge palms. Their suction cups allowed them to easily cling to walls and ceilings, and they had evolved a tail over a meter long, making them very dangerous to fight. However, for Su Nian, levels 1 and 2 didn't make much difference. Apart from elite monsters and bosses, zombies below level 5 only needed one arrow to defeat. Su Nian first cleared the zombies on the 16th floor, then took the stairs down to the 15th floor. Coincidentally, she met Su Tiantian's team there. In the dim light, she discreetly put away her bow and arrow and replaced it with a simple small dagger. "Little sister, I see you're okay." Seeing Su Nian, Su Tiantian pretended to be happy and stepped forward. "You left so suddenly a few days ago. Our friends didn't get a chance to add you. I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. At that time, you and Brother Su were in the room. I didn't want to disturb you, so I left first," Su Nian replied thoughtfully. Su Tiantian's face turned red. She quickly changed the subject. "Did you find a place to stay? Today, the acid rain is almost flooding the 3rd floor. In a few days, the 8th floor where we live will also be flooded. Maybe we should find a new apartment upstairs. If your place has an extra room, why not let us stay there? It's better to have more people to look out for each other. I don't think that's a good idea," Su Nian firmly declined. "Tian, look at your stepsister. She's so selfish. It's not her house, so what right does she have to refuse us?" Song Yu suddenly said angrily. The other boys didn't speak. Initially, they had chased Su Nian out. Now that she didn't want to live with them, it was understandable. Who doesn't have a bit of a temper? "Sis, you really do hate me after all," Su Tiantian said, pretending to look hurt. Su Nian just smiled without replying. Su Tiantian's next chance wouldn't come until the acid rain disaster ended. Before that, Su Nian had no interest in playing along with her act. As for what Su Tiantian's people thought of her, what did that have to do with her anyway? "Forget it, Tian. There's an empty apartment on the 13th floor. Clean it up and move in, it's just as good. At this rate, the acid rain shouldn't reach that high," Su Zihao suddenly said. He glanced at Su Nian. Maybe it was because she had just fought off zombies, and the fierce look in her eyes hadn't faded yet. Seeing her made Su Zihao uneasy. Unpleasant memories surfaced in his mind again. Especially in the dim light, Su Nian's figure almost overlapped with the one he remembered. Living with this woman, he was afraid he'd have nightmares every night. Yeah, the top floor isn't that great anyway. What if it leaks? The middle floors are safer, Zhou Yang quickly agreed. The others had no objections. Song Yu wanted to say something but decided it wasn't worth it and closed her mouth unhappily. Before they parted, Su Tiantian still added Su Nian as a friend. If she couldn't see Su Nian's downfall with her own eyes, she felt life would lose half its fun. After Su Tiantian and the others left, Su Nian opened her friends list and hid her display window from Su Tiantian. Just as she was about to log out, Su Tiantian sent a group chat invitation. "This is the player group for Jin Xiu community. Many friendly players are in it. If you have any trouble in the future, you can ask for help there." Su Nian hesitated for a moment but then clicked accept. These chat groups often provide useful information, such as where to find elite monsters or small dungeons. Since everyone lives nearby, it's easy to form teams. But the moment Su Nian joined the group, she saw Su Tiantian mention everyone. "This is my sister. She lives alone on the 16th floor of Building 9. I hope the brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts will look after her." Su Nian sneered silently. Is she trying to get others to look after her, or to attract attention to her? Living alone as a woman on the top floor, this clearly invites trouble. If someone wants to come after her, so be it. Killing a person is much easier than fighting zombies with high drop rates. Sun-Yen cleared all the zombies in the building before returning to the 16th floor. She opened her panel and saw another message from Su Tiantian. Sister, a very strong big brother in the group asked about you. When he heard you're single, he became very interested. Sun-Yen didn't expect Su Tiantian to be so eager. Fine, then she would play along with her. Sun-Yen, how strong? What level is he? How many pieces of bronze equipment do you have on you? Su Tiantian. Don't just look at those. People are fighting zombies. In the end-of-world scenario, that's the only way to survive. Sun-Yen. I don't care. If you want to date me, you need to give me at least 2 pieces of bronze gear. Su Tiantian. You're so greedy, you'll probably get yourself overwhelmed. Su Tiantian patiently said, he's already level 2, so he must have more than 2 pieces of bronze gear. But whether you can get them depends on your skill. Sun-Yen smiled. Alright, tell him to come find me at 16-3. She closed the chat window and switched to the group chat for the dungeon with Chi Feishua. Sume had already lifted her mute and added a player named Zhao Li to the group. This player is probably Sume's classmate. It seems, as Sume said, that as long as her brother Su Huan speaks, Chi Feishua won't refuse. No wonder Chi Feishua, a top-ranked player with an S-level talent, died in her previous life at the hands of Su Huan, who only had an F-level talent. Love brain really causes trouble. Sun-Yen just sighed and then exited the group chat. Respect others' destinies. The path of life is chosen by oneself. Especially in matters of love, no matter how much others talk, it won't help. Only by seeing clearly oneself can one truly be clear-headed. After about 10 minutes, suddenly there was a loud, rough knocking on the door. Sun-Yen knew that the package from Su Tiantian had arrived, so she first took Su Wang back to the bedroom before walking over to open the door. Outside, there was a middle-aged man with a chubby face and big ears. When he saw Sun-Yen, his eyes lit up immediately. He thought, wow, I only spent 1 crystal core and got such a top-quality sleep. He felt he had made a good deal. Little sister, your older sister should have introduced me to you. Shall we go inside and talk? The man said eagerly, trying to push past the door. But before he could get close, Sun-Yen kicked him out. Hey, how dare you kick me? The man cursed as he stood up, only to see Sun-Yen aiming a bow at him. You're too poor. Just give me a 3-star rating, Sun-Yen said softly. She loosened the bowstring, and the iron arrow pierced the man's head. With a strong force, his body was thrown backward and stuck to the opposite wall of the corridor. Sun-Yen put on her scanning glasses to confirm he was definitely dead before walking over to take all his equipment and supplies. He had 2 pieces of bronze gear, both common items, about 7 or 8 level 1 crystal cores, some steamed buns, and bottled water. Turning over his belongings, Sun-Yen found a card. Thorn Trap Blueprint. Materials needed: 10 wooden spikes, 1 high-grade alloy, 1 nerve toxin. Wow, such a good item. The thorn trap can restrict enemy movement, and the nerve toxin can cause control effects. Doesn't this mean she has learned a control skill? Sun-Yen changed her mind. She decided to give a 5-star review for this order. Su Tiantian didn't know that the person she introduced had already been marked by Sun-Yen. At first, she felt a little guilty, wondering if what she did was wrong. But as soon as she thought about all the unfairness she had suffered over the years and the blame she carried, she felt she couldn't be happy until she had put Sun-Yen down. Moreover, the man she introduced to Sun-Yen was quite high-level. Sun-Yen, who was weak and knew nothing, might even survive longer by following such a skilled player. Thinking this way, Sun-Yen should actually be grateful to her. Tian, why did you tell everyone Sun-Yen's address in the group? If someone with bad intentions finds out, she could be in danger, Zhou Yang suddenly asked in front of Su Tiantian. He couldn't believe that a sister could do such a thing. So many floors have been flooded, and the houses above the 10th floor are not enough for everyone to live in. Su Tiantian's actions seemed to be encouraging everyone to go and take Sun-Yen's house. What are you talking about? I just saw that she was having a hard time alone and wanted everyone to help her, Su Tiantian said innocently. Exactly, Tian even introduced Zhang Yong to her. Zhang Yong is now a level 2 player, so Sun Yan won't be in any danger following him, Song Yu added. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt that Su Tian and Song Yu had both gone crazy. Zhang Yong is almost 40 years old. Should I introduce him to Sun Yan? Is this something a person can really do? In the following days, Sun Yan lived a mostly relaxed life. Every morning, she exercised for 3 hours, and in the afternoon, she trained for 4 hours. She also took some time to clear zombies from the hallway. Aside from that, there wasn't much else to do. Meanwhile, Su Wang learned how to cook tomato and egg stir-fry. Da Huang gained 5 pounds, and the Blood Bee Queen grew 2 more circles. Everything was peaceful and happy. But once she stepped outside her door, the situation outside was quite bad. Rainwater had reached the 8th floor, and more people were moving upstairs. There was no room left in the apartments, so they stayed in the hallways. Soon, zombies started sneaking in, causing almost constant disasters. By the 7th day, many people had run out of food and drinking water. They couldn't trade for supplies at the market, so they had to ask for help in the neighborhood group chat. The group leader immediately stepped forward, calling on everyone to donate food and help each other through the tough times. At first, no one responded. Then the group leader posted an item, Curse Compass, a silver item that can designate any low-level player to cast a curse. The group leader said, "I'll be honest with you. The entire neighborhood has been locked down by the compass. I've already reached level 3. If you don't honestly hand over supplies, just wait to die." As soon as he said that, the chat was filled with complaints. This isn't about helping everyone get through difficult times. It's clearly a blatant act of theft. The group leader said, "I will assign an administrator to each building to collect supplies. Everyone should prepare in advance." After reading the group message, Sun Yan's attention was immediately drawn to the Cursed Compass. This is a silver-level item, and it even gives a debuff to people. Although it can't directly threaten lives from a distance, once cursed, a person's overall abilities will drop significantly. Only players with light-type talents can usually remove it. But only Sun Yan, an experienced player, knows this. Other players who saw the cursed compass in the group were scared, truly believing it could harm them. After all, who has seen a silver-level item? That night, the administrator assigned to Building 9 came with people to confiscate supplies. Sun Yan didn't want to cause trouble, so she only kept a few things in her space, leaving 2 large buns and a bottle of water. On the first day, these people were somewhat restrained. They took what they needed and left without doing anything excessive. On the second day, they only took the buns and water again. Suspecting she was hiding more, they searched her room, but found nothing. Their gaze then fell onto Huang. "Such a big dog. It must be a mutated local dog," said the administrator, Aunt Zhang, who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, staring at Huang with saliva almost dripping from her mouth. "The dog meat gang leader must like this. Let's drag this dog away and have a feast." A bald man with tattoos laughed nearby. Recently, they also experienced what it feels like to be in charge. With a gang leader backing them up, they treated the entire building's supplies as their own. When they saw mutated creatures, they didn't even feel scared. What danger could a pet dog pose? Just find a few equipped players, and it's solved in minutes. Da Huang rolled his eyes openly at these two. He didn't bother to look at whose territory this was. "Letting you in, of course, means we don't plan to let you leave. Still want to eat meat? Go eat somewhere else." The 2 men were so happy they didn't notice a round, friendly-looking bee flying behind the bald man and stinging him on the back of the head. Meanwhile, Sun Yan was holding a watermelon knife, pressing it against Aunt Zhang's neck. "I want to ask, which building does the gang leader live in?" Sun Yan tilted her head and asked Aunt Zhang. She had no other intention. She just wanted to make friends with the gang leader. Aunt Zhang suddenly realized what was happening and shouted in panic, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm just helping the gang leader." She was speaking while waving her hands. In fact, she was opening her interface to send a message to the gang leader. Sun Yan could see through this easily. She quickly slashed Aunt Zhang's arm with her knife. "Ah!" Mother Zhang immediately let out a loud, distressed cry. "Don't try any tricks, Or I'll cut off your head with the next strike, Sun Yan said, placing the watermelon knife back against Mother Zhang's neck. Group leader lives in building 13-1.
Please don't hurt me.
My grandson is waiting for me to go home and cook for him. Mother Zhang sobbed, tears and mucus streaming down her face. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. That's quite good. No need to wait for a rainy day to make friends. Lead the way. Sun Yan told Mother Zhang to go first, and the two headed to the 13th floor. They stopped in front of door 13-1. Mother Zhang trembled and called out, "Chower, I'm back. Please open the door." After about 10 seconds, the door slowly opened. But instead of a person, a large knife was coming at them. Sun Yan quickly pushed Mother Zhang forward, and the knife stopped at her neck. At the same time, she threw several thorn traps into the room.
Bang!
The thorn traps exploded, trapping everyone inside tightly. Sun Yan threw Mother Zhang, whose head was only half visible, to the side. She then drew her bow and aimed at the person inside. Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? The person inside was holding a compass, frantically poking at the red dot on it. He was already level 3, so normally the curse should hit every time. Why is this woman useless? Sun Yan did not answer the other's question. She loosened the bowstring, and the iron arrow shot straight through the opponent's body, hitting the furniture behind. The person's body turned into a thick liquid, slipped through layers of thorn traps, and reformed in the corner of the room. This scene made Sun Yan's gaze grow serious. Level A talent, liquefaction. Just by the name, you can tell that players with this talent are hard to kill. They can turn their bodies into liquid anytime, making physical attacks ineffective. Haha, didn't expect that. Traps can't hold me, Lu Chao sneered coldly. Sun Yan didn't say a word, just raised her hand and marked Lu Chao's head. A bright red arrow appeared clearly above Lu Chao's head. What the heck is this? Lu Chao also saw the red arrow above his head and felt a strange sense of panic. He instinctively liquefied his body and hurriedly escaped into the innermost room. Sun Yan drew her bow again. This time, she used an explosive arrow. The red flames gathered into shape, and she suddenly released the bowstring. The explosive arrow curved several times as it chased into the room. Then, a deafening explosion sounded.
Boom!
The floor vibrated, and dust fell down rapidly. A game prompt appeared in Sun Yan's mind. Eliminate wanted players to earn 100 reputation points upon hearing the game notification. Sun Yan was slightly surprised. Could Lu Chao really be a wanted player? In the Apocalypse game, only killing game NPCs results in a wanted status. Usually, game NPCs appear with special roles, most commonly as wandering merchants in the early stages. This means that their community leader, Lu Chao, robbed a game merchant. It's really reckless without knowing the risks. Once marked as wanted by the game, you become an enemy to all players. If you have enough strength, you can still fight back. But with level 3, that's just waiting for others to come and take you down. Remember, killing game NPCs is illegal, but killing players is not. If you rob a game merchant, others can come and rob you in return. This isn't against the rules. In fact, it can earn you rewards. Plus, you can openly take the merchant's goods.
Who wouldn't be tempted by that?
Thinking of this, Sun Yan quickly entered the room. She crossed a pile of ruins and found Lu Chao's body beneath some broken stones. Next to the body, there was a dark blue backpack. It was definitely a wandering merchant's bag. Sun Yan first took off the equipment from Lu Chao's body, then checked the contents of the backpack. Name: Beast Taming Rope, Quality, Silver, Description. Can form a contract with creatures level 1 to 20 to become their owner, excluding players and NPCs. After a successful contract, the pet will gain an additional 20% of the owner's basic attributes. Name: Cursed Apple, Quality, Bronze, Description. Eating it temporarily reduces one attribute, but doubles all remaining attributes. Name: Strength Boost Potion, Quality, Bronze, Description. When shattered, all players standing in the potion dust will receive a 200% increase in strength for 5 minutes. The items sold by the wandering merchant are mostly various magical tools. There are also some survival supplies. If Sun Yan is correct, The cursed compass probably also comes from this merchant. Together, these are 2 silver-level items. No wonder Lu Chao was willing to risk being wanted to kill the merchant and steal the goods. She would be tempted too. But she also knows how important it is to maintain good relations with game NPCs. Plus, the game repeatedly warns when killing NPCs. Even considering the consequences, she wouldn't let greed cloud her judgment. Sun Yan stored all the items, planning to deal with them after she returned. As she passed by another room, she suddenly heard the sound of zombies inside. When I opened the door, I saw a small boy chained up. Oh no, a little zombie. There was a family photo hanging in the room. Besides Aunt Zhang, who had died at Lu Chao's hands, there was the little zombie and a gentle-looking woman. Seeing the scattered flesh and blood in the room, Sun Yan felt a wave of nausea. So this is what Aunt Zhang meant by feeding her grandson. In the end of the world, there are indeed many crazy people. Sun Yan used a watermelon knife to cut off the little zombie's head, then turned and left Lu Chao's house. After the apocalypse game started, everyone stopped enjoying watching chaos. No matter how loud the noise outside, as long as it didn't affect them, they wouldn't open the door. So, the corridor on the 13th floor was empty. Sun Yan didn't rush to leave. She remembered that Su Tiantian also lived on the 13th floor. Why not try the curse compass and see what happens? Sun Yan took out the curse compass from her space. The compass looked very high-tech, with a light screen showing the locations of nearby players, and you could see their names by clicking. Its range wasn't as large as Lu Chao said, only about 50 meters around. She quickly found Su Tiantian's name among the Reddits. Should I curse the player Su Tiantian? Please note, this compass can only curse up to 3 people. Once chosen, it cannot be changed unless the curse is lifted.
Sun Yan clicked to confirm.
Then, a game notification appeared. Cursing successful.
Player Su Tiantian's attributes decreased by 80%. Sun Yan blinked.
Can attributes be reduced that much? Does that mean Su Tiantian is almost useless now? She won't die, but she'll be very weak. This result isn't too bad. Sun Yan happily put away the compass and went upstairs. Back on the 16th floor, she saw the body of the bald man and Aunt Zhang's arm, both left at the entrance of the rooftop door. Su Wang was sweeping the bloodstains in the living room with a mop. Da Huang and the Blood Bee Queen were nearby, pacing around, looking busy but unsure what they were doing. Seeing the 3 little ones making the living room messier, Sun Yan helplessly stepped forward. Stay over there, I'll clean up, Su Wang pouted. Okay. He handed the mop to Sun Yan and gave each of Da Huang and the Blood Bee Queen a small punch. It's all your fault for causing trouble. Da Huang and the Blood Bee Queen nervously ran away. After cleaning the living room, Sun Yan turned on an air purifier and started counting her gains today. On Lu Chao, there were 3 bronze equipment items, 1 bronze weapon, plus 2 silver tools, 2 bronze tools, and some supplies. The most valuable item is the Wandering Merchant's backpack, with a capacity of 1,000 kilograms. In the game, each additional 100 kilograms of capacity greatly increases the backpack's value. She has 1,000 illusions ink bracelet and a 100 kilograms backpack for cover. This 1,000 kilograms capacity backpack is definitely meant to be exchanged for something else that can bring her higher benefits. Thinking of this, Sun Yan opened the trading market and entered her showcase. In these 8 days, she sold 30 pounds of local chicken and 15 pounds of local duck. Plus, she collected 1 level 2 crystal core from killing zombies during these days. She currently has 10 level 2 crystal cores. Sun Yan used these 10 cores to upgrade her weapon to level 2. Then, she listed 3 pieces of bronze equipment dropped by Lu Chao and 2 bronze pieces she received from Su Tiantian's last delivery, each priced at 3 level 2 crystal cores. If all sell, she will have 15 level 2 crystal cores. Selling 50 pounds of chicken and duck, she can upgrade her explosive arrows too. Finally, there's the 1,000 kilograms capacity backpack. This backpack is worth more than a piece of gold quality equipment. But what she really wants isn't equipment. After some hesitation, Sun Yan listed the 1,000 kilograms capacity backpack in her showcase with a note, items exchanged after game descent, and data update, details to be discussed. Additionally, 5 more level 2 crystal cores for custom work on the 100 kilograms capacity backpack, materials to be provided by the buyer. Currently in the game, zombies, treasure chests, treasure maps, and merchants can only drop equipment and items of the highest silver quality. However, after the Apocalypse game arrives, some data-based items on Blue Star can reach gold, dark gold, epic, or even higher levels. For example, the Thousand Illusions ink bracelet and experience bottles have extremely high quality. Although only Su Tiantian is the main female character in this world, Su Nian believes that there must be more lucky players like her. Su Nian quickly listed 5 pieces of bronze gear and a backpack with a capacity of 1,000 kilograms. This caused a big stir in the trading market. Did I see that right? How big is this backpack? 1,000 kilograms. Can it hold a small car? I remember an S-rank talent expert once shared his zombie killing experience, and his backpack capacity was only 100 kilograms. Can Silver Gear trade for this backpack? Don't dream about it. I asked around about the cost to make a 100 kilograms backpack. It takes at least 300 level 1 crystal cores. As for a 1,000 kilograms backpack, not only Silver Gear, even weapons can't trade for it. Yeah, Su Nian is also making 100 kilograms backpacks for others, using 5 level 2 crystal cores. I think I could save up for one too. That's just the manufacturing fee. You need to prepare the materials yourself. I really envy the expert. They managed to get such detailed blueprints. It's that Su Nian again. I'm so curious where she gets her supplies and equipment. I keep killing zombies every day, but I only get 2 pieces of bronze gear. In the past, Su Nian occasionally posted a bronze piece of equipment, along with rare resources like chilled cola, chicken, and duck meat. Most people just thought she was a big shot. But there are many such big shots. Players would discuss for a few moments, then stop. But this time was different. Su Nian posted 5 pieces of bronze gear and a game backpack with a 1,000 kilograms capacity. People have gradually learned about the backpack recently, but no one has ever seen anyone sell it. Because anyone lucky enough to get such an item would definitely keep it for themselves. Who plays the game and doesn't know how important a backpack is? So, as soon as Su Nian put the 1,000 kilograms backpack on display, she received thousands of private messages. And the number kept increasing, so much that it was hard to see the exact count. Feeling helpless, Su Nian made a basic filter. The prices for supplies and gear are fixed, so she usually doesn't need to worry about them. For the 1,000 kilograms backpack, she set a rule. Only gear and items of gold quality or higher could be sent to her backend. Once she set this condition, the messages suddenly became quiet. Su Nian let out a sigh of relief and decided to delay cleaning up the messages for a while. She closed the trading market panel, took out the tame beast rope, and approached Da Huang. This silver-level tame beast rope, after careful consideration, she decided to let Da Huang use it. Da Huang's loyalty to her is unquestionable. Using the tame beast rope, Da Huang can gain an additional 20% of her basic attributes. Moreover, once a mutated creature forms a bond with a player, even if an accident happens, there are more ways to save it. She considers Da Huang as family and naturally hopes Da Huang can live longer and go further. Su Nian placed the tame beast rope in front of Da Huang and patted its head. Da Huang, are you willing to form a contract with me and become my pet? Da Huang barked once and immediately placed its paw into the tame beast rope without hesitation. In the next second, the rope automatically shrank and was fitted onto Da Huang's paw. Congratulations! You have successfully contracted a mutated rural dog. Su Nian opened Da Huang's attribute panel. Pet nickname, to be decided, level 3, strength, 25, constitution, 37, spirit, 18, agility, 39, skills, claw strike, biting last time. She let Da Huang drink a whole bottle of experience cocktail, which gained over 2,000 experience points. Da Huang's level has now directly risen to level 3. However, Su Nian also noticed that Da Huang's basic attributes are surprisingly strong. Even after inheriting 20% of her basic attributes, it is still far stronger than ordinary mutated creatures. In fact, De Huang is at least an elite level. This was a pleasant surprise. Sun Yan bonded with De Huang purely out of affection. She originally wanted De Huang to rest peacefully and live comfortably during the apocalypse. Now it seems she can fully train De Huang. Sun Yan changed her pet's nickname to De Huang's name and handed the bronze machete that Lu Chao dropped to De Huang. From now on, this is your weapon. Try biting the handle to attack enemies. De Huang's attacks rely on its claws and mouth. But biting zombies with its mouth is too dirty and easy to cause infection. So she prepared this weapon for De Huang. De Huang tilted its head and thought for a moment, then bit the handle of the sword. At first, it was a bit unaccustomed and kept misjudging the distance. But after about 10 minutes of practice, it quickly learned how to do it. Then, Sun Yan took De Huang to the corridor and lured 2 zombies from the rooftop inside. De Huang charged with the machete, performing a few stylish dodges, and the heads of the 2 zombies fell to the ground. Sun Yan also gained experience from De Huang killing zombies. Your pet has killed a zombie, gained 1 experience point. Killing a level 2 zombie grants 2 experience points each. The item assigned to her was worth only 1 point of experience. Leveling up alone was definitely less efficient. But she was more interested in Da Huang's combat power. If she took Da Huang to the raid in 2 days, she could earn a lot more contribution points. Before sleeping, Sun Yan opened the trading panel to clear her private messages. After filtering, only a few players still messaged her privately. She looked through each one. 6 players were holding gold items, trying to trade for her 1,000 kilograms capacity backpack. There were only 2 dark gold level items. She carefully checked them. Name, shield candle, quality, dark gold, description. When lit, the candle creates a safe zone within its light. Even high-level creatures can't detect your presence. A must-have for the timid. After reading about the shield candle, Sun Yan hesitated for a moment. Lighting the candle creates a safe zone, and it can be moved anywhere at any time. It has many potential uses later. But she suspected that this candle was probably a consumable. If it only lasted twice, it wouldn't be worth it. She had a backpack with a 1,000 kilograms capacity. Thinking of this, Sun Yan continued to look further. Name, work permit quality, dark gold description. Find a job agency in the game. With this work permit, you can get a job and become an official member of the post-apocalyptic game. There are many benefits. Welcome to join. After reading the introduction of the shield candle, Sun Yan was just very excited. But when she saw the description of the work permit, she almost didn't hesitate and immediately sent a trade request to the other person. Getting an official job in the post-apocalyptic game is like having a formal position in this world. Not only can she receive a fixed amount of star coins every month, but she can also interact with players from other worlds early on, which greatly helps improve her strength. Also, special items like the work permit probably can't be obtained through regular means. She was really afraid the other person might suddenly change their mind. After about 10 minutes, the other side finally appeared. Wang Ying, besides the 1,000 kilograms backpack, I also want some supplies. I don't have high demands, just want the backpack to be full. My work permit is of dark gold quality, so it will definitely be useful later. I just can't use it now, so I want to trade it for some useful items. Overall, I think I'm at a loss. Sun Yinxiang immediately refused, saying, "No, I won't accept. Your work permit might be useful in the future, but it's a gamble. My backpack is essential. Just relying on killing zombies to open treasure chests, you'll never get a backpack with 1,000 kilograms capacity in your life. If you don't want it, I'll contact another buyer who deals with rare gold items." Although Sun Yinxiang really wanted the work permit, she didn't want the other person to take advantage of her. If she didn't have the 1,000 illusion ink bracelet, she definitely wouldn't trade her 1,000 kilograms capacity backpack for other items. Wang Ying didn't expect Sun Yinxiang to refuse so decisively. He also didn't expect that, besides himself, someone else could produce a rare gold item. He quickly changed his tone and said, "Then I'll just take 100 kilograms of food. That's my limit. If I don't have enough to eat, I'll starve." Sun Yinxiang agreed. Deal. She took the backpack from the display case and added an extra 100 kilograms of food inside, mostly dried rations, with less than 10 kilograms of frozen meat. Wang Ying checked everything carefully, confirmed there were no issues, and then placed his work permit into the trade window. After completing the trade, Su Nianxiang's tense heart finally relaxed. Now, she just needed to find a job agency, and this work permit would help her get a new job. However, game NPCs appear randomly. Meeting a specific type of NPC is even more difficult. So, we still need to rely on the help of the community. Su Nian opened her shop window and posted a new announcement. 5 level 2 crystal cores, accepting orders for a 100 kilograms capacity backpack. Materials to be provided by the buyer. Also, seeking the exact location of the game NPC, job intermediary. Anyone providing useful clues will be rewarded with a 100 kilograms capacity backpack. Su Nian's shop now has over 1 million followers. As soon as the announcement was posted, people on the trading channel started discussing. Does our game also have NPCs? No, not really. Recently, someone shared in our regional chat that they met a wandering merchant. They bought him some good food, and he showed them some rare items that aren't available in the market. I've heard of wandering merchants, but what's this job intermediary about? Su Nian must have been a regular worker before. Even the end times still thinking about jobs? That's crazy. Everyone, keep an eye out. Providing useful clues could get you a 100 kilograms backpack for free. The next day, many players in the Jin Xiu community group noticed that Lu Chao's name had turned gray. After checking carefully, they confirmed that only players who had died would have their names turn gray. Suddenly, the Jin Xiu community erupted in celebration. The persecuted players found and confronted the administrators of each building and their henchmen. First, they were forced to give up some supplies, then they were beaten badly and hung outside the gate. After making them feel truly scared, zombies were allowed to bite their bodies. As a result, the commotion attracted more zombies to gather in the community. That night, many zombies broke into the residence buildings, causing even greater damage to Jinxiu community. The chaos suddenly stopped. Everyone quietly stayed at home, waiting for the acid rain disaster to end. Soon, it was the 10th day of the acid rain disaster, and it was midnight on the 20th day since the apocalypse game began. A prompt sounded in the minds of all players on Blue Star at the scheduled time. Dear players, Blue Star has endured 10 days of acid rain. Tomorrow, normal thunderstorms will return. You can go outside safely, but be careful of sudden strong tornadoes, which can easily destroy ground and buildings. Remember to avoid them early. After the weather update, another notification sounded. Since a player has successfully reached level 10, the beginner area leaderboard feature is now active. Players on the list will receive generous rewards. Please try your luck. At the same time, a separate prompt appeared for Su Nian. Congratulations! You have reached 13th place on the level leaderboard, 1st place on the equipment leaderboard, 98th place on the pet leaderboard, and 666th place on the wealth leaderboard. You have earned 1 gold treasure chest, 1 dark gold chest, 1 silver chest, and 1 bronze chest. Seeing the system message, Su Nian excitedly sat up from her bed. The leaderboards have opened, and she has made it onto 4 different lists. The equipment leaderboard is easy to understand. Based on the original story, the Thousand Illusions ink bracelet is currently the only divine level equipment on Blue Star. With just this one piece of gear, she can confidently hold the top spot. As for the level leaderboard, she kept leveling up nonstop for the first 10 days, and in the next 10 days, she used experience bottles, so her progress never slowed down. By the 7th day of the acid rain disaster, she had already reached level 5. So even though she didn't have many chances to fight zombies in these 10 days, she still managed to reach 13th place on the level leaderboard. As for the pet and wealth leaderboards, those were completely unexpected surprises. Su Nian checked the leaderboard and found that Wei Yan was still in 3rd place on the level list, just like in her previous life. Qi Feixue and Lin Yanzhou were in 27th and 45th places, respectively. Once you're in the top 10 on the level leaderboard, the differences between ranks are huge. Ranks 10 to 6 are all at level 5, but the 5th place is at level 7. The 3rd place is at level 8. The 2nd place is at level 9. And the 1st place is at level 10. Each of the names above were famous figures in their past lives, and Sun Yan could only look up to them. The equipment ranking is even more impressive, with the differences so large they are almost negligible. First place in equipment points, 1,003,729. Second place, 103,163. Place, 63,488. Beyond that, most scores are in the thousands. This shows how extraordinary the score of the Thousand Illusion Ink bracelet is. Of course, the rankings are just titles. What Sun Yan cares about are the rewards from the rankings, especially the dark gold treasure chest given to the top player. Opening any piece of equipment or skill from it would make her dominant in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, in the regional chat channels, players are having intense discussions about the rankings. Seeing those incredible numbers on the leaderboard, many players feel discouraged. I kill zombies every day, even during acid rain and disasters, but why am I only level 3 when others are already level 10? Is the equipment ranking really not a bug? Are the gaps between the top 3 and the rest really that big? Especially the first place. Some might think they're sharing a phone number. This is too crazy. Even with a cheat engine, I wouldn't dare to change values this much. I have killed over 1,000 zombies, and everyone around calls me the boss. But it turns out I was actually a clown. Omega. Boo-hoo. Have you noticed? The top player on the equipment leaderboard, Sun Yan, is on 4 different lists. She must really be a big boss. Sun Yan was selling a backpack with a 1,000 kilograms capacity at the trading market the day before yesterday. That's a backpack with a huge capacity, and she was willing to sell it. Is it still okay for me to go and cling to her now? In just a few minutes, Sun Yan's private messages were flooded with chats. Although the leaderboard doesn't allow direct private messages to top players, many people guessed her identity, so they started messaging her privately at the trading market. Some asked if the leaderboard was hers, some wanted to be her followers, some begged for help, and others even asked for special favors, sending pictures of their physiques and muscles. Sun Yan was overwhelmed by the noise and had to block all private messages. She closed the leaderboard screen and took out the 4 treasure chests she received as game rewards. Starting with the bronze chest, she opened them one by one. The bronze chest contained 2 cards. Name, Windrunner Boots, Quality, Bronze Level, 0/10. Description, 1 Agility, 10% movement speed, can activate an 80% speed boost every 30 seconds. Name, Delicious Egg Tart Quality, Bronze. Description, eating this permanently increases your physical strength by 1. Compared to a few other treasure chests, Sun Yan had little hope for the bronze chest. Surprisingly, it opened to reveal a pair of shoes that boost movement speed, just what she needed. She put on the wind sprint boots and took a bite of the tasty egg tart. Then she opened a silver chest. A card floated out. Name, Body Strengthening Pill Quality, Silver. Description, taking this permanently increases your physical strength by 5. Is that all? Sun Yan almost couldn't believe it. While the basic attribute boost is valuable, she's not a close combat fighter or tank. Why give her so much strength? And the silver chest only contained this 1 card. It felt like a total ripoff. Sun Yan swallowed the body strengthening pill and continued opening a gold chest. This time, 2 cards floated out. Name, Vehicle Upgrader Quality, Gold. Description, a one-time item. When used on a silver-level vehicle, it improves overall performance and defense. Skill, Sniper's Focus Quality, Gold Level, 0/30. Description, passive skill. After learning, when using ranged weapons, damage is increased by 200%. If the target deviates no more than 1 meter, it will automatically hit the vital spot. Sun Yan was stunned. What good luck she has. The silver chest was unlucky, but the gold chest gave her a big surprise. There's no need to say much about the Level Up Vehicle Upgrade tool. Just find a silver level upgrade tool, and her RV can level up twice. Then only a dark gold level weapon can break through her RV's defenses. In the future, her travel will be more secure. The sniper's focus perfectly matches her current weapon skills. If her aim is off by no more than 1 meter, she can automatically hit the vital spot. This means that even if she fires randomly, her arrows will easily hit the target. This greatly improves her efficiency in defeating enemies. The most important thing is that the passive skill does not consume energy. Marking also guarantees a 100% hit rate, but using it consumes a lot of mental energy. The sniper's focus automatically hits the vital spot, while marking only hits the target. The difference of just 2 words results in a huge difference in effect. However, since she learned the sniper's focus, the passive skill can activate anytime and anywhere as long as the conditions are met. The target hit by marking will naturally be upgraded to a vital hit. Combining both skills makes her even more effective. Su Nian puts away the vehicle upgrade tool. She has learned the sniper's focus, then opens the last treasure chest. The dark gold chest only contains 1 item card. Name: Teleport Stone Quality. Dark gold description: set a coordinate. When activated, the teleport stone allows you to instantly return from anywhere, except in dungeons and specific map environments. After reading the item description, I, Su Nian, am very satisfied. The teleport stone is just like a game backpack, an essential item for players. Especially during times of frequent disasters and when traveling far, having a teleport stone is very convenient. In emergencies, it can even be used to escape danger. However, obtaining a teleport stone is much harder than getting a game backpack. In my previous life, I only got a teleport stone in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. This time, I got one on the 20th day. A good start often leads to better things later. Conversely, a bad beginning can create a vicious cycle. I'm glad I made the right choices at each step. Su Nian stored the teleport stone in her space, then went to the trading market to exchange some food for level 1 crystal cores. She also upgraded her newly acquired swift boots and sniper focus to level 1. Thinking that many people probably received silver and gold treasure chests today, she searched the market again for a tool upgrade device, but found nothing. It seems upgrading the RV can wait. With gold vehicle upgrade devices already obtained, it's only a matter of time before silver ones become available. Meanwhile, Su Tian, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by Song Yu and others calling her. Tian, how can you still sleep? The ranking list is now open. Quickly check if that person is your stepsister. Song Yu anxiously held a panel in front of Su Tian's eyes. Su Tian tiredly opened her eyes. Since her attributes mysteriously dropped, she found it hard to stay awake every day. Walking a few steps made her feel exhausted. So she went to bed early today. But hearing Song Yu's words, she forced herself to stay alert, widened her eyes, and looked at the panel. When she saw it, she became very alert. How is Su Nian on the level ranking?
Su Tian exclaimed in surprise.
Not just the level ranking. Song Yu switched to the equipment ranking. Look here, what good equipment does she have? That's why her score is so high. No way, that's impossible. Su Tian felt her mind go blank. If Su Nian was so powerful, what was she? Was she destined to be stepped on by this woman? Aren't you friends with Su Nian? Just check and you'll know, Song Yu said nearby. Su Tian quickly opened her friends list. When she saw that Su Nian's level was still 0, she suddenly felt like she had come back to life. Luckily, it's fine. The top person on the ranking is just someone with the same name as Su Nian, Su Tian said, patting her chest. She was confused. Su Nian doesn't even know how to kill zombies, so how could she be the person on the leaderboard? It turned out to be a false alarm. Hearing Su Tian and Song Yu's conversation, Zhou Yang and the others in the room looked a bit uncomfortable. They came to see Su Tian just to confirm if the top person on the leaderboard was really Su Nian. But they didn't expect Su Tian to react so strongly. It seemed she was afraid Su Nian was too talented and might overshadow her. Is this the kind, generous girl they knew?
Especially Zhou Yang.
Last time, Su Tian introduced Zhang Yong to Su Nian as a boyfriend, and he already thought that was a bit much. Now he felt Su Tian was two-faced. Many of her usual actions might just be for show. Oh, So it's just a coincidence of names, Song Yu sneered. I knew she didn't look like someone important. By the way, I wonder how she's doing with Zhang Yong. It's been days without any news from her. Maybe she's been so stressed she can't get out of bed. What are you talking about? Brother Zhang is a good person. Su Nian is with him. At least she won't go hungry. In this world, just being able to eat a meal is enough. Su Tian quickly lowered her voice, realizing she overreacted and tried to smooth things over. I need to ask Zhang Yong how Su Nian is doing. After all, she's Tian's stepsister. We should care about her, Song Yu said with a look of schadenfreude. She opened her friends list and clicked on Zhang Yong's name. But the next moment, her face changed. Why has Zhang Yong's name turned gray? And when I send a message, it shows that this player doesn't exist. His name turned gray. Su Tian was slightly surprised. Recently, she heard in the neighborhood group that a player's name turns gray after they pass away. Could it be that Zhang Yong had an accident? But Su Nian's name color was clearly normal. No way. After dawn, she decided to go to Su Nian's place to see what was really happening. The next day, Qi Feishue sent the meeting address early in the group. Qi Feishue, the acid rain will stop tomorrow, but thunderstorms and tornadoes are still dangerous. Everyone, don't rush to travel. Safety is more important. I will wait until everyone arrives before starting. Lu Yuan, there are probably several top players in our group. Their setups are so fancy. Gao Bowen, relax. Even if we just follow the big players and share some of their luck, it's worth it. Zhao Li, we're all in the same group. Can't the top players share some experience? I heard someone in the group has a C-level talent and is on the leaderboard, and they're also first in equipment ranking. What kind of gear is so amazing? Show it to us. Su Mei. At Su Nian, I also want to see what 1 billion points equipment looks like. But with your talent so poor, are you sure that 1 billion points of divine gear won't just be wasted in your hands? Qi Feishue quickly stepped forward to defend Su Nian, saying, Zhao Li, Xu Mei, please don't cause trouble here. I have a good friend, Su Nian, and she is not the person on the ranking list. The score for the top equipment on the ranking list was very eye-catching. Anyone could see that Su Nian definitely had one or more top-quality pieces of gear. So, whether Su Nian is that person or not, they shouldn't treat her as the same. She called Su Nian over to join the game, not to cause trouble for her. Lin Yanzhou said, exactly, there are many people with the same name. How can you be sure it's the same person? You're just guessing. After that, Lin Yanzhou tagged Zhao Li again. Who are you to share your experience with us? If you want advice, just practice more. With so many A-grade talents in the group, some are level 1, some level 3. Why can't you keep up? Think about it. Zhao Li immediately lost his composure. Why are you insulting me? Xu Mei, isn't your sister-in-law supposed to manage you? Who's the group owner here? Lin Yanzhou said. I'm insulting you. Do you think Feishue will kick me out? But you, a noob who only got in through connections. What are you shouting about? Believe it or not, I could tear your mouth apart. Zhao Li said, you're so proud just because you're on the ranking list at 45th place. What's there to brag about? Lin Yanzhou replied, I am proud. If you have the guts, come to the gathering tomorrow. I'll show you what it means to be proud. If I don't beat you until you're crawling on the ground, I'll write my name backwards. Zhao Li no longer dared to speak. Su Mei, however, was not willing to back down and wanted to defend Zhao Li a few words. Lin Yanzhou, we're just curious. Why are you so angry? Zhao Li is the one I added to the group. You're really disrespecting me. Lin Yanzhou, what are you? Do I owe you respect? Get lost, Su Mei. Qi Feishue, are you just going to watch others bully me? He already told me to get lost. Qi Feishue, what? Do you want to kick Yanzhou out and then team up with Zhao Li? Su Mei. Well, there's also Wei Yan who is ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Qi Feishue, did you forget who added Wei Yan in the first place? Su Mei was left speechless by the retort. Finally, the group quieted down. Su Nian was eating breakfast while watching the whole argument unfold in the group chat. She actually knew that Qi Feishue and Lin Yanzhou were speaking up for her, so she went to the gift feature in her friends list and sent each of them 10 pounds of grapes. Qi Feishue quickly sent a message. Su Nian, I caused you trouble. Why are you still sending me things? Su Nian. I'm giving you this. Keep it, but it's just my personal thank you gift. You can't give it to your boyfriend or his family, or you might lose your share later. Following that, Lin Yanzhou also sent a message. Killer sister, you're too polite. Actually, Wei Yan saw the message in the group and asked me to scold that guy a few times. Wei Yan? Su Nian didn't expect that answer at all. This guy is quite helpful. After hesitating for a moment, she selected 5 pounds of strawberries and 5 pounds of seafood from her space and sent them to Wei Yan. Just as she was thinking about whether to say something else, there was suddenly a knocking sound at the door. Su Tiantian and Su Zihui stood outside door 16-3, looking around in disbelief. At the end of the corridor on the 16th floor, there were piles of zombie corpses everywhere. Especially near the rooftop, it was almost full. On other floors, there were also some zombie bodies that hadn't been cleared away yet. But none were as overwhelming as here. Careful observation revealed that among the many zombie bodies, there seemed to be human bodies mixed in. It's hard to imagine what happened here. Su Tiantian suppressed her discomfort, raised her hand, and knocked on the door in front of her. But after a long time, there was no response from inside. Tiantian, are you sure your stepsister still lives here? Su Zihui asked with a frown. He didn't want to come here in the first place. Su Tiantian insisted on coming because she was worried about Su Nian and wanted to check in person. But this worry didn't seem to be genuine concern at all. How could she have given me the wrong address? Su Tiantian said with a grim face. Since she won't open the door, we'll have to break through the wall. Zaheo, this is up to you. I must see her today. Although Su Nian's name on her friends list didn't match the information on the leaderboard, she still didn't feel at ease without seeing Su Nian herself. She also believed that Su Nian had been through a lot recently. But she didn't know that Zhang Yong had already died. This was completely different from what she had expected. Technically, it's possible, but my level is too low, and my mental strength might not be enough. However, I can use stealth to sneak in. I know the layout of these rooms well. I can hide in a corner and take a quick look without being noticed, Su Zaheo said after thinking. Zaheo, thank you. You're the only one I can trust right now, Su Tiantian said softly, looking at Su Zaheo with affection. Seeing how much she depended on him, all Su Zaheo's dissatisfaction immediately disappeared. Wait for my update. After saying that, Su Zaheo patted his pocket and then vanished instantly. Su Nian heard the knocking but didn't respond. Unless she had been told in advance, she wouldn't open the door to strangers, even before the end-of-world game arrived. This was basic safety awareness. Just then, the big dog lying at her feet suddenly stood up. It cautiously approached the door, sniffed the floor, and then headed straight to Su Meng's bedroom. Su Nian sensed something was wrong and took out her bow and arrow to follow. When she reached the bedroom door, she saw a head peek out from the corner of the room. Su Zihui looked confused as he stared at the big dog in front of him and at Su Nian, who seemed to have been waiting at the door for a while. He felt overwhelmed for a moment. Brother Su, your way of appearing is a bit unusual, Su Nian said with a half-smile, leaning against the doorframe. Your sister knocked on the door for a long time but got no response. She was worried something happened to you, so she asked me to check. I had no choice, Su Zihui awkwardly smiled. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. He saw Su Nian raise her bow and arrow, slowly aiming at herself. This familiar stance combined with the familiar weapon. Su Zihui's mind buzzed, and instinctively, he wanted to turn and run away. But the big dog beside him suddenly bit his head, dragging him out of the floor. At the same time, Su Nian released the bowstring. The arrow shot precisely into Su Zihui's heart. Watching Su Zihui's eyes widen and him collapse to the ground, dead but with eyes still open, Su Nian looked annoyed and patted her head. How could she forget the focus she had just learned from being a sniper? She initially aimed at the arm, intending to disable Su Zihui's limbs first, hoping to get some information from him. But now, there was no point in asking. Forget it. Su Zihui was just one of Su Tiantian's many admirers. Moreover, Su Tiantian's next opportunity had nothing to do with Su Zihui at all. If he died, so be it. Su Nian searched the body and found quite a few valuable items on Su Zihua. Although she had been working as a servant for the heroine, Su Tiantian, she still carried several bronze-level equipment. Most importantly, she found a life-saving bronze tool. Name: mouse that can dig holes. Quality: bronze. Description: after use, it can teleport underground up to 500 meters away. Remaining uses: 3. So, there's a limit on the uses. She had thought that a bronze-level life-saving item would be very powerful. But she already had a teleportation stone. This small tool was no longer very useful to her. Thinking for a moment, Su Nian gave the mouse pendant to Su Wang. Whenever you're in danger, use it to dig a hole and run away, then notify me immediately. Got it? She often went out and couldn't always bring Su Wang along. With this small life-saving tool, she could feel a bit more at ease. It's a little ugly, Su Wang said, but he still kept the pendant close to him. Anything his sister gave him, he liked. Su Nian was busy dividing the loot, while Su Tiantian waited outside, getting more and more anxious. Why has it taken so long? When will they come out? She opened her friends list to ask about the situation, but saw that Su Ziha's name had turned gray.
Su Tiantian's mood instantly collapsed.
She immediately clicked on Su Nian's name and kept sending private messages, asking, "Are you inside? Why aren't you opening the door? Did you kill Su Zihu?" Seeing that Su Nian ignored her, she started banging on the door frantically. But the door didn't open. The zombies on the rooftop heard the noise and crawled in through the cracks in the corpse. Su Tiantian finally realized what was happening and hurriedly ran downstairs. After the people outside left, Su Nian dragged Su Ziha's body out and fed it to the zombies. The remaining bronze equipment was actually still in good condition. Since it was early stage gear for the main team, it was definitely decent. She picked out 2 suitable items for Su Wang and placed the rest in the display case to exchange for level 2 crystal cores. She also searched the trading market for a silver-level vehicle upgrade device. To her surprise, she found one item. Vehicle upgrade device. Silver level, the only one in the entire market. Send your sincerity in a private message. Su Nian's heart started pounding. The silver vehicle upgrade device she wanted was finally available. She immediately sent a private message. Do you need supplies? Seller. Don't ask me what I need. Bring your sincerity. If I think it's acceptable, I will tell you. Seeing this, Su Nian immediately understood what the other person meant. They wanted to ask for a lot without giving much in return. But Su Nian's past experience in trading markets wasn't wasted. Since the other person didn't refuse immediately when it came to supplies, it meant they definitely needed these items. Su Nian quoted a price based on the silver item market value. 1,000 pounds of grain, plus 100 pounds of chicken and duck meat, 100 pounds of vegetables, and 10 pounds of fruit. That's the highest price I can offer. The seller almost didn't hesitate and quickly refused. No, that's too low, Su Nian said. Take your time to think about it. No rush. She really wasn't in a hurry. To upgrade using a silver vehicle upgrade device, the prerequisite is having a bronze upgrade device. Meeting this condition, there are players willing to pay more than her price. There are only a few on Blue Star. Most importantly, the fresh meat, vegetables, and even fruit she offered have almost disappeared due to the extreme heat disasters and acid rain disasters. Unless someone offers better silver items or exchanges with silver equipment. Otherwise, she is unlikely to find a rival in supplies. Seeing that Su Nian was not in a hurry, the seller started to feel a bit anxious. He also knew very well that exchanging silver props for better silver equipment was very unlikely, so he focused on gathering supplies. Seeing Su Nian's offer, he felt very satisfied inside. But at least he should pretend to be interested, right? Who knew Su Nian wasn't in a hurry and told him to take his time thinking. All right then. He would consider it for 2 more minutes. The seller remained silent, and Su Nian didn't ask further. She closed the chat window and went to her display case, taking out the crystal cores she had sold over the past 2 days. There were a total of 37 second-level crystal cores. Although the rainy disaster kept everyone indoors, most zombies still gathered in residential buildings. Plus, after upgrading, Zombies could climb walls and jump skillfully. It was no surprise to see zombies indoors. Where there are zombies, there are naturally crystal cores. All 5 bronze equipment items in Su Nian's display case had been sold, and she also sold 120 jin of chicken and duck meat. She received 2 backpacks for custom work. She planned to follow her original plan and use 20 of the 37 second-level crystal cores to upgrade her explosive arrows. This was her main attack skill, so it had to be upgraded first. Besides that, she also wanted to upgrade her Purify skill to level 2. Purify is a control removal skill, but it can only remove controls of the same quality and level. Since she couldn't change the skill's quality, she could only try to raise its level as high as possible. This is a life-saving skill and must not be taken lightly. If she is ever accused, she can't even use the teleportation stone. What good are more life-saving methods then? As for the 1000 Illusions ink bracelet, she plans to hold off for now. Although she's eager to see what new areas will unlock next, improving her strength is more important at this stage. After all, her space is currently sufficient. If luck is on her side during this team dungeon, she might get some good items. With 100 second-level crystal cores, she can upgrade the 1000 Illusions ink bracelet immediately. Su Nian used crystal cores to upgrade her explosive arrow and purification skills to level 2, then quickly checked her personal panel. Name, Su Nian. Age, 19. Level, 5, 4892/50,000. Strength, 1112. Average adult is 7. Effects basic attack power, constitution, 26-6. Average adult is 8. Effects stamina and defense, spirit, 25-5. Average adult is 6. Effects skill power and usage, agility, 12-2. Average adult is 6. Effects speed and reaction, talent, high focus, C-level talent, increases concentration during battles, makes it easier to see enemy weaknesses. Title, Zombie Slayer skills, explosive arrow, level 2, marking, level 1. Purification, level 2. Sniper's focus, level 1. Equipment, 1000 Illusions ink bracelet, level 1. Iron bow, level 2. Goddess of Wisdom necklace, level 1. Dusk armor, level 1. Swift wind boots, level 1. Lucky ring, scanning glasses in her past life. She relied on a bronze iron bow to constantly fight zombies. When the acid rain disaster ended, she was less than level 2. Now, she has not only ranked higher on the level leaderboard but also learned a silver skill, a gold skill, and is equipped with full bronze gear. Logically, she should be satisfied. But thinking about Su Tiantian's later strength, which was built on many opportunities, she still cannot relax her guard. The idea of a heroine's special aura is really hard to explain. At this moment, the seller of the silver vehicle upgrader sent her a new message. I've thought it over, and I can accept your offer. Let's just make the deal. Su Nian's eyes lit up, and she immediately sent a request to trade. Around 11:30 p.m., Su Nian packed up all the furniture and appliances in her room. When it reached midnight, the heavy rain outside suddenly stopped. The acid rain, which had already reached the 10th floor, visibly receded at a fast pace until the ground, corroded and rusted, was exposed. Su Nian called Su Wang and, with Da Huang and the Blood Bee Queen, left Jinxiu community under the cover of night. Her original plan was to leave Su Wang in Jinxiu community because Su Tiantian would stay there for a few more days and the plot wouldn't let a tornado affect that place. She also had a teleportation stone, so she could come back anytime. But now that she had bought the silver vehicle upgrader, she could upgrade her vehicle to a gold level. In that case, ordinary natural disasters wouldn't bother her. So she preferred to keep Su Wang with her. Moreover, she was worried about encountering situations like during the day again. During the daytime, someone might come out of the room. If she wasn't there, Su Wang would be in danger. On the way, with Da Huang and the Blood Bee Queen protecting her, almost no zombies could get close. After leaving the beautiful community, Su Nian arrived at a deserted street. She took out the camper from her space, and then used the silver vehicle upgrade device, followed by the gold vehicle upgrade device, to give the camper 2 major upgrades. Ding! The vehicle has been successfully upgraded to silver quality. Details: The overall defense of the camper increased by 1,000%, equipment durability increased by 1,000%, the power system was strengthened. With a 1,000% increase in power generation, solar panel strength was improved, parking system was enhanced, and when parking is activated, the camper will never tip over. More features can be explored by yourself. A few minutes later, ding! The vehicle has been successfully upgraded to gold quality. Details: the overall defense of the camper increased by 2,000%, equipment durability increased by 2,000%, a new automatic water condensation function was added, producing 100 liters of water daily, a new disaster defense system was installed, so normal disasters won't affect the vehicle. More features can be explored by yourself. After upgrading the camper, a strong wind started to blow outside. Sun Yan quickly took Su Wang, Big Yellow, and the Blood-Bee Queen onto the camper. The howling wind was instantly blocked outside. Looking at the newly upgraded camper, Sun Yan felt a deep sense of safety inside. Living in the camper is still the most comfortable, Su Wang said happily, lying on the sofa and rolling around. The previous house, although the air purifier was running every day, still carried a foul smell from all directions. Especially after a few days. The smell of various corpses was almost enough to ruin my appetite. Sun Yan studied the new features of the RV, then went to the driver's seat and entered the location sent by Chief Feishua. Safe route identified. Starting now. Estimated arrival in 30 minutes. Sun Yan clicked OK, and the RV automatically headed toward the destination. At this moment, a new message suddenly popped up in the group chat. Chief Feishua. At everyone, the last player I contacted seems to have had an accident. This might mean we will be short of people tomorrow. Does anyone have friends above level 3 who can join us? Level 3 or higher? Sun Yan looked toward the living room. Su Wang and the Blood-Bee Queen had already reached level 3 10 days ago. Maybe this is a good chance to let Su Wang practice in the dungeon? The difficulty of a 1-star dungeon is much higher than that of a 5-person raid. But with her there, Su Wang definitely won't get into trouble. And there's also Big Yellow and Little Red. Both of their owners are present this time, so it's completely fine for her and Su Wang to bring them into the dungeon. Thinking of this, Sun Yan asked in the group, apart from level, is there anything else required? Chief Feishua. Just need to be level enough. Although there are many top players in their group, finding a level 3 player quickly to fill the spot isn't easy. And why do they need a level 3 player? Because there are already 2 people in the team who are holding us back. Sun Yan. Okay, I will bring a friend tomorrow. Chief Feishua. That's great. I won't look for anyone else then. She exited the group chat interface, hesitated for a moment, then opened her friends list and sent a message to Wei Yan. Is the armor you wanted to sell last time still available? It's not easy to find armor suitable for Su Wang. The main reason is that Su Wang is very short. Most equipment can be adjusted slightly to fit different body types, but the style usually doesn't change much. For example, the dusk chest armor she wears is a female version. Male players can wear it if they want, but it won't be very comfortable. But now, with time so tight, she couldn't be picky. She just didn't know if the armor Wei Yan had was still there after so many days. Wei Yan always responded quickly. This time, he replied almost immediately after she sent the message. Wei Yan, still available. A few seconds later, another message came quickly. Wei Yan, are you buying it for your friend, Sun Yan? Yes, he's not well prepared and time is too short, so I wanted to ask you. Seeing the word, he, Wei Yan's eyes darkened slightly. A male friend? Sun Yan thought he was asking about the gender to check if the armor style matched, so she replied, No, it's my younger brother. He's quite small, so the style doesn't matter too much. Wei let out a sigh of relief and used the friend gift feature to send the armor directly to Sun Yan. Lend it to you for now. When you find a suitable one for your brother, you can return it to me, Sun Yan asked. Is that convenient? If so, it really saves her money on buying armor. After all, adult armor wouldn't fit Su Wang, and he would need to replace it eventually. For now, borrowing it for a couple of days is quite cost-effective. Later, she could give Wei some tasty treats as a thank you. Wei said, It's no trouble at all. Sun Yan replied, Thanks a lot. She closed the panel and looked at the armor Wei sent. It was a simple, silver-colored armor with clean lines, perfect for Wei, who is nearly 190 centimeters tall. But Su Wang is less than 110 centimeters. Would he be able to wear it? Sun Yan took the armor to the living room and called Su Wang over. Tomorrow, sister will take you to do a dungeon. Try on this armor and see if it fits. Do a dungeon? Su Wang's eyes lit up. He ran over with his small arms and legs, eager to put on the armor. The weight was manageable. Su Wang is already level 3, and with a few bronze pieces of equipment, his physique is much stronger than an average adult. But when he finally managed to put on the armor, Sun Yan felt like she was looking at a moving iron barrel. The armor did cover a large area for protection. But when moving, you mostly only see armor. Sun Yan touched her chin, but it seems that a metal bucket might also work. When enemies come, she maximizes the armor so that Su Wang's body can fully fit inside it. Isn't this safer than close-fitting armor? Anyway, Su Wang mainly relies on pets to attack enemies, not on himself. Looking at it this way, future defensive gear for Su Wang can also be designed along this idea. Sun Yan asked Su Wang to walk around the living room twice. Aside from being a bit less agile, movement was completely fine. Seeing this, she felt completely reassured. At this moment, the RV also arrived at the destination. There was quite a bit of noise on the way, attracting many zombies. As soon as the RV stopped, a large crowd of zombies surrounded it tightly. Sun Yan couldn't be bothered to pay attention. She switched to parking mode, lowered the blackout curtains, and then took Su Wang to rest. The next day, Sun Yan prepared a simple breakfast. After eating, she asked a Huang and the Blood Bee Queen to accompany Su Wang for dodge training while she checked the supplies needed for this mission. 20 bottles of healing potion, which can treat minor injuries and quickly restore health. Drinking one can also help with heavy bleeding. 5 rolls of bandages, mainly for stopping bleeding and dressing wounds. Although she thought she wouldn't get hurt, having extra supplies was never a bad idea. 7 bottles of mental potion, which quickly restore mental strength after use. They are essential items for defeating zombies and completing dungeons, and are currently the most scarce resource for Sun Yan. Several mutated lemons, which are lower-level substitutes for mental potions. A strength-boosting magic potion, providing a group buff. Not necessarily needed immediately, but good to have on hand. 10 thorn traps, for emergency use. They can trap enemies and buy time. Stink bombs, which can scare away monsters. She carried some with Su Wang. Also, she needs to carry experience bottles. This dungeon should give her a lot of experience. After checking the supplies, Sun Yan put on all her gear and packed a backpack with a 100 kilograms capacity. She glanced at the group chat and saw that Lin Yanzhou and others had already arrived. She also prepared to leave for the meeting point. Sun Yan first opened the blackout curtain to check outside. The area was very quiet. No zombies were left around the RV, probably blown away during the strong wind last night. This saved her the trouble of clearing zombies. Sun Yan led the 3 little ones out of the RV, then stored the RV in her space, and headed toward a nearby residential area. She arrived in front of her room in Building 3, opened the group chat, and tagged Chief Aishua. "I'm here, please open the door." Almost immediately after sending the message, the door opened. A familiar, slightly cheeky, handsome face appeared in her view. However, upon seeing Sun Yan's outfit, the other person's face froze with a look of curiosity and a smile. Sun Yan was wearing a baseball cap, a mask, protective glasses, a loose hiking jacket, and bright green shoes, making her look like a colorful Christmas tree. Is this Wei Ji's goddess? Lin Yanzhou glanced back at the tall figure by the window. His eyes fixed intently on Sun Yan, shining with a brightness Lin Yanzhou had never seen before. Not just a friend. What are you amazed by when faced with such a Christmas tree? As for the iron bucket next to Sun Yan, this one is even more significant. Besides seeing 2 small feet moving below and a pair of eyes barely visible from the collar, the rest of the body was hidden. Oh, and there was a chubby bee sitting on his head and a big yellow dog constantly huffing and puffing. I can't understand. This group, I really can't make sense of it.
Hello, I am Sunian.
This is my brother. You can call him Daodu, Su Nian said to the people inside the room, introducing herself. Through Lin Yanzhou's shoulder, her gaze briefly lingered. The man leaning by the window was dressed casually, with his hands casually in his pockets, looking at her in a calm way, but there seemed to be a strange emotion in his eyes. After many years, seeing Wei Yan again, Su Nian still had to admit that as the male lead of the original story, Wei Yan's features and figure looked like a carefully crafted piece of art. Lin Yanzhou was already quite handsome, but next to Wei Yan, he seemed like a follower or a younger brother. Maybe it's all about temperament. Lin Yanzhou, what are you standing at the door for? Let Su Nian in. A cute girl with a baby face stepped forward, roughly pulling Lin Yanzhou aside, then smiling at Su Nian and saying, I'm Chi Feishue. You can call me Feishue from now on. After saying that, Chi Feishue quickly invited Su Nian into the room.
Su Nian was a bit surprised.
Chi Feishue was actually a cute girl? A super adorable girl? The contrast was too big. No wonder she liked to send emoji expressions when chatting with Chi Feishue. Although it didn't quite match her natural talent, it totally fit her personality. Inside the room, two male players greeted Su Nian enthusiastically. If she guessed right, they should be Lu Yuan and Gao Bowen. Su Nian responded briefly, then touched the device on her ear, activated her scanning glasses, and all the players' information appeared in the room. Lu Yuan and Gao Bowen were level 3, while Lin Yanzhou and Chi Feishue were level 5. Sitting on the sofa with a sulky face but applying makeup was Su Mei, level 1, and next to her, Zhao Li, with a slicked-back hairstyle and who looked like he had used a lot of hair gel, was also level 1. These two had quite matching styles. Finally, Su Nian's gaze fell on Wei Yan. Level 8. If Wei Yan had taken action, he probably would have earned most of the contribution points for this dungeon. Luckily, he was just here to assist. At this moment, Wei Yan looked back at Su Nian. Their eyes met. Su Nian looked at him confidently without avoiding, but Wei Yan immediately looked away. This made Su Nian roll her eyes in frustration. She knew her current image was a bit embarrassing, but she didn't think it was necessary to be so obvious. Suddenly, Su Mei, sitting on the sofa, looked annoyed and said, Su Nian, is this your level 3 friend? I thought you really had someone special, but it turns out you brought your little brother. He still looks like he hasn't finished growing up, right? Zhao Li nodded in agreement. Exactly. This dungeon was discovered by Sister Su Mei. As her close friends, we don't need to worry about levels, but you, an outsider, want to join in? Isn't that a bit too much? Su Nian patted Su Wang's head and said, show them your level and talent. Oh, Su Wang nodded obediently, then reached out a small hand from his armor, tapping on the panel. After a while, he couldn't figure it out and looked at Su Nian with a sad face. Big sister, I don't know how. Su Nian could only squat down and teach Su Wang how to operate step by step. Su Mei sneered. What are you pretending for? Even this little kid is level 3. If I were that level, I'd already be level 100. And who goes out with pets? Or are you planning to invite everyone to eat dog meat at noon? Meanwhile, Su Wang just shared his level and talent. Su Nian looked at Su Mei coldly and said, my brother is a beast tamer. These two are his pets, and they are both level 3. Don't assume others can't do what you can't. She didn't claim that De Huang was her pet publicly. After all, she is ranked on the pet leaderboard. Now, Su Mei and others only suspect her identity. But if her relationship with De Huang were exposed, it would seem too much of a coincidence. Seeing Su Wang's level and talent, everyone at the scene was stunned. Gao Bowen said, wow, he's really level 3. Lu Yuan commented, big shots are really impressive. Even his younger brother is so strong. Su Mei was completely speechless, her face burning with embarrassment. The words she just said felt like she was slapping herself. Who would have thought that a little kid with no hair grown yet could have such a high level? And both pets are level 3. 2 pets. So, does that mean she's even below a dog? Lin Yanzhou approached Su Wang and looked at the big bee on his head. Is this little guy also level 3? He's so fat. Can he even fly? Hearing Lin Yanzhou's words, the blood bee queen immediately got angry. It raised its tail needle and buzzed as it flew straight at Lin Yanzhou. Lin Yanzhou shouted loudly and quickly ran behind Wei Yan to hide. "Don't stab me. Stab him. Stab him." The Queen of Blood Bees looked at the man in front of her. As a mutated creature, her instincts told her she couldn't defeat him, so she quickly ran back behind Su Nian to hide. She was looking for a backup, after all. Who doesn't know how to rely on support? Su Nian patted the round head of the Queen of Blood Bees and comforted her. Okay, don't be angry. He didn't mean to insult you. He was just praising how cute you are." Knowing that the Queen of Blood Bees didn't like being called fat, she and Su Wang hadn't mentioned it for a long time. But it was true. She was getting rounder and rounder. If someone was nearsighted, they might even think she was a ball. Yes, I was praising you." Lin Yanzhou popped out from behind Wei Yan. He took a jar of honey from his backpack and carefully offered it to the Queen of Blood Bees. "Please, have some." Smelling the sweet aroma of the nectar, the Queen of Blood Bees relaxed her guard and flew over to the honey jar to start eating. Watching how quickly Su Nian became familiar with Lin Yanzhou, Su Mei's eyes turned red with jealousy. She had never seen Lin Yanzhou and Wei Yan before, only knew they were classmates of Qi Feishue. But after meeting them, she realized they were not only talented and high-level, but also very handsome. Especially Wei Yan. He was truly stunning. In contrast, Zhao Li, whom she had chased for a long time, suddenly seemed like a complete stranger. Su Mei can clearly tell who the promising talent is and immediately tries to get close to Lin Yanzhou and Wei Yan. However, no matter how enthusiastic she is, they ignore her. That's why she was sulking on the sofa earlier. But she quickly understood. People like Wei Yan and Lin Yanzhou, who are top players, are surely surrounded by many talented women. To become friends with them, she can only take it slow. And what happened? Where is the cool, aloof attitude she expected? In the end, it seems they are only targeting her personally. Qi Feishue didn't notice Su Mei's little thoughts. She walked to the middle of the living room and said, "Since everyone is here, I will explain the basic situation of this dungeon. This dungeon is a 1-star level, tower defense type, lasting 12 hours. So everyone must bring enough supplies to last, or we might not be able to hold out. According to the original plan, I, Yanzhou, and Su Nian will be the main damage dealers, while others defend the second line. Try not to let monsters reach the tower, or all our early efforts might be wasted." Qi Feishue clearly had researched the dungeon beforehand, knowing its type and roughly where everyone should stand. Su Nian has played many tower defense dungeons before, and these kinds of missions really test teamwork. But with Qi Feishue and Lin Yanzhou, who are both very strong damage dealers, there shouldn't be much problem. At that time, each person just needs to be responsible for one direction. Even if there are some misses, with Wei Yan helping, no monsters can enter the core area. There's nothing else to say. Qi Feishue glanced at her watch. It's already 11 o'clock. After everyone finishes lunch, we will depart on time at noon. If you need supplies, it's best to buy them now. Don't forget energy drinks. Other medicines can be fewer, but this must not be less. We need at least 10 bottles, more is better. Don't worry, I've already bought all of these, Gao Bowen said. Yes, I've checked many strategies on the chat channel during this time. Everything that needs to be prepared has been taken care of, Lu Yuan added. Only Zhao Li looked unhappy and said to the person beside him, Su Mei, you asked me to go to the dungeon, but you didn't tell me I need to bring supplies myself. Your sister-in-law is so awesome. She can help me prepare. Before the apocalypse game arrived, Su Mei had been pursuing him. He originally didn't think much of her and planned to just play around and leave. Unexpectedly, Su Mei's family had an S-rank talent player. So, during this time, he and Su Mei grew closer and even got a chance to join a team dungeon. But he was mainly in it to get some benefits, expecting her to cover the supplies himself. He definitely couldn't afford that. Can't you even bring out 10 bottles of energy drinks? With Lin Yanzhou and Wei Yan as comparisons, Su Mei had lost interest in Zhao Li and spoke impatiently. When you asked me to come, you didn't say it like this. Zhao Li isn't willing to pay half the cost himself. With Qi Feishue as such a strong backing, Why would he need to spend money or effort? All right, I will help you ask Sister Feishua. Just don't cause trouble inside. Su Mei said impatiently. What trouble? There are so many high-level players. I just want to watch their performance. Zhao Li said confidently. Many players who haven't cleared the dungeon or done their homework don't know that team rewards are divided based on contribution points. There are the Commander token, the Captain token, and the Lord token. Only those who have these 3 tokens are qualified to distribute the main loot. Otherwise, the system automatically distributes the rewards. Zhao Li and Su Mei didn't know this. They were just aiming to get the dungeon rewards for free, not planning to put in effort during the dungeon. Unfortunately, their plan was doomed to fail. Seeing everyone so active and eager, Chief Feishua also relaxed. She turned around and knocked on a bedroom door. Su Huan, Andy, are you awake? Lunch is almost ready. Can you give me the key to the storage room? Yes. Chief Feishua only learned after moving into Su Huan's house that Su Huan had always slept with his mother since he was young. After she moved in, she could only share a room with Su Mei. Later, Su Mei found it crowded to sleep together, so Chief Feishua slept alone in the living room. Although she thought it was unreasonable, Su Huan had always been kind to her, so she endured it. Moreover, worried that she might hide supplies, Su's mother didn't allow her to use extra resources to have Su Nian make a backpack. All the supplies she collected, including the prop cards, were stored in a storage room. Su's mother kept the key, only opening it during mealtime each day. But today, so many guests came to the house, and logically, she should invite everyone to share this lunch. After a few minutes, a disheveled woman opened the door and frowned, saying, "You called so many people to the house early in the morning. It's so noisy. Can't they wait outside?" "Auntie, it's not safe outside, and they will only stay for a little while," Chief Feishua said awkwardly with a smile. Su's mother rolled her eyes and then went out of the bedroom to open the storage room next door. She rummaged inside for a while and finally took out a food card, handing it to Chief Feishua. "I saw many people saying that the supplies outside had all spoiled. Now, the stock at home isn't much, so for lunch today, you can just eat a steamed bun with yesterday's leftover pickles." As for why only Chief Feishua was given one, it's because Su Huan's family usually eats separately. It's a habit they've had for decades. She hasn't married into the Su family yet, so even if she's not a family member, she can't sit at the table. "Auntie, my talent consumes a lot of energy. One steamed bun isn't enough, and there are so many people in the living room. Last time I went to the supermarket, I brought back more than 10 boxes of food. I want to treat everyone to a good meal at noon, so I'll have the strength to do the dungeon later." Chief Feishua's face was almost about to collapse, but she still politely said this. "You still want to treat others to a good meal? You don't understand how expensive everyday needs are until you run a household. Now that the world is ending, there's no way you can be so wasteful. With me managing the supplies at home, don't even think about it." Mother Su responded loudly and strongly opposed. "Exactly, Sister Feishua. Even though you get dozens of food cards every day, we have a big family to feed. You can't just think about the present and ignore the future." Su Mei also turned around and said. Everyone in the living room was silent. Chief Feishua has an S-level talent and is a top-ranked player, yet she can only eat one steamed bun at a time? Are they crazy? Is the world crazy? Or is this Annie crazy? And Su Mei's words, are they something a normal person would say? Chief Feishua gets dozens of food cards daily, but because her big family needs to eat, she's left hungry? Who is really doing the hard work here? Can they tell what's more important? Such a frustrating boyfriend and his family. How did Chief Feishua endure all this? "Feishua, what are you eating?" "I have hot pot here. Let me treat you." Lin Yanzhou really couldn't stand it anymore, so he took out several boxes of self-heating hot pot from his backpack. "I have some too, luncheon meat bean curd sheets, just boil and eat." Gao Bowen also started rummaging through his bag. "Let's have hot pot for lunch." "I have a portable stove and hot pot ingredients," Su Nian suggested. Great. Lu Yuan raised his hands in approval. "I have dried gourd vegetables and ham sausages, just right for hot pot." In just a few words, everyone decided on lunch. Mother Sue's face alternated between pale and flushed. Is it really happening? In her own house, they were discussing eating hot pot. Did they ask her for her opinion? This house was bought with her loan, and her name was on the property deed. What are you eating? No hot pot in my house. I can't stand that smell. Mother Sue quickly walked into the living room, shouting like she was having a manic episode. Auntie, could you please go back to your room? We'll finish lunch and leave right away. Also, please call Su Huan. It's not fair to make everyone wait for him alone. Sun Yan and the others were gathering supplies, and Chi Feishue, who already felt guilty, saw Mother Sue's bad attitude and spoke more coldly. What's your attitude? This is my house. Why should I go back to my room? If anyone should leave, it's you guys. Mother Sue snapped angrily. Then please return all the supplies to me. I'll move out soon, so I won't bother you anymore, Chi Feishue said coldly. With her strength, she could easily break down a door. Now, she was willing to speak nicely with Mother Sue, but only because of her boyfriend. You. Mother Sue's face turned red with anger, and her neck thickened. At this moment, a well-dressed man wearing glasses came out of the bedroom. Mom, Feishue didn't say anything to you. Are we expecting guests today? Why are you so angry? Su Huan stepped forward, patting Mother Sue's back and trying to calm her down. Seeing Su Huan defending her, Chi Feishue felt a little better. Lately, she had suffered a lot in this family. If Su Huan hadn't stood up for her, she couldn't have stayed even a minute longer. This brat wants to use the family's things to entertain guests, but doesn't look at the outside environment. No matter how much material we have, we shouldn't waste it like this. Mother Sue glared at Chi Feishue with resentment. This girl even wants to send me back to my room. Is this the good daughter-in-law you found? All right, Feishue didn't mean that. It's all a misunderstanding, Su Huan said, then looked at Chi Feishue and added, Feishue, Mom cares about the resources. She's been through hard times and is used to being frugal. Only my dear son understands me. While this family was showing their deep mother-son bond, Sun Yan had already taken out a foldable table from the space, set up a portable stove, and placed pots and utensils. Then she took out hot pot base and poured a few bottles of mineral water into the pot to start boiling. Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan arranged the food on the table. Sun Yan also took some beef rolls, duck intestines, beef tripe, fish balls, shrimp paste, fish tofu, beef meatballs, and even vegetables like potatoes, lotus root, yam, and pumpkin from her space. Seeing this full table of side dishes, Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan's eyes nearly popped out. No wonder they are big figures with millions of fans in the trading area. This stockpiling is really impressive. Chi Feishue didn't want to argue further with Sue's mother, so she voluntarily came over to help Sun Yan. Lin Yanzhou also pulled Wei Yan over. So many delicious foods? Killer sister. You don't know how hard life has been for me following Wei Ge. He can't even cook instant noodles. Really? Sun Yan looked at Wei Yan. But she remembered that Wei Yan's cooking skills were actually quite good. She had even learned a lot from him. I'll do it. Wei Yan took the knife from Sun Yan and continued chopping the pumpkin on the cutting board. Wei Yan suddenly getting close made Sun Yan freeze in place. Before she could react, she quickly took 2 steps back. What's wrong with this guy? Aren't they not that close now? Lin Yanzhou looked at the two of them with a curious expression. At first, he thought that after Sun Yan met Wei Yan, she didn't say hello or anything, and he thought they weren't familiar. But now, one was helping to cut vegetables voluntarily, and the other was bouncing around like a rabbit. There must be something going on. The side dishes and seasonings were quickly prepared. Everyone was about to start eating when, unexpectedly, Mother Sue pulled Su Huan over, clearly wanting to join the meal. Chi Feishue immediately stood up first and said, Su Huan, Auntie really doesn't like hot pot. She was so excited earlier, she almost caused a scene. Take her somewhere else to eat, or she might get an upset stomach. These days, medicine is hard to find. She was trying to join the meal because she had a good relationship with Sun Yan and the others. They often exchanged favors, so she hoped to return the kindness when she could. Mother Sue joining the meal was just shameless. After all, they had just caused such a fuss. Was she not embarrassed? My mom doesn't eat hot pot. Zhao Li, and I can eat. Please make some room for us, Su Mei said, pulling Zhao Li and eager to squeeze in. You little brat, who said I can't eat? I just don't like spicy food, but I can eat clear broth. Mother Su stretched her neck, looking at the full table of meat and vegetables, drooling with hunger. There was beef, duck intestines, and tripe, dipped in oil sauce after boiling briefly. How tender and fragrant it must be. Su Nian put down the tripe she was boiling and turned around to say, Sorry, there are no extra pots, no extra stoves, and no more food. It's like the end of the world now. Food is precious. It's better for everyone to eat their own, so we don't get into arguments later. Su Nian, what do you mean? It's just one meal. Why are you being so stingy? Su Mei crossed her arms and said angrily. You're so stingy, Su Nian said straightforwardly. She didn't like this family at all, and even the best pretender, Su Huan, was not a good person. Qi Feishue, though blind, was still a very kind person. Thinking about her dying in Su Huan's hands in the future, Su Nian just wanted to shoot Su Huan now. Trash, who are you calling stingy? Hearing this, Su's mother lost her temper.
Bang!
As soon as Su's mother finished speaking, a flash of black light suddenly appeared, cutting a crack in the floor right in front of her. If you curse again, next time it will be your leg, Wei Yan said coldly, retracting his hand. Su's mother trembled with fear, and her arrogant attitude instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Su Mei and Zhao Li didn't dare to cause trouble anymore and quietly stepped back. Su Huan didn't want things to get too tense, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Forget it, Mom. You're getting old and shouldn't eat too greasy. We eat quite a lot at home. I'll make you a bowl of noodles later. Okay, just eating noodles is fine, Su's mother said with a trembling voice. Usually they hid in this house, never really facing zombies, so they had never seen such an attack method. A wave of the hand could cut through the floor. Cutting a person? That's just a matter of seconds. Su Mei and her daughter, relying on Su Huan and Qi Feishue's connections, were always acting arrogantly at home. I didn't expect that the people outside would not be kind to them at all.
Although they wanted hot pot.
Considering their safety, they could only go to the kitchen to cook their own meals. Outside, people were eating meat and hot pot, but inside the kitchen, they could only eat plain noodles with spicy sauce. At this moment, Mother Su felt very regretful. Why did she say she didn't eat hot pot? Actually, she wasn't picky about food. After eating and drinking enough, everyone checked their belongings again and prepared to go to the entrance of the dungeon. Let's go. My big sword is eager to fight. Gao Bowen held a baseball bat, jumping around like a monkey. This is my first time entering a dungeon, so I feel a bit nervous, Lu Yuan said, but his eyes were full of excitement. Lin Yanzhou looked calm and relaxed. At first, he was both nervous and excited, but after seeing Wei Yan's strength during this time, he no longer felt nervous at all. As for Su Wang, he was in a similar state to Lin Yanzhou. Having been with Su Nian for so long, waking up every day to see a sea of zombies, he had become used to big scenes. The dungeon is in the underground parking lot of this community. I've already cleared all the zombies there, so we can go straight in, Qi Feishue said to everyone. This dungeon had existed for some time, but when she found out about it, a sudden rainstorm disaster came. Now that the rainstorm disaster has just ended, there probably aren't many players going to the underground parking lot. Even if the dungeon is discovered, ordinary players cannot pass it easily. If it were that simple, she wouldn't have needed so many people to help for so long. Of course, the most important reason is that some team members are holding everyone back. She originally wanted to bring only Su Huan inside. But unexpectedly, Su Mei also wanted to join the fun, and she insisted on bringing Zhao Li, a useless person who is eager to show off his flaws. If Su Huan hadn't strongly persuaded her, she wouldn't have agreed. Everyone followed Qi Feishue to the underground parking lot of the community. After walking a short distance, they saw the dungeon portal. When they got closer, the dungeon information appeared automatically. 1-star dungeon. Higher difficulty. Requires a team of 10 to enter. Rewards. Equipment, materials, rare items no matter what dungeon it is. Equipment and materials are fixed drops. Only the last reward varies. The last time Su Nian cleared a 5-person dungeon, the reward was enhanced enchantments. But to get all the rewards, contribution points must be at least 20%. When everyone gathered in front of the dungeon portal, a game prompt appeared in their minds. Detected enough players. Do you want to enter this dungeon?
Su Nian clicked confirm.
In the next second, a suction force pulled her in. Before she could react, she found herself on a barren land. In the middle of the wasteland stood a 3-meter-high crystal tower, with an exit nearby leading out of the dungeon. Surrounding the area is a golden ring. Inside the ring is the zone where players can move freely, while outside is the monster spawning area. Welcome to Endless Zombie Horde. Please protect the crystal tower in the center and make sure it isn't destroyed by zombies. If you leave during the fight, it will be considered a failure. After 180 seconds, the first wave of zombies will arrive. Be prepared. Since there is only 180 seconds to get ready, Chief Fei Xue quickly arranged everyone's positions. Support and damage dealers stay below the crystal tower. The 3 main damage dealers each take responsibility for one direction, making sure to eliminate zombies as soon as they appear outside the circle. If any are missed, the support from behind will handle the cleanup. After hearing Chief Fei Xue's plan, Su Nian objected. The crystal tower is 50 meters from the edge of the ring. If all support damage dealers stay below the tower, there will be a large gap in front, making it hard for the main damage dealers to manage the situation. Do you all have area damage skills? Su Nian asked Chief Fei Xue and Lin Yanzhou. Yes, both nodded. In that case, I suggest the main damage dealers stay about 20 to 30 meters away from the ring's edge. When the zombies gather, use 2 area skills to clear most of them. Support damage dealers should leave 2 at the base of the tower, while the rest move behind the main damage dealers. They should move flexibly, adapt to the situation, and focus on clearing the zombies inside the circle. At this moment, if there are any omissions, especially in the output below the tower, it is very important to eliminate any remaining zombies. Does everyone agree? Su Nian looked around at everyone. No problem. Gao Bowen quickly nodded. You've said a lot of nonsense. What's all that about? Flying Snow Sisters' arrangement of positions is simple and clear. Besides, you're not the team leader, so why are you talking? Su Mei immediately retorted loudly. Su Mei's loud voice was a perfect trait inherited from her mother.
No.
Chief Fei Xue's eyes shone as she looked at Su Nian. I think what Su Nian said is very good. For this dungeon, let Su Nian be the commander. Flying Snow Sister. Su Mei stomped her foot in disagreement. Fei Xue, don't be stubborn. This is our team's dungeon. How can we give the command to someone outside? Su Huan also approached Chief Fei Xue and whispered, I'm not being stubborn. I've never been a commander before, so my plans are too rough. The plan Su Nian suggested is perfect. I see no problem with it. Chief Fei Xue looked at Su Nian with a hint of admiration. I support. Lin Yanzhou stepped forward. Su Wang raised his hand eagerly, clearly supporting his sister. Most importantly, Wei Yan also came over to Su Nian's side, and his attitude was obvious. Seeing this, Su Huan and his sister couldn't say anything more. The positions were decided, and everyone moved to their assigned spots. Gao Wenba and Lu Yuan stood beneath the crystal tower. The crystal tower is the last line of defense and must not be entrusted to brother Su Huan and his siblings, nor to Zhao Li and a few others who are not capable. Su Nian, Chief Fei Xue, and Lin Yanzhou are each responsible for the area within a 120-degree angle. Everyone else stays inside the circle. At this moment, zombies outside the circle begin to appear one after another. Since the monsters were not spawning frequently at first, Su Nian didn't use any skills. She just shot arrows blindly, one after another. With the focus of a sniper, she almost always hit the head with each arrow. Chief Fei Xue swung her big sword forward with both hands, cutting through the zombies' heads with each powerful strike, creating a strong gust of wind. Lin Yanzhou's skill was even more impressive. He casually raised his hand, and several purple lightning bolts struck the heads of zombies nearby. Watching the battle of the top-ranked players, everyone was stunned. So killing zombies can be this easy? Seeing Chi Feishua easily cut down a group of zombies with one sword, Su Huan's eyes flashed with hidden jealousy. Why can Chi Feishua, who is so weak that she can't even lift a chicken, awaken an S-grade talent, while his own talent is the lowest, an F-grade? Even Su Nian, who only has a C-grade talent, is so powerful. This is unfair. Su Huan doesn't like women who are too strong. He is with Chi Feishua because she is obedient, sensible, and listens well. This greatly boosts his self-esteem. Since the arrival of the apocalyptic game, his self-esteem has been badly shattered. Chi Feishua has changed from a fragile girl into a powerful female warrior. And the key point is, he can't live without her. Without Chi Feishua, his family wouldn't survive in the end times. He can only hide his dark, twisted jealousy inside, but he doesn't stop his family from bullying and exploiting Chi Feishua. Only in this way can he feel a little better inside. Watching Chi Feishua become more and more outstanding, and seeing the gap between them grow wider, Su Huan both fears that Chi Feishua will leave him and secretly envies her strength. He feels like this is how his life will be forever. Until today, when he saw Su Nian take action, he realized that even an ordinary talent can have such strong power. Does that mean with powerful equipment and skills, he can reach that level too? Suddenly, Su Huan feels hopeful again. After the dungeon ends, he plans to have Chi Feishua get him a top-quality set of gear. He also wants to join in killing zombies and leveling up. But looking at the distant, purple-faced, rotting humanoid monsters, Su Huan shivered again. Today, he decides no more. Next time, he will definitely do it. In the first hour, zombies appeared very slowly. And they were all level 1 zombies. Su Nian and the others handled the cleanup easily, without even needing to use their special skills. In the second hour, the number of zombies doubled. In the third hour, it doubled again, adding another layer. But for Su Nian and the others, it was still no problem. Even if a few zombies were missed, no one else needed to act. Big Yellow and the Blood Bee Queen immediately went to deal with them. By the 6th hour, the zombies suddenly became level 2. They moved faster, were stronger, and each time they appeared, there were dozens. Su Nian didn't dare to be careless. He used explosive arrows. Boom! The upgraded explosive arrow could cover a 20-meter diameter area. With at most 2 arrows, most of the zombies in front of them were cleared. Chi Feishua also used her skill, Ground Splitter, but she had to leap into the zombie crowd from the air to hit multiple enemies at once. It was a bit troublesome, but its effect was just as good as the explosive arrows. As for Lin Yanzhou, he never used his skills. His talent, the power of the Thunder God, allowed him to control the range freely, which was more useful than any skill. But his normal attacks also consumed mental energy. In the first 6 hours, he had already drunk several bottles of mental potion. Half an hour later, Su Nian couldn't hold on anymore and started drinking mental potion as well. By the 8th hour, the mental potion was all used up. Su Nian took out a mutated lemon and bit into it without showing any expression. Just then, Lin Yanzhou looked over and gasped, "Killer sister, you're amazing. How can you eat such sour things raw?" "It's with mental energy," Su Nian replied, taking out a second lemon and continuing to eat it expressionlessly. After finishing 3 lemons, her mental energy recovered to over 90%. However, in just this short time of eating lemons, the zombies had already reached her doorstep. She quickly shot 2 explosive arrows, then took out another lemon and ate it. Through several experiments, she found that during the brief moments when zombies were cleared away, eating a lemon helped her recover her mental energy just right, keeping the pace steady. In the last 4 hours, Su Nian ate more than 30 lemons. Her stomach was full, and finally, the defense time reached the last second. The game alert sounded on time.
Ding.
Congratulations to all players. The defense time has ended. Rewards are being calculated. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inbox. As the alert sounded, A box suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Su Nian opened the box, and several cards flew out. After reading the descriptions of the cards, Su Nian felt very happy. She received 1 silver equipment and 2 silver items. All of them are useful to her. The 1,000 Illusions mask can randomly generate a face, so in the future when she goes out, she can choose any identity she wants. It's all up to her. The silver arrow pouch generates a poison arrow every second, with a maximum of 20 arrows stored. The Heart of Lingxi increases her health by 20 and heals 1 point of health every second when worn. The silver arrow pouch is 10 times more efficient than her current thick leather pouch. The Heart of Lingxi is pretty standard, since healing potions can also restore health. She already has plenty of those in her bag. However, silver gear has better attributes. Wearing this equipment will boost her constitution beyond 50. After reviewing her rewards, Su Nian opened the team chat to see what others had received. Qi Feishue was very lucky and obtained a piece of silver armor made from 2 types of silver materials. Lin Yanzhou received a silver piece of equipment and 2 silver items. Wei Yan, Su Wang, Gao Bowen, and Lu Yuan each got a silver piece of equipment or item. Su Nian, with sharp eyes, found an item among the loot. A silver weapon upgrade scroll. With the silver weapon upgrade scroll and the snow-melting stone she had, she could upgrade her iron bow to a silver weapon. Thinking of this, Su Nian quickly approached Gao Bowen. Do you need the weapon upgrade scroll I found? If you don't need it, I want to trade you this silver quality necklace. Would you accept? Su Nian shared the item's attributes in the team chat. Gao Bowen looked at it and immediately nodded. I'll trade with you. The upgrade scroll is definitely a good item. But according to the instructions, he also needs a bronze weapon and a main material to make a silver weapon. Bronze weapons are easier to get. If lucky, he can buy one in the market. But the main material for a silver weapon, where can he find that? Gathering all the materials might take a very long time. It might be better to just trade for a silver equipment directly, which would be a real upgrade. Seeing Gao Bowen agree, Su Nian also relaxed. After getting the upgrade scroll, she also gave Gao Bowen 2 pounds of fruit. Gao Bowen was very happy and kept thanking her as he accepted the fruit. At that moment, Qi Feishue's side suddenly erupted into a fierce argument. You darn liars! You tricked me into this dangerous place. Now the dungeon is over, and I haven't received a single thing. You must compensate me. Zhao Li shouted angrily. Feishue, what's going on? Did someone do something sneaky? Su Mei also looked upset. Just now, the last few waves of monsters were so dangerous, but she held back and didn't leave the dungeon. As a result, she didn't get any equipment or items, not even experience points. She endured so much mental stress, waited for 12 hours, and for what? Feishue, check what's happening. Everyone else got their share, but only the 3 of you didn't. There must be a problem somewhere, Su Huan said, sounding a bit more polite but still anxious. So, after all this time, you haven't killed a single zombie? Qi Feishue was stunned. She understood how the dungeon worked and knew exactly where the problem was. If it were a normal dungeon, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this dungeon was purely about fighting monsters. Every second, a large number of zombies kept appearing. The zombies weren't very strong, so even if you just touched them casually, there should have been some reward. As long as they met the minimum requirement, each person should have received a silver-level piece of equipment, an obvious reward. But who knew? These 3 guys didn't seem to do anything at all. How can you be so lazy? Why do we need to kill zombies? Isn't having you enough? Su Mei completely didn't understand. The system gives rewards based on contribution points. If you don't kill any zombies, the system won't count you. Qi Feishue explained helplessly. Then why didn't you tell us earlier? You brought us here just to get kills, but you deliberately kept the truth from us so you could get more rewards, right? Zhao Li retorted angrily. Did I tie your legs or your hands? Qi Feishue was amused and annoyed. Everyone worked together to complete the task and contributed equally. Isn't that how it should be? How can someone justify freeloading so confidently? And Zhao Li and Su Mei are one thing, but I didn't expect Su Huan to also have a freeloading attitude. It's so disappointing. Su Huan noticed Chi Feishua's mood was off and quickly changed the subject, saying, "So, it's a problem with the dungeon system. It seems we haven't been proactive enough. Our levels are low, and we're afraid of causing trouble. If I had known earlier, I would have killed more zombies. Do you really think that?" Chi Feishua looked at Su Huan. "Yes, I really do. When I saw you guys fighting monsters just now, I felt frustrated that I couldn't help. Next time I go out, I will work hard to level up, so I can help you," Su Huan said, sincerely. Chi Feishua let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, Su Huan isn't selfish. Maybe she was overthinking just now. "Snow, so could you please let me wear that silver armor? Anyway, you kill zombies as easily as chopping vegetables, so you don't need the armor. But I'm really afraid of zombies. If I had good gear, I'd be braver," Su Huan said calmly, without blushing or feeling nervous. But Chi Feishua hesitated a little. Su Huan's point made sense, but she still felt something was off. At this moment, Su Nian suddenly came over, holding Su Wang's hand. "Feishua, you absolutely cannot give your boyfriend the silver gear. It will only cause him trouble." Su Huan's face darkened. "This brat is coming to cause trouble again. What do you mean?" Chi Feishua looked at Su Nian with confusion.
Think about it.
The silver gear looks different from the bronze gear in style and shine. If someone who knows about gear sees it, and your boyfriend's level is so low, they'll just come to rob him. This isn't a fair society. If they rob him, they won't leave him alive. You're just sending him to his death," Su Nian explained calmly. "Su Nian, that makes a lot of sense," Chi Feishua said brightly, looking at Su Nian. "I feel like you know a lot. I really want to learn more from you in the future." Sure, Su Nian replied with a forced smile. After hearing what Su Nian said, not only Chi Feishua, but even Su Huan gave up on the idea of wearing the silver armor. In a situation where many people can't afford bronze gear, he is proudly showing off with silver equipment. The key point is his level is still low. Doesn't that make it obvious he's easy to pick on? No way. No matter how good his gear is or how much it boosts his pride, his life is more important. He should wait for Chi Feishua to help him level up first. Watching Su Nian quickly help Chi Feishua out of trouble with just a few words, Lin Yanzhou couldn't help but lean over to Wei Yan and say, "That assassin girl is quite eloquent." "Yeah." Wei Yan kept his eyes on Su Nian, full of admiration. "What do you mean, yeah? You've been here so long, and you haven't even said a word to her. You just cut a few potatoes for her. That's not how you chase someone." Seeing his buddy, Lin Yanzhou was getting anxious. He looks good and is strong. If it were him, with these conditions, he would have already named his girl. "So, how do I chase her?" Wei Yan looked away from Su Nian and asked Lin Yanzhou. Seeing how serious Wei Yan was, Lin Yanzhou decided to show his best skills. "Bro, you asked the right person. For guys like us who rely on looks, nothing else matters. Just use the handsome guy tactic. She's not that shallow." Wei Yan quickly rejected the idea without hesitation. "Are you so sure?" Lin Yanzhou stroked his chin. "Well, she hasn't paid much attention to you. If your face really works, you wouldn't be standing here wasting time." Lin Yanzhou thought deeply, then took a book out of his backpack and handed it to Wei Yan. "Let's try our big move. This is a novel that girls love to read. You can learn a few tricks from the main character, and it will definitely work." Wei Yan looked at the title of the book and raised a question mark above his head. Love of the Overbearing CEO. Lin Yanzhou's occasional bold remarks were actually learned from this book? No wonder he had felt like Lin Yanzhou was acting strangely for a while. "Just trust me, brother." Seeing Wei Yan hesitate, Lin Yanzhou said impatiently. "I don't believe it." Wei Yan threw the book back to Lin Yanzhou. After coming out of the dungeon, except for the three who left empty-handed, everyone else was in a good mood. This morning, I saw what seemed to be official personnel calling everyone on the regional channel to go to Rongqing's survival base. I heard they have measures for various natural disasters. Bo and I are planning to check it out. "Do you want to come along?" Lu Yuan suddenly said. Hearing this, Su Nian's heart moved. The survival base Lu Yuan mentioned was, unsurprisingly, the place where Su Tian obtained her next rare item. So, She definitely wanted to go there. In her previous life, Su Nian first went home to pick up Su Wang and her parents, then headed to this base, where she met Su Tiantian. But unlike now, Su Tiantian had kept her talents and abilities hidden at that time. The heavy burden of gathering supplies all fell on her shoulders. Later, when trapped inside the building, she sold all her equipment to provide for her family. Su Tiantian, however, kept her space's existence a secret and didn't spend a single coin. Until Su Wang developed a high fever and Su Nian couldn't even afford a single fever medicine. With no other options, she had to leave the building to find medicine. But when she returned, she found that Su Wang had already been fed by her stepmother to the zombies. So, why shouldn't she seek revenge? In this life, she wanted to make sure Su Tiantian got nothing. Su Huan was worried that Chief Feishua had some plans, so he quickly pulled her aside and said, "We're not going. My mom has lived here for over 10 years. She wouldn't be used to going somewhere else." Chief Feishua wanted to say she could go see for herself. Seeing Su Huan refuse her, she could only hold back her words. "What about you guys?" Su Nian turned to Wei Yan and Lin Yanzhou. "Are you going to the survival base?" If they went to the survival base, Wei Yan would see Su Tiantian. When the main characters meet, they're bound to be attracted to each other. If they met so early, it would be even harder for her to later get rid of Su Tiantian. "Assassin sister, you care about us so much. But we won't go to the survival base. We're planning to return to Kyoto to find our family," Lin Yanzhou said with a playful smile. Hearing this, Su Nian let out a breath of relief. She thought Wei Yan and Su Tiantian probably wouldn't meet so soon. Fortunately, she still has many chances to change everything. "How about you? Do you have any plans?" Wei Yan looked at Su Nian with a curious expression. Su Nian was slightly surprised. She had always wanted to learn more about Wei Yan through Lin Yanzhou because she knew Wei Yan was a difficult person to approach. But this time, she felt Wei Yan was quite easy to talk to. Could it be that something happened later that changed Wei Yan's personality? The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was possible. "I should also go to the survival base, but there's no rush. I'll decide later." Su Nian didn't give a clear answer. "Boss, if you're also planning to go to the survival base, let's add each other as friends. If we meet there, we can level up together or do quests." Gao Bowen immediately came over. I want to go too. Lu Yuan quickly followed behind Gao Bowen. Su Nian didn't refuse and added both Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan as friends. Anyway, she had changed her friend profile information, so she wasn't worried about others seeing it. Plus, there are indeed 2 instances at the survival base. She could try to go when the opportunity arises. After Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan added her as a friend, they naturally noticed that Su Nian's profile information was unusual. But they wisely didn't ask too many questions. Everyone has their own secrets. Seeing that Su Nian responded to them briefly, they started chatting with others. Wei Yan's eyes looked a bit gloomy. "Brother Wei, we're leaving now. If we wait too long, a tornado might damage the ground, and it will be hard to travel," Lin Yanzhou reminded him. "Okay." Wei Yan nodded slightly. Lin Yanzhou greeted Chief Feishua, then left the underground garage with Wei Yan. Su Nian also left from another direction with Su Wang. Outside, it was already midnight. There was no wind, but lightning and thunder filled the sky. It looked like some powerful being was passing through a thunderstorm. Since it might rain soon, Su Nian quickly took out the RV, bringing Su Wang, the yellow blood bee queen, back inside. She first took a shower in the bathroom, then returned to the living room and took out 3 items needed to upgrade her weapon. The weapon upgrade scroll was like a one-time blueprint. After using the scroll, she added the iron bow and the melting snow stone into the crafting table, and the system immediately prompted. "Do you want to upgrade the iron bow to a melting snow bow?" Su Nian clicked confirm, and the crafting table started working. A few minutes later, a bright light appeared on the table. The iron bow has been upgraded to a melting snow bow. A semi-transparent, silver-white bow floated above the table. The bow is covered with a visible layer of cold air, and snowflakes drifted across the string. Just by looking at the weapon, Su Nian was very happy. She took down the melting snow bow and looked at its description. Name: Snowmelt Bow, quality, silver, level 20/20. Description: 19 strength, equipped with a built-in aiming assist and deals cold ice damage. Weapons upgraded with enhancement scrolls can keep their level. However, seeing the ice damage in the description makes Su Nian a bit suspicious. Could it conflict with the explosive arrow's properties? One is ice, the other fire. Can they coexist? Thinking of this, Su Nian opened the living room window and shot an explosive arrow at a zombie 30 meters away. As expected, there was no explosion. But that zombie and the area around it, within 20 to 30 meters, were all frozen in a layer of ice. The explosive arrow seemed to turn into a freezing arrow. Its power should be about the same. But the freezing arrow makes no sound, so it might be useful in more situations. Su Nian isn't picky about this. As long as it doesn't affect the attack, it's fine. At this moment, Su Wang finished a shower and came out of the bathroom wearing a small dinosaur pajamas. Su Nian suddenly remembered and asked, "What does that silver item you got from the dungeon today do?" She only remembered the name, but couldn't guess its function. "Take a look at it, sister." Su Wang took out a card from his clothes and handed it to Su Nian. After reading the description, Su Nian's mouth twitched. Name: bed suitable for sleeping in a coffin, quality, silver, description. Although it looks like a coffin, it is actually a super sturdy, very comfortable big bed. Su Nian has seen many strange props, but using a coffin as a bed is truly unique. Who is the genius designer behind this? Big sister, this bed is perfect for me. If you take me to fight again, I'll hide inside. It's way more comfortable than wearing a metal bucket all over, Su Wang said as he moved closer to Su Nian. That might not be a good idea, Su Nian said, looking conflicted. Look at the description. It only looks like a coffin, but it's really just a bed. Even vampires sleep in coffins, and they live forever. Su Wang said confidently. Su Nian was almost convinced. Let me test how strong this bed is first. She took the coffin bed out of the card, then drew her snow-melting bow and shot arrows from all sides at the coffin. None left even a tiny mark. Wow, it's really strong, Su Nian said, eyes shining. With her level 5 attack power and a silver weapon like the snow-melting bow, she couldn't even break the bed's defense. Except for not being able to move, what's the difference between this and a piece of silver armor? She was still wearing bronze armor. I think it's good. From now on, this will be your special big bed, Su Nian decided immediately.
Yay!
Su Wang called over the yellow dandelion and the blood bee queen. From now on, Xia Honghong will sleep here, Da Huang will sleep here, and I will sleep on Da Huang's belly. While Su Wang was tinkering with his new toy, Su Nian noticed several new messages in the previous group chat. Gao Bowen. Everyone, check the regional channel. Zhao Li is spreading false rumors about us. Lu Yuan. That jerk has even left the group. After reading the messages, Su Nian switched to the regional channel and saw Zhao Li spamming there. Zhao Li. I'm exposing Wei Yan, Su Nian, Qi Feishue, Lin Yanzhou, and a few other minor players. I won't bother naming the rest. They tricked me into joining a dungeon to fill the team, then took all the rewards for themselves. From now on, everyone, avoid running dungeons with these people and don't trade with them, or you'll get scammed without knowing how. Zhao Li was jumping around in the regional chat channel. Many players saw this and came forward to defend him. Su Nian also received many private messages through the trading market. Boss, is that person in Rongqing's regional channel you? How can you cheat people like that? Hurry up and send some supplies to make up for it. You shouldn't do bad things. Thinking you're so strong, bullying new players. I won't buy your stuff anymore. Why are you cheating people out of dungeon rewards? You're ruining your reputation. Look at your shop. Are you still making sales? No wonder these items are so expensive. Greedy merchants blocking everyone. Yuan. And percent, Su Nian checked her purchase records. The loudest players who were shouting didn't buy anything from her before. Whether they blocked her or not, Su Nian simply blocked all of them. It's the modern age. Who still cares about reputation in business? That's just silly. At that moment, Su Mei suddenly said in the group chat for the dungeon, Zhao Li just contacted me. He wants us to gather a silver-grade piece of equipment for him. Only then will he calm down about this matter. Let's find a way to fix it quickly. I'm worried he might spread rumors about me to classmates, and I won't have anywhere to stand. Lin Yanzhou replied, Who cares about losing face? If you want to gather it, go ahead. I won't be the fool to do it. After saying that, Lin Yanzhou left the group. Soon after, Sun Yan received a private message from Qi Feishue. Sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Just leave the group. If we get a chance to work together again, we can create a new group. Seeing this, Sun Yan also quickly left the group. She thought, he's just a troublemaker, no need to waste much energy on him. Within a few minutes, everyone had left the group.
Schumacher stund.
She only wanted everyone to gather a silver piece of equipment to quickly resolve the issue. Why did everyone leave so fast? On the regional channel, Zhao Li kept spamming messages for a long time. But none of the top-ranked players he mentioned appeared. Instead, a well-known player who often shares upgrade tips from Rome City was drawn into the conversation. Chun Yihao said, As someone who has completed the dungeon 3 times, I'll explain the rules to everyone. I was planning to save this for a later time, but since it's so lively today, I might as well join in the fun. As soon as he spoke, the chat channel quickly changed tone. Wow, Chun Yihao has been brought into the conversation. Look at the rankings: Wei Yan, Sun Yan, Qi Feishue, Lin Yanzhou. Please, big brother, share your tips. Look at the rankings: Wei Yan, Sun Yan, Qi Feishue, Lin Yanzhou. Can someone stop spamming? It's the same sentence over and over. Isn't it annoying? Look at the rankings: Wei Yan, Sun Yan, Qi Feishue, Lin Yanzhou. Exactly, don't disturb the big brother's speech. Zhao Li was scolded by someone. He initially didn't want to respond and kept spamming his messages. But more and more people started criticizing him, and some players even used a 5-minute mute item on him. He had no choice but to shut up. Chun Yihao continued, Let me first tell you about the dungeon rewards. First, there are a lot of experience points, usually starting from 200 or so. You get fixed rewards like bronze equipment and bronze materials, and there's also a chance to get rare items, enhancement enchantments, crafting blueprints, and so on. Chun Yihao. To earn these rewards, you need to reach a basic contribution value. That means all the rewards from the dungeon are divided based on how much contribution you have. Chun Yihao. So, the little brother who was spamming earlier probably didn't get any experience points because he didn't have any contribution. It's not surprising. After all, a dungeon has small monsters and a boss. If you can't beat the boss, helping clear small monsters still earns you some basic contribution points. Once players understood the reward rules, they all realized what was happening. Wow, I was wondering why so many top players on the leaderboard would bother to lie to a noob. Turns out, the top players were helping him run the dungeon, but he just lay down and did nothing. I told you not to believe only one side. Zhao Li was spamming for so long. Did any top player come out to talk to him? Someone just revealed that Zhao Li threatened the top players, demanding a silver-grade item before he'd stop spamming. That's crazy. I don't even have a bronze item, and this guy joins the dungeon just to fill the team, and now he wants a silver item. I really thought he was just freeloading, so I exposed him to warn everyone. But the truth is, he just wanted to scam the top players. Players are not fools. When Chun Yihao explained the dungeon rules, they immediately understood that Zhao Li was trying to use them as pawns. If Zhao Li only wanted some compensation from the top players, they could understand that. But demanding a silver-grade item? This is not crazy, what is it? Sun Yan paid no attention to the chaos in the chat channel. She slept until noon the next day. She got up and went to the driver's seat, setting the destination near a quarry in the suburbs. This quarry was the location of Rongqing's first survival base. While on the road, Sun Yan took out a small pot and cooked 2 packs of instant noodles. She added some beef rolls, meatballs, shrimp, and bok choy. Finally, she cracked in 2 eggs. After a high-intensity zombie fight lasting 12 hours yesterday, she really didn't want to move today. She decided to eat something simple for lunch. But even instant noodles are a rare treat in the apocalypse. Moreover, she was cooking a deluxe version of instant noodles. After a satisfying meal, Sun Yan found that the RV had already left the city. On the way, she encountered 2 tornadoes. Plus, Many areas on the ground were damaged, so she had to take a detour. What normally would take an hour took over 2 hours, and the RV finally reached near the quarry. Su Nian took out her clone dummy, packed some supplies into her backpack, and prepared a small dagger for the clone. She then controlled the clone to carry the backpack and step out of the RV. She didn't want to delay leveling up, nor did she want to reveal her strength, and she also wanted to meet with Su Tian and others at the base. Using the clone to go to the base was undoubtedly the best choice. After the main body is linked to the clone can only inherit 50% of the main body's basic attributes. Otherwise, in appearance and voice, there is no difference between them. This time, Su Tian will meet a player who can check others' attributes. She can let Su Tian check as much as she wants. Su Nian controls the fake clone to walk toward the base. The closer she gets to the base, the more players she encounters. They are all out hunting zombies and gathering supplies, while the tornado hasn't arrived. After the acid rain disaster, there are very few resources left outside. To find food and water, killing zombies is actually the safest way. Once you overcome the fear of zombies, fighting level 2 zombies isn't so hard. And killing zombies also helps increase your level gradually. In survival, everyone is forced to grow. After about 10 minutes, Su Nian sees the gate of the survival base. Outside the gate, armed guards are patrolling. In the apocalypse, firearms are as powerful as bronze, or even platinum and gold level weapons. So, even 5 years after the end of the world, official organizations still hold important positions. However, as time goes on, the power of firearms diminishes. Especially after the beginner protection period ends, more monsters are sent from the main world to Blue Star, making firearms completely less effective. At that time, the official organization had gathered enough strength. Without them, the world would be even more chaotic. Su Nian was about to enter the base when suddenly she heard a shout nearby. Su Nian, a tall girl with a ponytail, ran toward her. "It's really you." Shirsiki excitedly supported Su Nian's shoulder, tears in her eyes, and said, "I thought I would never see you again." Seeing Shirsiki, Su Nian was also very surprised and happy. They had been close friends since university. After the apocalypse game began, Shirsiki saved her life. But after Rebirth, she had too many things to do. She could only buy a few thousand yuan worth of supplies and send them to Shirsiki's dorm. Now that she saw Shirsiki was doing well, she felt completely at ease. "I'm glad you're safe." Su Nian gently patted Shirsiki's head. Although Shirsiki was taller than her by quite a bit. "Are you here to join the space too? We heard at school that many people have come." "I just arrived this morning," Shirsiki asked, wiping away her tears. "Yeah, let's see how things go first," Su Nian replied without giving a clear answer. Because she didn't plan to join any base. She had only one purpose for coming here, to fight and steal supplies. At this moment, a group of people was walking toward the base gate. One person saw Su Nian and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Su Nian, you're still alive." This person is about 1.8 meters tall, handsome and bright-looking. Everyone was tired from traveling, but he looked fresh and clean, standing out in the crowd. Su Nian saw the newcomer and his expression darkened. Xinyu, a top student at the art college, once pursued her for a while, but later became a loyal supporter of Su Tian. His talent level is only A, but he is a key member of Su Tian's team. Because he is the player who can check others' basic attributes. Xinyu just met Su Nian and immediately used his insight eye to check her attributes. Strength, 5, Constitution, 13, Spirit, 12, Agility, 6. Looking at the numbers floating above Su Nian's head, Xinyu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He once pursued Su Nian because she was excellent in every way, her family, appearance, and grades. But after the apocalypse game began, Su Nian's basic attributes turned out to be quite ordinary. Her constitution and spirit are decent, but her strength and agility, which directly affect combat ability, are both below average for adults. He used to think they were evenly matched, both capable and comparable. After being together, he believed they could complement each other and be stronger as a team. But now, Sun Yan clearly is no longer on the same level as him. Even though it's the end of the world, who says men can only have one woman? Thinking this way, Xinyu felt that Sun Yan still had some value. At least, her face was hard to find a match for. Xinyu, how can you talk like that? You're doing fine, so Sun Yan shouldn't have to face trouble. Shirseki couldn't stand Xinyu's tone, and immediately glared at him. I'm not saying that. I just got so happy to see Sun Yan. Xinyu showed his bright, friendly smile, and looked directly at Sun Yan. Sun Yan, we're all from the same school. From now on, you can come with us to gather supplies. I'm already close to level 3, so I can definitely take care of you. Yeah, Xinyu is so amazing, fighting zombies so bravely. His good friend, or rather, close friend Zhang Mashua, came over and put her arm around Xinyu's shoulder, proud and happy. Xinyu naturally put his hand on Zhang Mashua's waist and smiled at Sun Yan. Mashua trusts my strength, so you should know I'm not lying. She usually loves to tease me. Haha, you're my big brother. I take care of you, and no one else can. Zhang Mashua giggled. Seeing their close and carefree actions, Shirseki rolled her eyes so hard she almost saw stars. You guys go gather supplies yourselves. Sun Yan just arrived at the base, and I need to take her around to get familiar with the place, Shirseki said, then pulled Sun Yan and ran toward the base gate. Seeing that the person behind was not chasing after her, Shirseki relaxed and then turned around to say, Luckily, you didn't agree to be with Xinyu. A few days ago, I saw him come out of a bathroom with Zhang Mashua. They were both sweating a lot and it was disgusting. If it were a normal relationship, no one would care. But these two usually call each other brothers, who would sleep in the same bed with a buddy, and even call each other dad and son. Now it seems it was just their way of having fun. I never thought about being with him, Sun Yan said calmly. If Xinyu wasn't connected to Su Tiantian, she probably wouldn't remember him at all. That's good. Shirseki saw that Sun Yan didn't look sad and immediately pushed those two out of her mind. Come on, let's add each other as friends. Even if we get separated, we can still stay in touch. Sun Yan didn't refuse. She opened her profile and added Shirseki to her friends list. Although she was now using a clone, except for her main equipment, the game interface and trading platform still worked normally. She could even use the trading market's display window to send items over long distances to her main body. Put the items in the window on one side, then take them out on the other side. At first, she thought that a clone that only inherited half of her main body's abilities was a bit useless. Mainly because it wasn't very helpful in battles. Until she spent some time researching, she only then realized that the substitute dummy was perfect for her. It was like her second self. She registered briefly at the base gate and underwent a zombie virus test. Sun Yan smoothly entered the base. This survival base in Rome City was built inside a mine. Inside the mine, there was an underground river, offering a large space to explore. The living area was also fully sufficient, capable of accommodating 10,000 people without any problem. It could be considered an early form of an underground city. If extreme heat or natural disasters like tornadoes occurred, staying underground could completely avoid them. In case of acid rain or floods, people could move to nearby high-rise residential areas. These areas were just a few kilometers away. Usually, everyone cleared zombies around these residential areas. When the need to use the high-rise buildings arose, they could move there at any time. Currently, the only natural disaster the base worried about was earthquakes. However, there was a device called a shock absorber that could prevent earthquakes. The base leader had the blueprints for the shock absorber. But to produce many of them, they first needed to gather enough materials. Using a long rope ladder, she reached the bottom of the mine. The original mine tunnels on both sides had been excavated into small holes. Each small hole is only about 4 or 5 square meters, and all the players in the base live inside these caves. To move in, you must pay 5 food cards. Every 10 days, you need to give 1 food card as rent. Those willing to go out and fight zombies can do so. Those who prefer not to take risks can stay in the base and dig caves. Digging more caves to rent out helps ensure basic living needs. Everyone seems to get what they need. Shirseki took Su Nian deep into the mine, going down several levels until they reached a narrow natural cave. This place is cool and comfortable, without the strong smell outside. Shirseki found someone in charge, paid 5 food cards to rent a small cave for Su Nian, and also brought a blanket from her own cave for Su Nian. From now on, you'll live next door to me. Tomorrow, I'll take you to fight zombies. I promise you won't go hungry, Shirseki said confidently. I'm not as weak as you think, Su Nian replied with a look of helplessness, seeing Shirseki treat her like a child. That's even better. We'll level up and fight monsters together to survive this end of the world, Shirseki said excitedly, raising her fist. Since it was still early, Shirseki planned to go out and fight zombies again. Su Nian, tired from a whole day of travel, wanted to rest first. Before leaving, Shirseki's friend secretly placed a few thorn traps in her bag so she could use them in emergencies. When Cici left, Su Nian immediately packed up her things and headed deeper into the cave. Su Tiantian would stay in the survival base in Rome City for quite a while. Where the female lead is, there must be some exciting adventures. Not to mention that dark gold item. Just the treasure chests alone had already yielded several discoveries. Today, she decided to collect these treasure chests first. Su Nian wandered through the complex underground cave for several hours. Finally, beneath the underground river, in the cracks between rocks, and in some hidden corners, she found 3 bronze chests and 1 silver chest. She opened all of these chests and received 2 silver cards and 5 bronze cards. Su Nian chose 4 items that interested her most. Name: Spirit Nourishing Pill, quality, silver, description. Taking it permanently increases spirit by 5. Name: Cloud City round-trip ticket, quality, silver, description. A single-person ticket. After use, it grants 1 chance to go to Cloud City, but you must return within 6 hours or be forcibly expelled. Name: Moonblade, quality, bronze level, 0/10. Description: Strength 5, entirely white and bright, like a clear moon, immune to any dirt or stain. Name: 5/5 vegetable garden quality. Bronze description: You can grow various vegetables and crops, with growth speed increased 3 times. The most exciting thing for Su Nian was definitely the ticket to travel between Cloud City and her current location. Because Cloud City is one of the 12 main cities in the end-of-the-world game. As long as she has enough star coins, she can buy anything she wants in Cloud City. Even level 10 crystal cores, dark gold, or epic level items. Of course, the higher the quality of the item, the more it costs. With this ticket to Cloud City, she no longer needs to find a job agency on Blue Star. She can go directly to Cloud City for work, with more options and better pay. Su Nian opened the trading market and put her unnecessary items, like nourishing pills and the round-trip ticket to Cloud City, into the display window. These items were then sent back to her main body through the window. As for the Moonblade, Su Nian planned to keep it for her substitute dummy. But she knew Shun Yu would still come to check her attributes. So, she didn't equip the Moonblade, but stored it in her backpack. After finishing all this, Su Nian switched her main consciousness back to her main body. After some time of adaptation, Su Nian could now control both her main body and her clone at the same time. However, when her main consciousness was focused on one body, the other body couldn't perform very complex actions. For example, this afternoon, her main body was simply out hunting monsters with Da Huang and the Blood Bee Queen. With the focused support of a sniper, she doesn't need to be too distracted and can still hit zombies accurately. In case of emergencies, she can quickly switch her main consciousness back. After a while of adaptation, she believes she can do even better. Su Nian took the healing pill and the round-trip ticket to Cloud City from the display window, placing the dummy substitute aside. She hasn't taken the healing pill yet, so she stored it back in her space. Then she picked up the round-trip ticket to Cloud City. To maximize the value of the ticket, she should save more star coins before going. But she has a work ID, and after starting her job, she will have a steady income of star coins. In the long run, having a job is more important. After thinking it over, Su Nian used the ticket in her hand. Inside the RV, a blue teleportation portal suddenly appeared. Soon-Yen tidied up her appearance and then stepped into the portal. A series of ripples spread out, and before her eyes, a dreamy city built on clouds appeared. A huge circular building was faintly visible in the clouds, with roads like ribbons connecting different areas, adding a gentle touch to the futuristic city. Below the cloud-based district was a calm, mirror-like body of water. Many beautifully designed ships passed by. Soon-Yen looked through her scanning glasses and saw that every player on the ships was at least level 30. She is a level 5 player here, which makes her stand out a bit. Soon-Yen looked at the countdown on her ticket. Without wasting time, she immediately ran toward the city center. On the way, she met many different players. Most of them were humans. Players in the end-of-world game come from various parallel worlds. Soon-Yen saw some wearing battle armor, others in traditional costumes. There were also some animals like upright-standing raccoons, rabbits in pink dresses, and pandas holding bamboo. It was a real mix. Soon-Yen used a street guide robot to find the employment agency easily. She handed her work ID to a 2-meter-tall plush cat receptionist. "Cute kitty, I want to find a job. Can you help me?" "I am a sir," the plush cat said in a deep, rough voice. Soon-Yen hesitated and then corrected herself. "Sorry, sir. Please help me find a job." The plush cat took her work ID and checked its quality. Then it pushed a bright screen in front of her. "All the jobs here match your requirements. Choose one." Soon-Yen looked at the screen. Pet trainer, miner, herbalist, combat assistant, bounty hunter, relic archaeologist, scavenger. Compared to ordinary jobs like waitstaff or receptionists, the jobs available with a dark gold work permit are much more high-end, with salaries starting at several hundred to over 1,000 star coins. However, some jobs that require fixed working hours or are very dangerous are automatically ruled out by Soon-Yen. She doesn't have enough free time, so she has no chance to improve herself. With her current strength, what's the use of more star coins? Earning money is mainly to become stronger. Moreover, even a simple house in Cloud City costs tens of thousands to millions of coins. If she spends her whole life working for others, she probably can't even afford a bathroom. So, Soon-Yen prefers freelance work. The pay might be unstable, but how much she earns depends on her own ability. After a long search, Soon-Yen finally chose the profession of a dimensional merchant based on her situation. As a dimensional merchant, she can sell goods to players from other worlds. What exactly to sell? Based on Soon-Yen's understanding of the post-apocalyptic game background, resources are extremely scarce on both Blue Star and other planets, especially food. Even in Cloud City, where the wealthy gather, she didn't see a single green plant after entering. But after upgrading her 1,000 Illusions ink bracelet, she can gradually unlock many clean lands. Not only is it good for plant growth, but it can also develop many special abilities. Otherwise, if it only served as storage, the 1,000 Illusion ink bracelet wouldn't be a top-tier item. Later, she could sell fresh vegetables and fruits to different worlds, so she wouldn't worry about sales. The key is that this profession is flexible. It only adds a new section in the trading market, and it's very easy to operate, so it won't take up much of her time. After making her decision, Soon-Yen confirmed her choice on the light screen. The puppet cat receptionist finished her paperwork, and she saw a shop interface for a different world in the trading market. She planned to study the details later when she returned home. "Welcome to visit again." Soon-Yen happily left the employment agency. She glanced at the time on her ticket. There were over 4 hours left. She planned to do some big shopping in Cloud City. Half an hour later, players below level 20 are not allowed to enter the shop. "Miss, to enter, please verify your account balance." "Sorry. We do not serve those with little money." After several attempts, Soon-Yen finally found a shop she could afford. Everything costs 10 starry coins. No loss, no scam. Soon-Yen patted the 24 starry coins in her bag, confidently walking into the shop. "Feel free to choose. Just pay here when you find something you like." The boss was lying lazily on a chair and spoke casually. Soon-Yen looked around the store and realized that it was more like a junkyard than a 10-yuan shop. There were broken bronze equipment, nearly expired nutritional supplements, unknown body enhancement potions, unstable magic potions, and unwanted stray mice and bugs. Just by glancing at a small corner, Sun Yan felt overwhelmed. She definitely wouldn't trade her star coins for this trash. At this moment, Sun Yan casually picked up a scroll from the pile of rubbish. Spirit Potion Crafting Blueprint can be used with a synthesis table to make bronze-quality spirit potions, not suitable for players above level 10. Materials needed: Blue Glow Grass X2, Glass Leaf X1. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. This junkyard actually had crafting blueprints. And it was the one she desperately needed, the blueprint for making spirit potions. This was a great find. Just this blueprint could earn her back 10 star coins. Sun Yan put the item into her shopping basket and continued rummaging through the trash. Soon, she found a broken music box, which surprisingly had a level 4 crystal core embedded in it. It was being used as a battery. Just this level 4 crystal core was equivalent to 100 level 2 crystal cores. It was more than enough to upgrade her 1000 Illusions ink bracelet. Who said junk was useless? She loved collecting trash. Sun Yan also put the music box into her shopping basket. Just these 2 items had already used up all her savings. Looking at the endless pile of broken things, Sun Yan really didn't want to leave. Suddenly, the boss who had been sitting at the door approached her. Without knowing when, he came close and said, "Young lady, I see you might need our store's extra services." "What extra services?" Sun Yan asked curiously. The boss pushed a holographic screen in front of her. "Our unique loan service in Cloud City. Borrow 100 star coins and repay 110. If you have a job, the limit can be increased. Borrow for a year and pay back 110, Sun Yan asked cautiously. "No, it's for 1 month, the boss smiled. "Heh, I won't borrow," Sun Yan replied with a forced smile. Is she crazy? Going to take a high-interest loan? It's okay. If you need help, you can always come to me, the boss said without insisting and went back to lounging at the door. But his words reminded Sun Yan of something. She opened her friends list and added Chi Feishue, Lin Yanzhou, and Wei Yan into a group chat. The group name is Cloud City Shopping Agent, Sun Yan. Time is limited, so I'll keep it brief. I used a ticket to teleport to the main city in the game, but I only have 4 hours left. I'm now at a 10 yuan store, which has all kinds of items. If you're interested, I'll send pictures of the items later. Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. Each item costs 1 starry coin. If you're okay with that, leave your message. If not, just leave the group. After speaking, Sun Yan took a photo of Cloud City and another of the 10 yuan store, then posted both in the group. Seeing Sun Yan's message, everyone in the group started chatting excitedly. Chi Feishue, wow. Does this game really have a main city, Lin Yanzhou? Is this still our little blue ball? It looks so amazing, Wei Yan. At Sun Yan, I'm driving now. Just post in the group. Seeing everyone interested, Sun Yan began searching through the trash heap. Soon, she sent screenshots of various items to the group. In the end, Wei Yan bought 3 items, Chi Feishue bought 2, and Lin Yanzhou bought 1. With these, Sun Yan now has 10 starry coins. Some members in the group ran out of money. Thinking for a moment, Sun Yan went to the trading market to post an ad, looking for Cloud City shopping agents. Deposit to join the group. There are just over 3 hours left. Until the very last second, she absolutely would not leave. The trading market is different from the regional channel. It targets the entire Blue Star server. Many players with star coins eagerly joined the group to see what's happening. Is the picture in the group of the main city? It looks thousands of years ahead of us. Starting a purchasing service now? The group owner really knows how to make money. What kind of shop is this? It looks like a junkyard and they want 10 star coins. Are they just trying to scam? Group owner, can't you do a good deed and buy some items for everyone for free? Charging money feels a bit cold. Sun Yan was too lazy to explain each time and just kept posting pictures of items in the group. Soon, the curious players couldn't sit still anymore. Energy soda recipes, necklaces with level 3 crystal cores embedded, aged bronze weapons, nearly expired magic potions. Many of these items are even rare on Blue Star. For example, level 3 crystal cores. Right now, there are no level 3 zombies outside. Not to mention the long out-of-stock bronze weapons and crafting blueprints. And no one has even heard of magic potions. In just a few minutes, all the items Su Nian posted were bought up. The number of new group members started to decrease gradually. But on average, one item was sold every 10 minutes. After 3 hours, Su Nian had accumulated over 50 star coins. Isn't this better than borrowing money at high interest? She closed the group chat and happily selected her items. There was a main material for making silver weapons, 2 bottles of suspected expired magic potions with invincibility effects, a damaged demon summoning card, and a burnt high-level crafting station. She examined each item carefully and confirmed they still worked. The only downside was that their effects were not as strong as the full versions. After paying, she quickly left the city. Just in time, she used her ticket to teleport back to Blue Star. Back at the RV, Su Nian eagerly took out a level 4 crystal core. The rules for upgrading equipment and skills are high-level crystal cores can replace lower-level ones. Lower-level crystal cores cannot replace higher-level ones. So, this level 4 crystal core could replace 100 level 2 cores to upgrade the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet. Su Nian selected the bracelet and added the level 4 crystal core. Would you like to upgrade the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet to level 2? She clicked confirm. Her water and mountain tattoo on her wrist flashed brightly, and then a game notification sounded.
Ding!
The upgrade of the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet is complete. A new area has been unlocked. She quickly checked inside the bracelet with her mind. This time, the storage area that freezes time didn't get bigger, but a small floating island appeared above it. The island is about 5 acres wide, with fertile black soil and a water well on top.
Su Nian klanchet her fistekçi tedli.
Finally, the floating island of the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet appeared. There will be many more floating islands unlocked gradually in the future. Each floating island has different functions. Su Nian's heart moved, and in the next second, she appeared on the floating island inside the 1000 Illusion Ink bracelet. Yes, the biggest change in this space upgrade is that people can now enter. However, at this stage, only she can come in. Su Nian first wandered around the floating island, then took a bag of cabbage seeds from the storage area. Detected cabbage seeds. Would you like to enable automatic planting? Can it still plant automatically? Su Nian was slightly surprised and instinctively chose to agree. She saw all the seeds in her hand automatically fly into the black soil, and in the blink of an eye, a full acre of land was planted. Enable automatic watering? Su Nian continued to agree. Suddenly, a stream of water shot out from the nearby well, starting to water the cabbage fields automatically. Su Nian. This is a bit too convenient. It's good, but it makes her feel strangely empty inside. Su Nian then took out carrot seeds, cucumber seeds, and tomato seeds from the storage area. After planting on 4 acres of land, she planned to use the remaining 1 acre to raise chickens, ducks, and geese. The creatures outside can't come in. But the small animals incubated inside the space should be fine, right? Su Nian took out the incubator and all the fertilized eggs she had previously purchased. At this moment, a prompt appeared again. Detected eggs, chicken, duck, goose. Would you like to activate automatic incubation? Su Nian's face lit up with joy. She knew it would work. And now, with automatic incubation, future breeding would be much easier. This space was really a good place for someone who disliked trouble. After making all the arrangements, Su Nian left the 1000 Illusions Ink bracelet. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong with her substitute and immediately switched her main consciousness over. Could it be that because she is not here, the story on Father Su's side has changed? Su Nian, let me go right now. What kind of strange thing is this? Zhang Peng was pricked all over by thorns, bleeding heavily. The toxin made him too weak to move, and he could only open his mouth and babble. It's still early morning outside. Zhang Peng's loud voice woke up nearby players and the staff. Who is making noise here in the middle of the night? The administrator came over with a flashlight. Leader, please help me. This woman wants to hurt me. Zhang Peng hurriedly begged for help when he saw the administrator. Hearing this, the administrator quickly stepped forward. He saw that Zhang Peng was tightly wrapped in thorns and looked angrily at Su Nian. Do you know that our base forbids harming players? You just arrived today and already caused chaos in Zone 36. You can leave tomorrow. The administrator waved his hand. Do you want to see whose house this is? I was just setting a few traps at the door while I was sleeping, Su Nian said calmly. Huh. The administrator was slightly stunned. He looked at Su Nian, then at Zhang Peng. Then he understood what was going on and slapped Zhang Peng on the head. Why did you break into a girl's room in the middle of the night? And now you're playing the victim? Do you really think I can't see through you? The administrator said angrily. Su Nian. You just didn't realize it earlier. Zhang Peng, already weakened from blood loss and poisoning, was slapped so hard he nearly fainted. At this moment, Shirsiki, who lived next door, was awakened and came out. When she saw a man tied up at Su Nian's entrance, she immediately understood what was happening. She took a few quick steps forward and kicked Zhang Peng in the knee. What kind of trash dares to break into my sister's room? I think you're tired of living, having just been slapped, now kicked. Zhang Peng's eyes filled with tears of grievance. I really didn't mean any harm. I was just looking for someone. Still trying to lie? Who goes into a girl's room in the middle of the night looking for someone? Shirsiki rolled up her sleeves, not planning to let Zhang Peng go. The administrator, worried about a serious incident, quickly held her back. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Peng violated the rules of the base. Just expel him. Humph. Shirsiki snorted coldly and shot Zhang Peng a fierce warning. You're lucky to be alive. The thorn trap disappeared, and Zhang Peng fell to the ground in a sorry state. The administrator called over 2 players to help throw Zhang Peng out of the base. Suddenly, a woman with some charm ran out from the crowd and stepped in front of Zhang Peng. Leader, this is all a misunderstanding.
I am Su Nian's guardian.
To call Su Nian over and talk, I asked my nephew to come find someone late at night. Please don't kick him out. Seeing the visitor, Su Nian's gaze darkened. Zhang Yun. Finally, she has arrived. Following closely behind Zhang Yun was a middle-aged couple. Leader, it's really a misunderstanding. We are all family, the middle-aged couple explained helpfully. Su Nian looked around the crowd. Her stepmother was here, her second uncle and aunt were here, but her father was not. It seems the story has indeed changed. What's going on? The administrator asked, confused and frowning at Su Nian. It's dark, I didn't see clearly, but he looks a bit familiar, Su Nian said lightly, glancing at Zhang Peng. In her past life, this guy repeatedly tried to harm her. But how could she just kick him out of the base? Since Zhang Yun wanted to protect him, then let them travel together and keep each other company. Understanding that it was a family dispute, the administrator had nothing more to say. From now on, no shouting in the middle of the night or you'll lose supplies, he said coldly before leaving. Other players watching the scene also went back to sleep. You should go rest too, Su Nian said, patting Shirsiki's hand. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Shirsiki nodded and returned to the small cave next door. When no one was around, Su Nian's gaze shifted to Zhang Yun. Where is my dad? Zhang Yun's eyes looked a bit shy. After a long pause, she sighed and said, during the acid rain disaster, we were trapped for too long. He went out to find supplies and never came back. You told him to go out during the acid rain disaster? Su Nian couldn't help but laugh. Su Deming, you would rather betray your mother than choose that woman, and she doesn't care about your life at all. Is this some kind of karma? In the past, it was she who went out to find supplies. This time, she is no longer here and the stepmother doesn't go out, so Su's father has to take on this burden. But going out during the acid rain disaster, even with the best protection, is probably very dangerous. Su's father is not a good husband or a good father. He is selfish and self-centered. He severely neglects Su Tiantian and her daughter. But Su Nian still can't forget the moment when Su Tiantian pushed her into the zombie horde, and Su's father reached out his hand to her. In that instant, no matter how much resentment or hatred she felt, it seemed meaningless now. She only hopes that in the next life, they won't be father and daughter. Su Nian took a deep breath and pushed her emotions back inside. Nian Nian, don't be too sad. In this world, losing someone is quite normal. Zhang Yan comforted her with words that carried no real sadness. Yes, in this world, losing someone is quite normal. Su Nian echoed Zhang Yan's words, while also metaphorically sentencing Zhang Yan to her own downfall. It's not very convenient to act inside the base. But next time Zhang Yan leaves the base, it will be her last time alive. Seeing that Su Nian was still relatively calm, Zhang Yan gave a subtle signal to Su Yukai and his wife. Su Yukai cleared his throat and said, Nian Nian, actually we noticed you during the day. You were with your friends, so we didn't want to bother you. Then he changed the subject, but last night we received some news. There is a very good team recruiting with great benefits. If you join, your family and friends can also enjoy some perks. The problem is, they only accept girls, and there's only one spot left. We were in such a hurry that we came to find you late at night to tell you about it. Second Dan quickly agreed. Yes, if you can join, you won't have to worry about the future. With some extra energy, you can also help support the family. Su Nian raised an eyebrow. The team you're talking about is the leader called Hikun. There is a well-known top player in Rongqing base. He has no other hobbies except for being obsessed with women. He formed a team, claiming to only recruit female players, but in reality, he was building his own harem. In the end, it seems he was betrayed by a girl in his team, and he might never be able to live peacefully again. As for why Zhang Yan asked Zhang Prung to come find her late at night, it definitely wasn't to discuss things politely. Nian Nian, since you've heard of Hikun, you should know how powerful he is. Just join his team, and you'll have a good life. No worries at all, Zhang Yan said boastfully. She knew that although Su Nian was cold by nature, she cared about family deep down. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to bring Su Yukai and his wife along. These two were Su Nian's only relatives. What does Hikun matter? I met my sister a few days ago, and she's truly amazing. She has an S-level talent, and she can't die. Over 10 days ago, she was already fully equipped with bronze gear, and she has a big group of followers, Su Nian said casually, shifting the topic to Su Tiantian. S-level talent? Are you talking about that girl, Tiantian? Second Anne immediately approached Su Nian and asked.
Yes.
With my sister around, we don't need to rely on others. Just follow her and we'll be fine. We're all family and she definitely won't treat us badly. Su Nian understood her second aunt well. Compared to trying to take advantage of others, it's much easier to benefit from her own family. Are you serious? Tian really has an S-level talent. Zhang Yan was so excited she grabbed Su Nian's arm and asked eagerly. Of course, it's true. I have her friend list. Do you want to add her? Su Nian withdrew her hand, opened her friend panel, and sent Su Tiantian's contact card to the chat. Seeing this, Zhang Yun and Su Yotsai's couple quickly sent friend requests to Su Tiantian.
Su Nian is mirgets lately.
In her past life, Su Tiantian hid her talents very well, always pretending to be weak to surprise others later. This time, Su Tiantian was too careless and told her own talent to someone early just to show off. So, don't blame her for spreading the news about Su Tiantian. After Zhang Yun and Su Tiantian met, Zhang Yun asked Su Tiantian about her talent, and she was almost smiling with happiness. My sweet girl has really made us proud. She has awakened an S-level talent. I told her about our situation, and she said she'll bring people over tomorrow. Zhang Yun said happily. Oh, our Su family is really lucky to have someone like Tiantian. Congratulations to your wife. Su Yukai also chuckled happily. But with Hikuin's side having such a good chance, I think we shouldn't miss it. Nian Nian, maybe you should try too, Zhang Yun said, still hopeful. What's Hikuin? His ranking is at the bottom, with only an A-level talent. He's not even worth comparing to my sister. I don't care about him, Su Nian said with a dismissive look. Zhang Yun had never seen Su Nian praise Su Tiantian like this before. She felt proud and also very satisfied. In the past, Su Nian always looked down on Su Tiantian. But Su Tiantian was truly outstanding, and they couldn't compete with her. Now, she and her daughter finally felt proud and confident. All right, let's wait until Tian Tian arrives, Zhang Yin said. At this moment, a weak voice sounded nearby. Little ant, can you stop talking for now? I feel like I am about to die, Zhang Peng said helplessly as he lay on the ground. Oh, I forgot about you. Zhang Yin quickly helped Zhang Peng up. Nian Nian, we're going back now. When Tian Tian comes, we'll find a chance to contact you. Zhang Yin didn't mention which district she lived in. She wanted to take advantage of Su Nian, but didn't want Su Nian to take advantage of them. Okay, go ahead, Su Nian waved her hand. After Zhang Yun and the others left, Su Nian returned to the cave and switched her main consciousness back to her body. She had been interrupted just now. Today's most important discovery, she hadn't had time to study yet. Su Nian entered the trading market and found the dimensional shop inside. Currently, the shop only has 5 product slots. Each slot can hold 1 item, and the customers are all players in the apocalyptic game. The only currency accepted is star coin. Of course, once inside the dimensional shop, Su Nian could also browse other people's stores. But after a quick search, she found that most shops target customers above level 10. She, with only a few star coins, didn't meet the minimum spending requirement. Never mind, no rush. She decided to focus on her own small shop first. When she earned more money later, she would browse and buy one by one. Su Nian named her shop Post-Apocalyptic Fresh Grocery Store. After choosing the name, Su Nian took 100 gene of cabbage, radishes, cucumbers, and tomatoes from her space, placing them on the shelves. These were the vegetables and poultry available on the floating island. Since she would be eating fresh food from now on, she could sell the stored items first. As for the prices, considering that players from other worlds had much stronger economies than Blue Star, Su Nian set the vegetables at 1 star coin per gene and the chicken at 2 star coins per gene. After uploading the products, a notification suddenly appeared. Dear shop owner, I am your personal assistant Xiaowei. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Before Su Nian could figure out what this assistant was, another notification sounded. Ding ding ding. A new store has opened. Would you like to spend 10 star coins to buy traffic?
Su Nian's body twitched.
What the heck? She hadn't even started earning money, and now she was being asked to spend money on promotion. People might think she was running a Taobao shop. Su Nian looked at the 4 star coins in her bag and protested. Can I not buy it? Dear shop owner, according to our data, if you don't buy traffic, it will take an average of 3 months for your store to get its first customer, and the products might not sell well. Isn't that too slow? Su Nian. Fine, she admitted defeat. Alright, I will spend 1 star coin first to buy some traffic and see how it goes. If the results are good, I will buy more in the future. Su Nian decided to give the other person a way out, hoping they wouldn't be ungrateful. Xiaowei was silent for a while but finally chose to accept the offer. Okay, the 1 star coin has been deducted from the shopkeeper, and I am now searching for potential customers. Ding! Search successful. 1 customer matched. Shopkeeper, seize the chance to promote your product. If you can't sell it, the star coin will be wasted. Shut up. Su Nian was very confident about her product. Other worlds were invaded earlier than Blue Star, so fresh vegetables and fruits were always in high demand everywhere. She didn't believe she couldn't sell them. However, just as the customer match was successful, she hadn't thought of what to say, and a message from the other side arrived. Lalashi. Friend, would you like to see our planet's local specialties? Deep-fried giant insects, over 100 varieties, full of protein and flavor. Just 0.5 star coins per skewer. After saying that, the other side sent images of 3 or 4 strange-looking giant insects. Su Nian's mind was filled with question marks. Wait, who exactly is the customer here? It seems that knowing Su Nian's doubts, Xiao proactively explained. Dear shop owner, the interdimensional business district is only accessible to interdimensional merchants. Every player here is both a shop owner and a customer. Smart merchants know how to work together and benefit each other. Many shop owners I've served are quite wealthy. Hearing this, Su Nian suddenly felt more motivated. She also sent her shop's products to the other side. Take a look at what I have. Fresh fruits and vegetables, free-range chicken. Definitely tastier than your big bug. Lawless had originally decided not to spend any coins. He thought that free traffic was enough, selling goods was a profit, and if he couldn't sell anything, he wouldn't lose anything. But when he saw what Su Nian sent, his eyes widened in surprise. Lawless, has your planet never experienced acid rain disasters? How can green plants still grow there? Although the vegetable garden opened from treasure chests can be used to grow food, these gardens only appear early in the game and are very rare. Most are controlled by powerful factions. How can ordinary players like us access them? Su Nian, don't ask too many questions. Just tell me if you want to buy or not, Lawless. Of course I want to buy. Sold 1 gene of cabbage, 1 gene of radish, 1 gene of cucumber, 1 gene of tomato, and 1 gene of chicken meat. In the blink of an eye, Su Nian received 5 stars of coins. However, seeing how cautious the other person was about spending, she knew they were just as poor as herself. Su Nian clicked on Rebashi's profile to take a look. Race, dog clan player level, 10 shop level. 1 so, it's just a dog. She thought his name was a bit abstract. After reading the profile, Su Nian browsed through Rebashi's shop. She found that besides selling large insect skewers, Rebashi also sold armor made from insect shells. Insect shell armor, no quality rating, 2 constitution, tough outer shell, difficult for swords and knives to pierce. Isn't this just a cheaper version of bronze armor? And the best part is, Rebashi only sells this armor for 2 starry coins. If it were sold on the Blue Star trading market, it could easily fetch 5 starry coins. Thinking of this, Su Nian reopened the chat window with Rebashi. How many insect shell armors do you have? Rebashi replied, my talent is forging. If I have enough materials, I can make about 8 a day, Su Nian said. Alright then, give me 4 first. The dimensional shop is different from the trading market. The trading market mainly involves bartering, exchanging goods directly. But the dimensional shop doesn't allow private trades. You can only buy with starry coins. Otherwise, she might as well trade materials directly with Rebashi, who might agree more happily. But finding a loophole isn't impossible either. As long as both sides are willing, they can simply lower the prices of the goods. However, to do this, both parties need to trust each other and accept the risk of someone else snatching the deal. Right now, Su Nian is just trying to see if her armor can help her make money. Buying a few pieces should be enough. After the transaction, Su Nian suddenly remembered and asked, Lala, how long have you been a merchant in this world? Do you have regular customers? After buying the insect armor, she only had 1 star coin left, enough to buy just 1 more flow. Since that's the case, she might as well use the resources she already has. Lawless, she replied. It's been about half a year. I do have a few regular customers, Su Nian said. In that case, you introduce me to some customers. If you manage to close a deal, no matter how much it is, I'll give you a 20% discount. If you introduce 10 customers in total, I'll give you a permanent 20% discount on everything in my shop. How does that sound? Lawless, she asked. Really? Will you have enough goods in your shop? Won't you run out of stock? Su Nian assured her. Don't worry, I have plenty. Lawless, she agreed. Alright, I'll go ask around. About half an hour later, Lawless, she really brought 2 customers to Su Nian. They were both humans and preferred vegetables and fruits more than Lawless. They bought goods worth 15 star coins at once. Su Nian also noticed something else. The shops she saw on the list earlier all had high levels, with items costing hundreds or even thousands. However, the system matched me with a merchant whose skill level was not much higher than mine. The merchants that Lawless usually interacts with are also mostly at this level. It seems the system has strict categories. This matching method makes it easier to make deals. Su Nian looked at the other 2 players' shops but didn't find anything she wanted. So, she switched to the trading market interface. She listed 4 insect armor suits in her display window, each priced at 5 stars. After thinking for a moment, she also posted the armor's attributes in the previous purchasing group. A cheap substitute for bronze armor, only 5 stars. If you need it, just buy directly from my display window. Only those with stars can join this purchasing group. This method is definitely more effective than just shouting ads in the trading channel. Sure enough, as soon as Su Nian sent the message, All the insect armor suits in her display window were sold out. Wow, who's so fast? Really a good substitute for bronze armor. I tested it on zombies, can't be bitten through, but it's a bit ugly. The group owner listed 4 insect armor suits at once. Do they have the crafting blueprints? I'll wait and see. Maybe I can still buy one. The group owner is really impressive. I used to think they might be the same person as the top-ranked player in equipment, and now it seems likely. I won't leave this group. If the boss has good stuff, I'll share it here first. Maybe one day, I'll find a great deal. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Nian took the opportunity to speak. Our group is open to new members long-term. The same as before, you need to verify your funds first. If you have friends or family who meet the requirements, you can invite them in. I will occasionally share some special deals. After posting the recruitment ad in the group, Su Nian also shared it in the trading channel. Soon, the group filled up with 200 people. She didn't expect so many players to stay up late. Today, she didn't sleep because she had too much to do. These players are all practicing cultivation late into the night. Seeing the discussion about insect armor, Su Nian quickly bought 4 more in the dimensional shop. She posted them in the group, and within half a second, they were all sold out. Su Nian did the math. After subtracting the 16 starry coins spent on insect armor, she earned 24 starry coins profit. That's a 60% profit. And she didn't have to work hard, just a quick flip. Seeing everyone's buying power, Su Nian decided to post ads in the trading channel every day. When the group grows to a few thousand players, she plans to keep selling every day. Becoming the richest person is just around the corner. That night, Su Nian stayed awake. When morning came, she put on the 1,000 Illusions mask and went to the hill near the base gate. From this spot, she could see the people coming and going at the base. Since Su Tiantian was coming to the base today, Zhang Yun would definitely come to meet her. Such a good chance, she couldn't miss it. Su Nian watched the wind and opened her scanning glasses to look for familiar names in the crowd. Finally, near noon, she saw Su Tiantian's group appear at the end of the street. Not long after, Zhang Yun and Zhang Peng came out of the base gate. The two groups met, and Su Tiantian and Zhang Yun staged a touching mother-daughter scene in front of everyone. They held hands and shared their feelings, both with tears in their eyes, which was very moving. Suddenly, a faint green arrow shot out unexpectedly, piercing through Su Tiantian and Zhang Yun's heads. A visible cold aura instantly froze their heads. It wasn't until their bodies fell to the ground that the people around reacted. "Ah!" Song Yu screamed nearby. Zhang Peng was so frightened his eyes turned red. He instinctively looked toward the direction the arrow came from. When he saw it, he was instantly terrified. He saw a figure standing on an abandoned small building, holding a bow aimed directly at him. He almost instinctively wanted to run away. However, at the moment he turned around, he saw an arrow appear above his head. Zhang Peng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and quickly found cover nearby to hide. But before he could steady himself, he was hit in the head by a poison arrow and fell down. Looking at the 3 bodies lying on the street, Su Nian smiled contentedly. A family should be together and neat. And she wanted to expose Su Tiantian's special ability to everyone. Thinking of pretending to be weak to hide strength, or being sneaky and developing secretly. No way. At the entrance of the base, 3 people had died in a row, and many players and guards gathered around. Suddenly, Su Tiantian's body started to shake violently. The ice on her head melted quickly, and she suddenly opened her eyes, revealing bloodshot eyes without pupils. Oh my gosh! Is she going through a mutation? Did she get bitten by a zombie? Guards, quickly kill her. If she hurts someone, it will be trouble. But she was clearly shot in the head. Can zombies survive being shot in the head? How evolved is she? Hearing this, Song Yu quickly stepped forward to explain, "Everyone, there's a misunderstanding. My friend has an S-level talent. This is her ability. She will revive soon." The guards clearly didn't believe this and aimed their guns at her, ready to shoot again. At this moment, Su Tiantian suddenly gasped for air. She reached out and pulled out the arrow from her forehead. Thick, red and white sticky substance sprayed out, covering her face. This made her look even scarier than a zombie. The guard couldn't hold back and immediately aimed his gun at Su Tiantian, firing a burst. At close range, her head was blown apart and part of her brain was gone. But surprisingly, she didn't die. Her brain tissue and flesh quickly moved and healed in just a moment. I am human, not a zombie. Su Tiantian looked at the guard with a grim face. Seeing the scene, the onlooking players were stunned. Did she really come back to life? How could she have such an incredible talent? It's not that her talent isn't strong, but her way of coming back to life is too unbelievable. Her head was shattered, yet it grew back. Is she even human? Su Tiantian had no mood to care about others' feelings. She looked at the two corpses nearby, filled with overwhelming anger.
Who
exactly wants to kill her? Since she awakened her talent, she had been shot and killed twice by arrows. The method was clearly the same person. Tian, stay strong, Songyu said softly, having never seen such a terrifying expression on Su Tiantian's face before. She could only offer weak comfort. Did you see who made the move? Su Tiantian asked. It was a woman, quite plain-looking, with small eyes. The bow and arrow in her hand can make snowflakes, so it must be of high quality, Songyu recalled carefully. Then it's not Sun Yan, Su Tiantian said firmly. Sun Yan's appearance is definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Songyu has also seen Sun Yan, so she couldn't possibly not recognize her. But when did she ever offend this person? She simply couldn't remember. The guard who had just used a device to scan for zombie virus quickly realized he had made a mistake and apologized. Miss, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to be a player. Your appearance just now looked like a zombie, and I shot to protect everyone. Su Tiantian quickly calmed her emotions and looked at the guard. It's okay. It's my own fault. Now I want to bury my mother and cousin. Can you find 2 people to help me? Sure, I'll go call some people right now. The guard hurried toward the base gate. Su Tiantian watched the guard leave with a cold look, then took a small bottle from her pocket. She opened it, and a tiny insect, barely visible to the naked eye, immediately flew toward the guard and stung him on the neck. She would not let anyone who harmed her go unpunished. Meanwhile, Sun Yan's stand-in had been out early with Shirsiki and others to fight zombies. Because she had just been distracted dealing with Zhang Yun and Zhang Prung, Sun Yan had her stand-in hide in a small room. But as soon as she switched back to her main consciousness, she saw Xinyu sneaking quietly into the room. Sun Yan, why are you so cold to me today? When we were at school, you promised to be with me. So we should already be a couple. What do you mean now? Xinyu asked, standing at the door with a questioning tone. Xinyu's words made Sun Yan feel confused. When did I promise to be with you? Since starting college, she had thought about whether to have a relationship. But Xinyu's persistent pursuit only made her feel annoyed, with no other feelings. What are you pretending for? Mashua told me herself that you agreed to date me. She wouldn't lie to me, would she? Xinyu was a bit angry and embarrassed when Sun Yan didn't admit it. In the past, when he pursued Sun Yan, he thought she was too proud. Months had passed, and she hadn't shown any signs. He lost patience and asked Zhang Mashua to find out the truth. Zhang Mashua told him that Sun Yan liked him a long time ago, but she thought he might not cherish her if she agreed too easily, so she kept him hanging. When he heard this, Xinyu's impression of Sun Yan became worse. Who knew that even at the end of the world, Sun Yan was still playing hard to get? Did she really think he would continue to chase her like before? I never said that.
I don't know Zhang Mashua well.
Can you please move aside? I need to go kill zombies. Sun Yan did not want to argue with Xinyu here. If Xinyu's talent was still useful, Sun Yan would have already stabbed him to make him shut up forever. After all, this guy had done quite a few disgusting things. There are hardly any normal people around Su Tiantian. Who gave you permission to leave? You must explain everything to me today. Having finally found a chance to be alone with him, Xinyu wouldn't let Sun Yan leave easily. He reached out to grab Sun Yan's wrist. But Sun Yan was quick and cut Xinyu's hand, then threw a thorn trap at his feet. The whole move was smooth and fast. Xinyu didn't react in time, and his body was tightly wrapped in thorns. What is this? Let me go. Xinyu struggled in fear. Level 3 can't beat me, a level 0. I don't know what you're so proud of. Practice more if you're bad at it. Sun Yen found a torn cloth in the room and stuffed it into Shinyu's mouth, then turned and left without looking back. Back in the hallway, Sun Yen rejoined the zombie-killing team. Zhang Moshue saw Sun Yen come out alone and frowned, asking, "Where's Shinyu? Didn't he come looking for you?" "Oh, he said he wanted some time alone," Sun Yen replied casually. Zhang Moshue didn't believe her. She went to the end of the corridor to check her room, then screamed, "Shinyu, what's wrong? Who tied you up like this?" Sun Yen happily curled her lips and hummed a tune as she walked upstairs. As she reached the corner of the stairs, she heard Shirseki arguing with a few others. Sun Yen quickly ran upstairs and saw Shirseki surrounded by several people under Shinyu's command. "Shirseki, this is a silver treasure chest. If you try to take it for yourself, you're dreaming." "Exactly. Such a valuable item should be distributed by Shinyu. Hand over the item quickly. We're classmates and we don't want to fight." They had never seen a bronze treasure chest, let alone a silver one. Even opening a single piece of equipment from it would make them feel superior. As for giving it to Shinyu for distribution, that was just an excuse. If they really got the chest and found top-quality gear, who would be the boss then? Shirseki was so angry she turned red and shouted, "Do you guys have no shame? We only formed a temporary team to fight zombies. As for the loot, whoever it drops for is who it belongs to. That was agreed from the start. Loot is loot, and the chest is the chest. Without us, could you even get into this building?" A tattooed man sneered. "How can I not get in? I can kill zombies better than you. I'll clear them out slowly. I can finish these zombies in 2 days. It's not like I can't do it without you. Starting tomorrow, I won't be working with you anymore," Shirseki said firmly, protecting the chest in her arms. "Leaving the team is fine, but you have to leave the chest here. Otherwise, if it comes to fighting, I might have to treat you like a zombie and take you out." The tattooed man held a fire axe and approached Shirseki. "Don't come any closer." Shirseki waved a steel pipe. But because she was also protecting the treasure chest and was vulnerable, the tattooed man simply sidestepped slightly and easily grabbed the end of the pipe. Seeing this, a few people nearby rushed forward to grab the treasure chest from Shirseki. At that moment, a figure quickly flashed by. The tattooed man felt a cold sensation on his neck, and a lot of blood suddenly gushed out. "Wang Yong!" Someone shouted in surprise. Sun Yen grabbed Wang Yong by his collar and threw him aside, then looked calmly at everyone present. "Who else wants to make a move?" "Sun Yen, are you crazy? We're all classmates. How could you do something so cruel?" a girl said in disbelief. "Shouldn't you ask yourself that first?" Sun Yen replied, clearly unimpressed. These people could switch from double standards to forgetfulness in an instant. "Stop talking nonsense with her. There are 6 of us, only 2 of them. First, we take the treasure chest," a boy said fiercely. Shirseki reacted quickly, holding up her steel pipe to protect Sun Yen. "If you have the guts, try it. Let's see who can get out alive." But before Shirseki finished speaking, Sun Yen had already rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the few people who had been shouting earlier all fell to the ground in disarray. Don't kick me. I'm rolling," someone at the stairway shouted as they tumbled down the stairs. Shirseki's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Who can tell her how her best friend, who usually scrapes her hands just opening bottle caps, suddenly turned into a superhero? "Hurry up and open the treasure chest, and take away the troublemaker," Sun Yen said as she returned to Shirseki's side. "Oh, okay." Shirseki obediently opened the silver treasure chest, and immediately 2 cards floated out. 2 skill cards. Shirseki's eyes lit up. She took the cards in her hand, then handed one to Sun Yen. "You pick first. Without you, I would be stuck here today." After that, Shirseki added firmly, no refusing. Sun Yen could only helplessly accept the card. Name: Gravity Gloves, Quality, Silver, Level 00/20. Description: Strength 15. Can remotely change the gravity of a target. Everyone will become your playthings. Skill: Blink, Quality, Silver, Level. Cannot be upgraded. Description: quickly move short distances. The speed and distance depend on agility. After reading the descriptions of the two cards, Su Nian felt hit hard. What kind of lucky streak does Shirseki have? She actually drew a weapon and a skill. This is a silver treasure chest. The treasure chest is like a big prize pool containing all equipment, skills, items, and materials. Items and materials make up more than 80% of the contents. Therefore, the chances of getting equipment and skills are much lower than getting items and materials. It's even less likely to get both weapons and skills at the same time. This shows how incredibly lucky Shirseki is. However, Su Nian just silently sighed to herself. She used a skill card and returned the equipment card to Shirseki, saying, "Hurry up and put it on. Someone must have warned Shinyu earlier. We might have to fight again soon, okay?" Shirseki took out her gravity gloves and put them on. Sure enough, just after they finished dividing the treasure chest's contents, Shinyu and a group of people rushed over. Seeing the person lying on the ground, Zhang Mashua angrily shouted, "Su Nian, Shirseki, you are too much. You injured classmates just to steal a silver treasure chest, and you even killed Wang Yong. Do you still care about team rules?" Shirseki spat and said, "Stop spreading lies. They were the ones who stole from me. No need to explain to them. They just came for the silver treasure chest," Su Nian said, switching her normal zombie-killing dagger for a moon blade, and also took the invincible magic potion from her main body through the trading market. "Is the thorn trap still there?" Su Nian asked softly. "Yes," Shirseki nodded. At this moment, Shinyu, covered in blood from thorn wounds, finally spoke with a grim face. "Su Nian, I didn't expect you to be such a cruel woman. You just ambushed me earlier, and now you're killing classmates over the treasure chest. Even if you're my girlfriend, I can't protect you anymore." "What? When did Su Nian become your girlfriend?" Shirseki asked in disbelief. Did she miss something? Such a big thing, and she knew nothing about it? Before Su Nian could speak, Shinyu continued, "Now I officially tell you, Su Nianyu, I am breaking up with you. This is the result of your reckless, selfish behavior." Shinyu's words almost made Su Nian gasp for air. "Go to hell. Stupid idiot." Su Nian took out the last thorn trap from her bag and threw it at Shinyu's face. Shinyu had already seen how terrifying thorn traps could be, and he immediately turned pale with fear, quickly dodging to the side. Shirseki seized the opportunity and threw all the traps she held in her hands. In an instant, a large number of thorns burst out from all directions, binding Shinyu and the other's hands and feet. Su Nian crushed the invincible magic potion, then grabbed Shirseki's hand and rushed toward the staircase. Shinyu, whose half-body was still movable, shouted, "Stop them!" But under the protection of the invincible magic potion, a damage-proof zone formed around Su Nian's body. Any attack or control attempt on her had no effect. When leaving, Shirseki used her gravity gloves to pick up a brick and hit Shinyu's nose and mouth. "Shut up, you Bao one." The powerful magic potion only lasts 10 seconds. Su Nian pulled Shirseki down the stairs and then ran a few more kilometers toward the base. She stopped only when she saw the gate. "Haha, using these gravity gloves is so fun. I've always disliked Shinyu, and today I finally did what I wanted to do." Shirseki laughed happily. "We heard that the silver treasure chest might be leaked by Shinyu. He could also ask for outside help and try to attack us again. It's all trouble. Maybe you should leave the base to stay safe," Su Nian suggested. "What about you?" Shirseki asked. "I have some things to do, so I need to leave after a while," Su Nian replied. "Then I won't leave either. I'll just stay here. What can they do to me?" Shirseki said, hugging Su Nian's shoulder. "Anyway, I won't leave you alone." "All right, but we don't have to hide from Shinyu." Seeing that Shirseki didn't want to leave alone, Su Nian decided to try another plan. She opened her friends list and sent private messages to Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan. After about 15 minutes, she saw two figures happily running out of the base. "So you're Su Nian, the big boss, right?" Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan came to Su Nian and looked a bit nervous as they spoke. Although Su Nian didn't admit it, everyone knew after the last team event that she was the person on the top of the leaderboard. Now that Su Nian reached out to them first, they couldn't be more excited. Boss, Shirsiki looked at Su Nian with surprise. Are her friends really so impressive? They can recruit followers even at level 0? Since you came here, it means you accept my idea. During our time at the base, we are all on the same team. I can provide food and shelter, but it's best if you also move to Zone 36. Being close makes it easier to look out for each other, Su Nian said to Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan. No problem, boss. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan always showed respect. Also, I want you to recruit some players above level 3 using your own names. You know I don't want to reveal my identity, so only you can handle this. Later, I'll give each of you a backpack with 100 kilograms capacity as a thank you gift, Su Nian added. Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan were already level 3 players, and after the last team event, they had both reached level 4. Plus, they had silver gear on them. In this base, they were definitely important figures. Getting level 3 players wasn't difficult. Xinyu and the others could reach level 3 in a couple of days. But in his team, he was the only level 3 player. She wanted Xinyu to understand what real dominance looked like. Boss, you're too kind. If you need anything in the future, just tell us to do it. Gao Bowen was so excited, he almost shouted with joy over the 100 kilograms backpack. Yeah. Recruiting level 3 players is so easy. Boss, you can let us do something more challenging, Lu Yuan quickly agreed. Wait, Sisiki was completely confused. She grabbed Su Nian's arm and asked, I understand your intention, but are you sure we should recruit level 3 players? She was level 2, and Su Nian was level 0. The other two were Su Nian's followers, but their levels weren't much higher. What could they use to recruit level 3 players? If this news got out, wouldn't they get beaten up? Siki, let me introduce you, Su Nian said, pointing at the two people in front. Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan. They are both level 4 players, with good combat awareness. Following them to fight zombies is much better than following Xinyu, that useless guy. Hearing Su Nian praise them like that, Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan looked a bit embarrassed. But Siki gasped in shock. Level 4 players. Did she hear that right? Su Nian actually took 2 level 4 players as followers? Could it really be a mistake? Suddenly, Shirsiki had a strange idea. She thought, Su Nian, I remember there's a big shot on the leaderboard with the same name as you. Could you be the same person? But as soon as she said it, she immediately dismissed the idea. After all, she had a friend named Su Nian, and Xinyu had checked Su Nian's attributes before. Yesterday, Xinyu had casually mentioned in the class group that Su Nian's strength and agility were very low, so everyone should watch out for her when fighting zombies. At that time, she looked at Su Nian's stats, which were just normal for a level 0 to 1 player. It was just that her attributes were a bit unbalanced. About my situation, I'll tell you after I leave the base, Su Nian said, neither confirming nor denying. Her identity, in fact, was not something she minded anyone knowing. The only person she wanted to deceive was Su Tiantian. The reason she kept Xinyu alive was because she needed Xinyu to stay close to Su Tiantian and help lower her suspicion of Su Nian. Otherwise, once Su Tiantian became wary, it wouldn't be so easy to get close to her. Seeing Su Nian say this, Shirsiki didn't ask further. No matter what the truth was, she would support Su Nian unconditionally. Today, Su Nian had saved her life. She was not only her best friend but also her lifesaver. That made her closer than family. In the afternoon, Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan started recruiting people on the regional chat channel. The Rongqing base was now very famous. By shouting loudly in the regional channel, many players from the base responded. Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan carefully selected players according to Su Nian's instructions, quickly recruiting 10 level 3 players. Su Nian took some food cards from her main body, arranged new housing for all team members in Zone 36, and prepared clean toiletries and bedding for everyone. However, these tasks were handled by Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan. The new members, seeing such good treatment, felt lucky they chose the right team. Everything was arranged, so they didn't need to worry about anything. Unlike some teams, which not only offer poor benefits but also require members to give up their items upon joining. It was almost as if they wanted to find someone to take advantage of. That night, Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan took out their stockpiled supplies and treated everyone to a good meal. Halfway through eating, Shinyu arrived with a large group of people in Zone 36. Zhang Moshue led the way, loudly shouting, "Su Nian, Shirseki, come out here. It seems like they came to find the two team leaders' sisters," said a woman in leather armor about 1.7 meters tall, standing up. "Look at their gear, just a bunch of weaklings." "Let's go meet them," said a tall young man, grabbing his weapon and heading out. Others saw this and put down their food, quickly following. Seeing such a large group suddenly appear, Zhang Moshue's mind went blank. Weren't they calling for Su Nian and Shirseki? How did so many unfamiliar people appear out of nowhere? Shinyu's heart immediately sounded the alarm. Because in his view, all these players' basic stats were only at level 3 to 4. And many of them were wearing 2 or 3 pieces of bronze equipment. When did Zone 36 gather so many expert players? The last time he came here, it was still quiet and empty. "What are you guys trying to do? Looking for trouble?" Taoyu skillfully played with a throwing knife, crossing her arms as she asked. "We're here to find someone. It has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it," Zhang Moshue waved impatiently. Recently, she had been acting arrogantly with Shinyu. Even after coming to the base, she hadn't changed this habit. "Who do you want to stay out of it?" Feng Yi, dragging a wolf fawn club, looked serious and stepped forward to ask. Feeling Feng Yi's intimidating presence, Zhang Moshue's face turned pale. Shinyu quickly pulled Zhang Moshue back, smiling apologetically. "Everyone, it's a misunderstanding. We're here to find Su Nian and Shirseki. Sorry for bothering you. My girlfriend doesn't know better. Please don't take it to heart." Watching the scene, Shirseki curled her lips and said, "Zhang Moshue and Shinyu have slept together so many times, and only now did she become his girlfriend. Shinyu probably still thinks he's deeply in love with you." After breaking up, he only then confirmed his relationship with Zhang Moshue, Su Nian. It must be said that Shirseki still knows Shinyu very well. In her past life, Shinyu pursued her, without success, and said similar things. What does she not understand about cherishing? She was the one who gave up on this relationship first, so she shouldn't blame him for liking other women. As for him sleeping with Zhang Moshue, he thought it was normal. After all, he wasn't moved emotionally, so it wasn't considered betrayal. Now, thinking back, Su Nian finds these words disgusting. The key point is, she never agreed to be with Shinyu from the beginning. When she refused, he still thought she was playing hard to get. He really has a problem. Shinyu and his people tried hard outside but couldn't see Su Nian or Shirseki, and in the end, they had to leave empty-handed. However, after they returned, they immediately spread the news that Su Nian and Shirseki had received silver treasure chests. Even Su Tiantian got the news and messaged privately to ask, "I know you're at the Rongqing base. Did you get the silver treasure chest? We're supposed to be sisters. Why haven't you replied to me?" When Su Nian received the message, she was lying on the big bed in the RV. She hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, and now her eyes were almost closing. But seeing Su Tiantian's questioning, Su Nian still patiently replied, "I didn't ignore your message. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply." She didn't want to explain, so she just left the question to Su Tiantian. "Su Tiantian, when did you send me a message?" "Su Nian, when I was in Jinxiu community, I ran into some trouble. I wanted to ask for your help, but I tried to contact you for several days, and you didn't reply. So I left on my own." Seeing this, Su Tiantian began to doubt herself. Did she forget or block Su Nian? The problem is, she really didn't receive any messages. "Su Tiantian, be honest with me. Did you kill Su Zihua?" "Su Nian, you mean brother Su? Did something happen to him? Was he hurt? What will you do now?" Since Su Nian didn't answer and instead asked a lot of questions, Su Tiantian felt overwhelmed. "Su Tiantian, forget it. I'm not talking to you about this today. I just want to ask about the silver treasure chest. I have a friend who is willing to pay a high price to buy it. Tomorrow, you and your classmates should come out and meet. Su Tiantian's words were not a suggestion but a direct notice. The news about the silver treasure chest had already spread throughout the base. Su Nian and her classmates are just ordinary players. Is there another way besides handing over the chest? Moreover, she even helped find a buyer. Although the other party only offered 100 level 1 crystal cores in the trading market that could exchange for 2 bronze weapons. Su Nian should be satisfied. As for the promise made by the buyer, it was to introduce her to a high-level team composed entirely of top-ranked players. There were leaderboards for levels, equipment, pets, and wealth. She needed to rank on at least one of these lists to meet the team's entry requirements. Only about 4,000 players on Blue Star could reach such a level. Her chance to join was purely because of the buyer's connections and her S-grade talent. Missing even one condition meant she couldn't join. Su Tiantian was still dreaming happily, but a single sentence from Su Nian shattered her illusions. Su Nian said, "Sorry, the treasure chest has already been used, and it was just a bronze chest, not a silver one. My classmate already exchanged what was inside for other supplies." Su Tiantian was shocked. How could it be a bronze chest? Your classmates clearly said it was a silver chest, Su Nian replied. Classmates? You mean Xin Yu and the others? They have a grudge with us, so they spread rumors about silver chests. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that now everyone has bronze chests. Where would a silver chest come from? Even if there was one, we wouldn't have encountered it. Su Tiantian was speechless. This was basically calling someone else out for being clueless. But Su Nian's words also made sense. She often browsed chat channels and sometimes people showed off bronze chests, but no one ever mentioned silver chests. It's hard to believe that Su Nian was simply picked up by Su Nian. But if that's the case, she probably can't join that team anymore. Since Su Zihu died, she hasn't leveled up for a long time. Plus, her attributes mysteriously decreased, and only after being revived during the day did she fully recover. Her progress in leveling up has been completely delayed. But she clearly has an S-level talent. Why is she doing so badly? Su Nian couldn't be bothered with Su Tiantian's thoughts. She casually found a reason to end the conversation and went to sleep. The next day, Su Nian slept until the sun was high before waking up. At the base, she had already told everyone last night to rest for a day. So no one disturbed her in the morning, and Shirsiki went hunting zombies with Gao Bowen. Su Nian simply cooked 2 bowls of soft sesame rice balls. After breakfast, she checked her space. In 2 days, the crops in her space had all grown to about knee height. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings had also hatched, growing very quickly. Su Nian found some fences in the storage area and set up a small farm in an open space. She also brought several large bags of feed and various grains. Detected feed. Would you like to activate automatic feeding? Su Nian couldn't help but marvel at how worry-free her space was. After turning on automatic feeding, she continued to explore her space. The result showed that bugs had appeared on the tomato seedlings, so she quickly grabbed a small tool to catch them. After catching 2 bugs, a system notification appeared. Detected common pests. Would you like to activate automatic pest removal?
Su Nian clicked OK.
Soon, the bugs fell into the soil and turned into nutrients to nourish the crops. The tomato seedlings instantly grew taller. If this continues in about a week, the crops should be ready for harvest. After taking a moment to breathe in the fresh air of the farm, Su Nian left the space and opened the trading market. Since the acid rain disaster ended, her display of chicken and duck meat has been selling dozens or even hundreds of Jin every day. She plans to remove all the chicken and duck meat once she collects enough level 2 crystal cores to upgrade her equipment skills. With her identity as a dimension merchant, she will prioritize earning star coins. In the future, when she has more money, she can buy whatever she wants directly from other merchants. After checking the sales on her display, Su Nian switched to the dimension shop. Besides Lala Shi, there were 2 other customers she was introduced to who bought a few star coins worth of supplies yesterday. Her shop had no extra views at all. One reason is that her shop level is too low, and another important reason is that the system wants her to spend money on advertising. But now she already has over 50 star coins, so spending a bit to buy traffic is not a problem. Thinking of this, Soon Yen called little A and asked, if I buy 10 star coin data packages, will I get higher level customers? Dear shop owner, when searching for traffic, you can focus on quality or quantity. As long as you spend star coins, you can make requests. Soon Yen. Okay, then find me some high-quality customers. Alright, the star coins have been deducted from your account and we are now searching for target customers.
Ding.
Search successful. One customer has been matched. Please seize the opportunity to promote your products. If you can't sell your items, the star coins will be wasted. Soon Yen opened the other person's profile. Shop owner, Nanju shop name, experience cards specialty store race, human character level, 25 shop level. 3 Seeing the other person's character and shop levels, Soon Yen knew it was promising. She asked little A to search for high-quality customers not just to sell things, but to buy things. Those shops ranked at level 10 or higher were too expensive for her to afford. The level 1 shops she matched with rarely had good items.
So she came up with this balanced plan.
Soon Yen opened the shop and found only 4 types of products, but each type had a surprisingly large quantity. Double experience cards, priced at 1 star coin, remaining stock over 10,000. Triple experience cards, priced at 5 star coins, remaining stock over 2,000. 5 times experience cards, priced at 20 star coins, remaining stock over 500. 10 times experience cards, priced at 100 star coins, remaining stock over 100. By looking at the shop name, Soon Yen can roughly tell what the seller is offering. Experience cards last for 24 hours and can be used in any situation. Using one before a battle doubles the rewards, making it very cost-effective. Looking at the selling prices, there is at least a 50% profit margin. She immediately bought 20 double experience cards. Then she went to Labashi's shop and bought 8 insect armor suits. The profit from insect armor suits is also quite good. They sell very well in a short time. But this popularity only lasts for a short period, because skilled players upgrade their equipment quickly. Less experienced players, even after a few months, can't afford to buy star coins. So, within about a month, these insect armor suits will stop selling well. After restocking, Soon Yen planned to leave the Dimension shop and go to the purchasing group to sell items. But suddenly, her account received over 100 star coins in income. At the same time, she received a private message from Nanju. Do you usually have stock? Are there any other types of fresh products available? Seeing this private message, Soon Yen immediately became excited. This third-level store of Nanju receives hundreds or even thousands of customers daily. So she never expected her products to sell well initially. Since it was a private message, most people probably wouldn't see it. But unexpectedly, before she said anything, Nanju bought over 100 stars of currency worth of goods and even asked about other types of fresh products. Soon Yen quickly replied, yes, we have many other options, including dozens of kinds of vegetables, duck and goose meat, pork, beef and lamb, various freshwater and seafood, as well as some local snacks. If you need, I can send you a list. Nanju responded, that's great. Please send me the list. I have a team to supply, so the demand should be quite large. Soon Yen said, no problem. After leaving the dimensional shop, Soon Yen spent an hour roughly listing her available supplies. She sent the list to Nanju, then selected about a dozen types of vegetables, pork, beef, and lamb, and 4 or 5 kinds of seafood, ordering 50 jin of each. The prices for pork, beef, lamb, and seafood ranged from 3 to 5 stars of currency per jin. In total, she ordered over 1,000 jin of fresh products. This brought in more than 3,000 stars of currency. Looking at her account balance, Soon Yen felt so happy, she almost fainted. Nanju, your products are of good quality, diverse, and in large quantities. If I need anything in the future, I will come back to you. Soon Yen, currently we are selling stock, so the freshness isn't perfect. But after a while, new, fresher items will be available, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the quality. Nanju, such good quality, yet it's just stock? When your new products are available, remember to contact me first. Soon Yen, of course, After saying that, Su Nian displayed 20 pounds of fruit in the window, changing the price to 0.1 star coins. Su Nian, I've put together a fruit gift pack in the store as a free gift for today. The wealthy sister spent over 3,000 star coins in one go. How could she not give a little gift? Nanju, you're too kind. Although Nanju said this, she still bought the fruit gift pack. Her financial situation was decent, but fruit isn't a daily necessity, and since she wouldn't use all of it herself, she didn't want to buy too much this time. But Su Nian was so generous, giving her 20 pounds at once. Thinking of this, Nanju also gave Su Nian a store discount card. This is a discount card for my shop. You can use it on any product. Su Nian, thank you so much. She looked at the card's details. After using the discount card, all items in the store are 90% off, only valid for the store. Su Nian's eyes lit up. As expected from a top-level shop owner, she is very generous. She gave fruit, mainly to keep a wealthy customer. But South Candle responded with something even more valuable. The discount card can only be used once, so, of course, she bought a 10-fold experience card. At a 10% discount, she saved 90 star coins. Su Nian spent only 10 star coins to get a 10-fold experience card from South Candle's shop. After thinking, she spent 80 more star coins to increase her 2-fold experience cards to 100, then displayed them in the trading market window, each priced at 2 star coins. Then, Su Nian posted in the shopping group, selling long-term 2-fold experience cards, one-time use, lasts 24 hours, effective in all scenes, including dungeons. She also said there are 8 sets of insect armor today. Everyone can choose and buy. The group was quiet for a few seconds until all the insect armor in her display was sold out and over 30 experience cards were sold. Only then did the group start talking again. Group leader, where did you get these? I've never seen such 2-fold experience cards in the trading market. These 2-fold experience cards are really good. Using one in a dungeon can give you hundreds of extra experience. This is awesome. This is what gaming is all about. I need to get my older brother into the group too. He's a top player on the ranking list. With these 2-fold experience cards, his rank will definitely go up a lot. Just in time, I plan to start a 5-person quest tomorrow. I must have done something good to find this treasure group. Before, I didn't know what star coins could be used for. Now, I feel like I don't have enough at all. After 2 days, the number of people in the shopping group has grown to 300. But now she is selling insect armor and experience cards. The current number of players in the group isn't enough. About 50 double experience cards have been sold, but the sales are slowing down. After thinking for a moment, Su Nian posted a message in the group, looking for 3 moderators to help invite new members and keep order in the group. Daily pay is 1 kilogram of rice, a pack of side dishes. If rice isn't available, noodles are fine. Stable work for a month with an extra reward of 10 pounds of vegetables. Me. I can do it. Group owner, look at me. I have a lot of free time and can guarantee to bring in 100 people every day. Group owner, I know many big players. If you want, I can invite them all. Don't fight with me. I used to work in sales. Now everyone is just eating steamed buns, bread, or compressed biscuits. It's been a long time since they had a tasty meal. But Su Nian promised to give a pack of side dishes every day. Plus, fragrant rice. Who wouldn't crave that? And if they do this for a month, there will be extra rewards. The best part is this job is safe. Just post some ads and chat in the group every day. Who wouldn't love a job like that? So, even though most players in the group are quite skilled, everyone was very excited. The message flooding the chat was so fast that Su Nian couldn't keep up. She had to temporarily mute the group and continued speaking. Our group has certain requirements for new members. You must have enough purchasing power. Those with relevant connections will be given priority. If you think you meet the criteria, please send me your information. I will select 3 managers tomorrow. After sending this message, Su Nian unmuted the group. Soon, she received several private messages. Originally, Su Nian planned to wait and review them later. However, she saw a familiar name among the messages. Chi Feishua. Can I join? I've run into some trouble. I can't go out to fight zombies right now. Last night, There was a tornado, and Su Huan's house almost collapsed. All our supplies are gone. Seeing this message, Su Nian's heart moved. She remembered that in her previous life, Chief Feishue's incident happened around this time. Chief Feishue briefly explained her situation to Su Nian. It all started when Su Mei and Su Huan suddenly decided to go out with her to level up. But she had to fight zombies and take care of two people who only caused trouble. In the process, she was bitten by a zombie, seriously injured, to the point of breaking bones and damaging tendons. After finally escaping from the zombie horde, she immediately spent a high price at the trading market to buy a zombie virus blocker, saving her life. However, her body was covered in wounds, and she had lost half of her palm. Even after taking healing medicine, her damaged limbs couldn't be restored. Chief Feishue planned to rest at home for a while. But Su's mother thought she had been bitten by a zombie and was afraid she would turn into one, so she locked her in Su Mei's room. Later, when she saw she was fine, she started to criticize her harshly, saying the Su family wouldn't want a disabled daughter-in-law. As for Su Huan, he never spoke up for her. Seeing her missing hand, he even showed a look of disgust. At that moment, Chief Feishue felt her heart turn cold and saw the true nature of this family clearly. She had already decided that once her body recovered a bit, she would officially break up with Su Huan. But when things go wrong, even drinking cold water can cause trouble. That night, a tornado passed through. Half of Su Huan's house was blown away. Everyone was safe, but all their supplies were taken away. The comfortable life of the Su family suddenly became difficult. Today, early in the morning, Su's mother came to urge Chief Feishue to go kill zombies. She also planned to take her 2 pieces of equipment to trade for some food. Although Chief Feishue was love-struck, she wasn't foolish. Before her injuries healed, she was determined not to risk her life. She has already decided to break up with Su Huan. Su's mother's unreasonable demands, she naturally ignored completely. Now, she just wants to take care of herself. She has already done her best for this family. After hearing this, Su Nian realized that Chief Feishue was quite clear-headed. Seeing that Su Huan was not a good match, she immediately decided to break up with him. But she still thought too highly of Su Huan. She just wanted to cut ties with him, but he actually wanted to harm her. Su Nian replied, "With your amazing talent, wouldn't it be a waste to be just a manager in my group? Come to Rome City base. I happen to have some dungeon information. Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan are there too. Let's team up to level up." Seeing this, Chief Feishue immediately perked up. "Okay, I'll come find you in a couple of days." Su Nian, no need to wait a couple of days, come today. After that, Su Nian used the friend gift feature to send Chief Feishue an electric scooter. "Su Nian, it's fully charged. Remember to return it after using." Chief Feishue, Oh, Su Nian, you're so kind. See you tonight." Su Nian, by the way, about your breakup with Su Huan, I suggest not talking about it face-to-face. You're currently like a lifesaver for their family. If that lifesaver becomes useless, be careful, someone might act impulsively. Chief Feishue's heart skipped a beat. She really hadn't thought of it that way. Seeing Su Mu rush off early this morning to fight zombies, I knew that what Su Nian said was very likely to happen. Thinking of this, Chief Feishue got up and went to the living room. Su Huai's siblings were cleaning the house. When they saw Chief Feishue come out, Su Mei immediately said sarcastically, "Some people are just too pretentious. You got a small injury, but you won't kill the zombies. The room was blown up by a tornado, and you don't help clean it. Do you think you're a young lady? Su Mei, how can you talk about your sister-in-law like that? She's hurt so badly." Su Huai pretended to scold Su Mei. "It's okay.
Su Mei is right.
Now all the supplies in the house are gone. Staying at home isn't a good idea. I think I'll go out to fight zombies this afternoon, or we won't have dinner," Chief Feishue said with a slight smile. "Fight zombies? You're not fully healed yet," Su Huai said with concern, walking over. "Last time you went on a dungeon run and got a silver armor and 2 silver materials. Give me the items, and I'll trade at the market for supplies. You should rest and recover now. Don't worry about anything else. That won't do." Silver armor and materials can't be exchanged for ordinary supplies. Chief Feishue realized her tone was too urgent and quickly changed her words. Even if I trade, it can only be for bronze gear. Otherwise, if too many things pile up at home, they might be blown away again. Chief Feishue did not give Su Huan a chance to refuse. She took off a ring from her hand and said, "Take this. Use it to buy some food. My body is actually fine, just a bit stiff. Today I'll go nearby to fight some zombies. Once I recover from my injuries, I will get better gradually." She didn't completely give up. She left Su Huan a piece of bronze equipment. She exchanged it for food, enough for them to last a while. "All right then. Thank you for your effort, dear," Su Huan said, noticing that Chief Feishue was still willing to help as always. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Yesterday, his mother's words had been too harsh. He thought Chief Feishue was upset. But now he realized he was overthinking. Since Chief Feishue listened to him, how could she have other ideas? However, a few minutes later, "Brother, something bad has happened," Su Mei called out anxiously from the window. "What is it?" Su Huan asked, confused. Chief Feishue ran away. Meanwhile, Su Nian received news that Chief Feishue had set out. She let out a sigh of relief. It seemed her guess was right. Chief Feishue had indeed left after breaking up with Su Huan. This time, skipping the breakup stage, Chief Feishue had successfully left the vampire family. With Chief Feishue's departure, it was time to explore the nearby dungeons. Su Nian organized the private messages on her account and then selected 3 managers. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to continue browsing the marketplace. Things were different now. She currently had over 3,000 starry coins. She could afford to buy from the shops featured on the homepage. Su Nian looked through the list and quickly found her target shop. Shop name: Cheap Dog Food, Shiny Gold Shop Level 10. The dog food here actually refers to gold quality equipment. But these items share a common trait. They are cheap to make, have fixed stats, and their effects are weak. The only good thing is that they are inexpensive, making them suitable for feeding high-level gear to improve their attributes. That's why they are called dog food. Would anyone seriously buy them to wear? Probably not many players would. Because those who can afford the better gear wouldn't bother, and those who want the better gear can't afford it. But Su Nian was clearly an exception. Not just gold gear, she was even missing silver gear. Unfortunately, silver gear can't be used as dog food. Its quality is too low and not suitable. Otherwise, she would have worn a full set today. Armor, price 5,000, remaining stock 1,000. Shoes, price 1,000, remaining stock 5,000. Hat, price 1,000, remaining stock 5,000. Gloves, price 1,000, remaining stock 5,000. Various jewelry, price 1,000, remaining stock 10,000, all of high quality, made of gold. Su Nian's mouth was watering at the sight. Her most desired item was the armor. But the price was too high. She couldn't afford it right now. However, she could buy the shoes, hat, and glove set. She had exactly enough starry coins to buy them. Without hesitation, Su Nian added the items to her cart and checked out. After receiving the items, she looked at their attributes. Name: Dusty Diamond Hairpin, quality, gold, level 00/30, description, 100 spirit. It's said to be the favorite hairpin of the Cloud Queen when she was young. Wearing it makes you look younger. Name: Swift Step Boots, quality, gold, level 00/30, description, 100 agility, 10% movement speed. Name: Resilient Gloves, quality, gold, level 00/30, description, 100 strength, protects your wrists. Wearing these, you'll never suffer from tendinitis again. After reading the introduction, Su Nian felt her head spinning. Spirit 100, agility 100, strength 100. It's no wonder this is the best-selling golden dog food store. Although the equipment effects are the same as nothing, the fixed attributes are fully maxed out. If she wore all these on herself, she would become a walking stats monster. Su Nian took out the 3 pieces of equipment and put them all on. Then, she opened her personal attribute panel. Name: Su Nian. Age: 19 level, 5, 15, 239/50, 000, strength, 11 112, average for adults is 7, effects basic attack power, constitution, 26/6, average for adults is 8, effects stamina and defense, spirit, 25 105, average for adults is 6, effects skill power and usage, agility, 12 100, average for adults is 6, effects speed and reaction time, talent, high focus, C-grade talent, increases concentration during battles, making it easier to see enemy weaknesses, title, zombie slayer skills, explosive, arrow, level 2, marking, level 1, purification, level 2, sniper's focus, level 1, blink step, level 0, equipment, Thousand Illusions ink bracelet, level 2, dusty diamond hairpin, level 0, sprint boots, level 0, toughened gloves, level 0, melting snow bow, level 2, goddess of wisdom necklace, level 1, dusk armor, level 1, lucky ring. Scanning glasses apart from constitution, the other 3 attributes have all reached over 100. The boss's stats are not that impressive either. At this moment, Su Nian suddenly sensed someone approaching from the base. She immediately switched her main consciousness to that direction. Brother Xinyu, don't forget to help me take a screenshot of Su Nian's basic attribute chart when you see her. It's very important to me. Su Tiantian looked at Xinyu and instructed him. Since the leaderboard opened, she had been feeling anxious. Although she had a friend who could see Su Nian's level, what if there was an item that could hide level information? She absolutely couldn't accept Su Nian being stronger than her. That's why she kept asking for confirmation. Don't worry. My talent can see through all disguises. When Su Nian first came to the base, I checked her once. Besides her good mental and physical attributes, her strength and agility are completely below average. She probably isn't even a level 1 player, Xinyu said with his usual bright smile. He didn't expect that Su Nian had a sister. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had an S-rank talent. More importantly, compared to Su Nian, he preferred a gentle girl like Su Tiantian. Su Nian's personality was too strong. It was understandable before the apocalypse. But now, she was still acting that way. Who was she trying to impress? Even if Su Nian begged him on her knees in the future, he wouldn't pay her any attention. As they talked, they arrived at Su Nian's home. Su Tiantian remembered what Su Yukai had said, that Su Nian liked to set traps at the door, so she could only stand outside the cave and call out, "Nian Nian, I'm your sister. Can you come out and meet me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nian pushed aside the curtain and came out. Xinyu did not forget Su Tiantian's instructions. She quickly checked Su Nian's attributes and sent a screenshot to Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian took a moment to look at it and finally felt relieved. She knew she had probably overthought things. With a C-level talent, Su Nian couldn't be the person on the leaderboard. Now she could finally relax. Seeing the small gestures between the two in front of her, Su Nian couldn't help but smile. She knew Su Tiantian was following this plan. "Why are you here?" Su Nian asked. "I'm your sister. I came to see you because I care about you. Seeing you're safe makes me feel better," Su Tiantian replied. Suddenly, she patted her head. "Oh, I just remembered. I have something to do. I won't stay to chat. I'll come back to visit you next time I have free time." Having gotten the answer she wanted, Su Tiantian didn't bother to pretend anymore. She found a quick excuse and pulled Xinyu away. Su Nian's expression changed. She went back into the cave, took out a bottle of invisibility potion, and drank it. When she stepped out again, no one could see her. Su Nian followed Su Tiantian and Xinyu. This time, the story had changed. So Su Tiantian was not living in Zone 43, but in Zone 27 with Xinyu. Su Nian only wanted to check Su Tiantian's address. Later, when Su Tiantian got that dark gold item, she planned to find a chance to sneak in and steal it. This is the easiest way. Who knew that just after she confirmed Su Tiantian's residence, a sudden chill came from behind her. Su Nian reflexively dodged and then looked up. She saw a stern-looking man standing where she had just been. His eyes were dark red, and his gaze was fixed precisely on Su Nian, as if invisibility didn't work on him. Seeing what this man looked like, Su Nian's expression darkened. Fifth on the ranking list, Gu Cheng. S-level talent. Control of all things. This guy is probably the strongest player in Rong City right now. Su Tian will soon join his team, and it seems he is wearing some kind of device on his eyes. Su Nian is very sure that her invisibility effect doesn't work on him, but Su Nian's panic was only for a moment. As a top-ranked expert, it's normal to have a few powerful tools. Plus, in this world, Gu Qing doesn't know her. Even if she used an invisibility potion, he probably wouldn't interfere. So Su Nian decided to ignore this guy and turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, her body was pulled back by a force. It was Gu Cheng's ability. Su Nian took a deep breath, turned around, and asked, "Big brother, do you need something?" "You just stepped on me twice." Gu Cheng pointed to his shoes. Su Nian looked down and saw that there were 2 shoe prints on Gu Cheng's foot. It was probably accidental when she was avoiding earlier. This body's abilities are just SSO. In many ways, it's indeed a bit lacking. Sorry, you were too close just now, so I can't blame everything on me. But I'm not unreasonable. Stepping on you was my fault. I apologize. Is that okay? Su Nian said with a fake smile. She didn't want to cause more trouble, although the worst outcome would be giving up this substitute body. But that would definitely mess up many of her plans. Next time, remember not to stand in the middle of the road when you hide. After saying that, Gu Qing took long strides and walked into Zone 27. Su Nian. What does he mean by not standing in the middle of the road? Is she that unprofessional? The route she chose had hardly any people passing by. This guy must have noticed she was hiding and deliberately came to pick a fight. Su Nian made a finger gesture at Gu Cheng's back and then turned around to leave. At dusk, Qi Feishue rode her small electric scooter to Rongqing Base. When Su Nian went out to meet her, she saw how badly Qi Feishue was hurt. There were bites and tears on her hands, legs, and even her face. Although she stopped the bleeding with medicine and bandages, saving her life, the scars remained. Passers-by kept their distance, afraid that Qi Feishue might suddenly turn into a monster and bite someone. What's wrong with this person? She looks so scary. She was probably bitten by a zombie, but she didn't turn into one. She must have taken the zombie virus blocker. She's lucky she didn't die. Qi Feishue shyly pulled up her collar to hide her facial scars. Compared to the disdainful looks from Su Huan's family and the gossip from strangers, it was easier to bear. But she didn't like being the center of attention. She looked back and decided she needed to cover her face better. Suddenly, a mask was handed to her. Qi Feishue looked up and saw a calm, delicate face smiling gently at her.
Put this on.
It's not a big problem. As long as you're alive, that's enough. Su Nian, this was the first time Qi Feishue saw Su Nian's true face, and she didn't expect her to be so young. Despite her youth, she was just standing there. A simple word or a small smile from her could make people feel very safe. It's me. Su Nian handed the mask to Qi Feishue. Let's go. We'll head to the base. Okay. Qi Feishue nodded and put on the mask. Su Nian packed up her electric scooter, then led Qi Feishue toward the base. Because Qi Feishue had many scratches and bites from zombies all over her body, the check at the base gate took much longer than usual. Only after confirming she truly had no zombie virus did the guards allow her to pass. Seeing Qi Feishue's awkward and uneasy expression, Su comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, it's just some minor injuries. I have a way to get a reformation pill, but it costs 5,000 star coins. Once you save enough, I'll buy it for you. When that time comes, even if you lose a hand or a foot, I can help grow it back." On the homepage of the Dimensional Shop, there are several stores that sell high-end medicines. Not just the reformation pill. Even if someone is barely breathing, there are special pills that can save them. Otherwise, why would she be so focused on earning money? Because with enough money, you can truly buy your life. Really? Qi Feishue's eyes lit up. No girl doesn't care about her appearance. Especially since she had lost half of her hand, which seriously affected her fighting ability. Now Su told her that all her injuries could be healed. All she needed was to prepare 5,000 star coins. Chief Feishue immediately felt motivated. The equipment and materials on her are worth at least 100 star coins. 5,000 coins? She could save that in 3 or 5 years, no problem. Plus, game gear and items tend to become more valuable as time goes on. Try to work a little harder. Maybe in a year or 2, you can save up 5,000 star coins. Thinking of this, Chief Feishue immediately grabbed Sun Yan's hand and said eagerly, "Where are those quests you mentioned? Let's go and do them all tomorrow, Sun Yan." She originally wanted to motivate Chief Feishue, but it seems she might have pushed a bit too far. Back in Zone 36, Sun Yan arranged a place for Chief Feishue to stay. The bed and daily supplies were all prepared in advance. Without the restrictions of Su Huan's family, Chief Feishue finally started to think about herself. She took out a piece of silver material to trade for some supplies at the market, and also asked Sun Yan to help her make a backpack. Even a fallen giant is still impressive. As a top-ranked player, even if temporarily down, she can still live more comfortably than most players. Her real strength is clear, so turning things around is easy. Not long after, Shirseki and others also returned. Seeing Chief Feishue, Gao Bowen, and Lu Yuan were very happy. "Feishue, you're here too." "That's great," Gao Bowen said excitedly. "Our team is getting stronger. With Feishue joining, except for Gu Cheng and his group, no one can beat us." Lu Yuan also looked very excited. "But Feishue, your boyfriend's family didn't come with you, right?" Gao Bowen looked around nervously. "Don't worry, I already broke up with Su Huan," Chief Feishue said. "That's good. That's good. Great news, great news." Seeing Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan's reactions, Chief Feishue couldn't help but laugh softly. Yes, this is truly wonderful news. She originally thought breaking up would be very sad, but now she feels completely free. From now on, she can finally live for herself. Now that Feishue has joined us, starting tomorrow, everyone will change locations to level up. Sun Yan counted the number of people, then turned to Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan and said, "Let's recruit a few more people, but this time only level 4 players. They need to have good battle awareness, follow team commands, and once stable, send out a double experience card every day." Chief Feishue and the others were all in Sun Yan's group, so they naturally knew that a double experience card was worth 2 starry coins. 1 double experience card every day. With this treatment, even Gu Cheng wouldn't dare to offer such benefits, right? Am I a bit unnecessary? Siki asked weakly, raising her hand after listening for a while. Yesterday, Sun Yan recruited level 3 players, which she already thought was a bit much. Now, they are recruiting level 4 players directly. She is only level 2. Will she really not stand out in the team? And she has figured it out. On the surface, Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan are the team leaders, but in reality, Sun Yan is the core of everyone. Her sister is definitely a hidden expert. Even so, she doesn't want to rely on her relationship with Sun Yan to stay in the team and hold everyone back. At first, no one said anything. But after a while, someone would start to feel uncomfortable. When she heard Shirseki say that, Sun Yan took a small bottle of liquid from her backpack and handed it to her. She said, "This contains 1,000 experience points. Drink it, and you'll level up to level 3. With a silver weapon, your strength won't be lower than any level 4 player, unless they also have a silver weapon. Consider this experience as a loan from me. Remember to return 10 star coins later." After the recent dungeon runs and the past few days' effort, the experience bottle already had over 10,000 experience points. Sharing 1,000 points wouldn't make much difference. She planned to keep the rest and level up to level 6 all at once later. Experience. Shirseki's eyes widened. "You can drink experience points directly?" Gao Bowen and the others looked surprised, as if they had discovered something new. It was the first time they heard that experience could be stored in bottles. Experience can exist in many forms. You'll get used to it over time. Sun Yan didn't explain too much. Items like experience bottles are quite rare. More common are expensive experience pills. These are pills where players extract their experience and seal it inside, using special methods. However, The loss rate is as high as 80%. With more money in hand, she could directly use experience pills to level up. In theory, she could level up 100 times in a day. Alright, I'll just keep it in reserve for now, Shirsiki said, taking the small bottle and drinking the liquid inside in one gulp. But before she could taste the flavor, she received a system notification. Congratulations! You have reached level 3. Huh? Is that it? Shirsiki was surprised. 1,000 experience points. Before, she would have had to kill 1,000 level 1 zombies or 500 level 2 zombies. But now, she could just drink it and be done. It was the most satisfying thing she'd ever experienced. After solving Shirsiki's level-up issue, Su Nian introduced Qi Feishue to her. Learning that Qi Feishue was already level 5, Shirsiki almost choked on her saliva. A level 5 player, she must be a top player on the leaderboard. What team had she sneaked into? Alright, it's getting late. Let's all go back and rest, Su Nian said to Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan. Recruitment is your problem now. If you're unsure, you can ask me privately, she added. Trouble? No trouble at all. With such good benefits, only we choose others, not the other way around. We'll definitely find enough people before tomorrow's departure, Gao Bowen said. Su Nian didn't deny this. She offered high rewards to have more options. Otherwise, bringing in slackers would only slow down the leveling process. The next day, Su Nian directly informed Gao Bowen to gather at a residential community 2 kilometers away. She drove the RV nearby and arrived early at the entrance of the dungeon with Su Wang and the 2 little ones. This community's dungeon is quite special. It is an experience-type dungeon located in the equipment room on the top floor of Building 7. Since it is an experience dungeon, it can be repeated unlimited times. Therefore, even multiple teams entering at the same time is not a problem. Additionally, based on the number of monsters defeated, there are good rewards at the end of the month for top rankings. However, only a few days are left this month, so Su Nian no longer cares about the ranking rewards. After all, from the very first day the Apocalypse game appeared, someone discovered this dungeon. Several top players in Rong City Base have developed their skills using this dungeon. After waiting about half an hour, Gao Bowen and his team arrived. Seeing Su Nian fully armed, Shichi looked curious and asked, "How did you get here before us?" "I thought you had something to do, so you told us to leave first." "Yes, I did have something to do. I went to pick up my brother," Su Nian said softly, slightly turning to the side. Su Wang immediately stuck his head out, smiling and waving at Shichi, Feishue, and the others. "Hello, Sister Shichi, Sister Feishue, and big brothers. Oh wow, isn't this little Wang Wang? You're getting chubbier," Shichi said as she reached out to pinch Su Wang's little face. "You're the chubby one. I've actually lost 2 gene," Su Wang retorted.
Su Wang pouted unhappily.
The 4 new players in the team looked at each other in surprise. Are there even kids in our team? Only asking us for things but opening the back door for themselves, huh? The level and talent information aren't even shared. Can the double experience card really be used? Are they trying to trick us? Since the team was just formed, it's normal that everyone doesn't trust each other. But Su Nian clearly promised benefits for recruiting people. So, when faced with these new members' doubts, Su Nian didn't explain much. "Why are you arguing? We didn't clarify everything when we recruited yesterday. Since we set these conditions, it shows we have the strength. Don't ask too many questions." Gao Bowen immediately stepped forward and said. Qi Feishue didn't speak. Instead, she stabbed her great sword into the floor, causing a crack to quickly spread dozens of meters. Seeing this, the new team members' eyes widened in shock. They only knew that the team had good conditions. Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan were both level 4 players with silver gear. Since the recruitment requirements were so high, others should be similar. It wasn't until they saw a kid in the team that they started to feel confused and a bit unhappy. But now, everyone was scared back by Qi Feishue's sword. They admitted that this team is quite strong. Seeing no one else causing trouble, Su Nian finally spoke. "Since there are no objections, let me introduce this dungeon to everyone. This is a pure experience-type dungeon. The monsters inside range from level 1 to 5, and there are 4 difficulty levels. Easy, normal, hard, and hell. Easy difficulty only spawns level 1 monsters. Normal spawns level 2, hard spawns level 3, and hell randomly spawns level 4 to 5 monsters. Wait, I will lead the first team to clear the hell difficulty directly. The second team, led by Taoyu, will clear normal difficulty. If there's no pressure, we can try hard difficulty tomorrow. As soon as Sun Yen finished speaking, a slightly mocking voice came from the staircase. Really a bunch of fearless people. You come here and dare to challenge hell difficulty. Did you get my permission to do this? A team of 10 people gradually walked out of the corridor. The leader was a slim man. Seeing his distinctive bald head and dark circles, Sun Yen immediately recognized him. Hikun, who was trying to start a harem at the Rongqing base. He was among the lucky ones who discovered the experience dungeon early. Although he only had an A-level talent not even related to combat, he still managed to rank within the top 1,000 on the level leaderboard. With this status, Hikun was doing quite well at the base. His regular team is quite strong. Of course, he claims that only female players are recruited into his team. In reality, his team is made up entirely of men, with no women. And any women he dislikes, he gives to his subordinates. Most of them end up in sad situations. In summary, she's like a rotten, smelly cucumber, not worth pity. Sun Yen put on her scanning glasses and saw that, besides Hikun, who was a level 5 player, everyone else was level 4. For her, defeating them all wouldn't be difficult. But without a reason, randomly attacking people wouldn't be very good. After all, so many people are watching. Reluctantly, Sun Yen decided to follow the usual process. She casually put her hand in her pocket and said in a teasing tone, "Who do you think you are? Do you need my permission?" And this dungeon was actually discovered first by Gu Cheng. He's your boss's son, so you're just taking charge for him? Hearing this, the people under Hikun gasped in surprise, then looked behind them. Another team was coming out of the corridor. The leader was wearing a black vest, with matching tall boots, and a chain wrapped around his wrist, probably a weapon. His cold gaze fell on Hikun, who immediately stepped forward politely and said, "Boss Gu, don't listen to this girl talking nonsense. I just saw her bragging and wanted to start the dungeon on the hardest difficulty. I only said a few words to her, and I definitely didn't mean to speak for you, Sun Yen." She realized she had made a mistake. She didn't expect the main character to be here too. But she remembered that Gu Cheng encouraged more people to join the experience missions to improve the overall strength of the base. So, what Hikun just said clearly wasn't Gu Cheng's idea. However, her suggestion that Hikun act as Gu Cheng's father was a bit insulting. This dungeon is open to everyone. I have already reported it to the base. Starting next month, the existence of this dungeon will be made public. I don't want to see this happen again. Do you understand? Gu Cheng said calmly. Yes. Hikun hurriedly nodded. Gu Cheng withdrew his gaze and walked over to Sun Yen. Suddenly, Sun Yen felt like she was in great danger. This guy's talent is unpredictable. If he really fights, she must strike first. Fortunately, Gu Cheng was just passing by. He went straight to the dungeon portal, selected the difficulty level, and then led his team inside. After Gu Cheng left, Sun Yen let out a breath of relief, and Hikun also relaxed. You jerk, you almost got me killed. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, none of you will leave happily. Without Gu Cheng's suppression, Hikun's attitude became even more arrogant. Everyone here is a top-ranked player. He called Gu Cheng bro, which was a sign of respect. But that didn't mean he was going to let these people go easily. Gao Bowen and the others looked a bit uncomfortable. Getting on the leaderboard can be dangerous. If a fight broke out, someone might get seriously hurt. But unexpectedly, Sun Yen suddenly turned around. Did you hear that? He insulted me. This person really has no manners. After speaking, Sun Yen disappeared in a flash and appeared beside Hikun. She grabbed Hikun's throat and pushed him down onto the concrete ground.
Bang!
There was a loud crash. Hikun's head hit the ground hard, and he was knocked out cold. Captain, Brother Kun, Hikun's teammates all shouted in shock. But it was clear that Hikun was no longer breathing. When they realized what had happened, They all rushed to the rooftop, afraid that it would be their turn next. Hikun was a player on the leaderboard, though not very high-ranked. But he was still a player, and now he was gone just like that. If it had been them, they might have died even faster. Now is the time to run, or it might be too late. Gao Bowen and the others were also stunned. They all knew Qi Feishue's talent was immense strength, but when did Sun Yan become so strong? Looking at the cement ground under Hikuan's head, it was full of spiderweb cracks. It must have taken hundreds or thousands of pounds of force to cause that damage. The other team members didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Shirsiki was also in a daze. Spending days with Sun Yan, she had her worldview repeatedly shattered. Shinyu's group didn't matter much, just a bunch of disorganized people. But Hikuan was a ranked player, and now he was gone just like that? Sun Yan's way of fighting was as effortless as cutting a chicken. To put it simply, it was complete domination. Honestly, it looked pretty cool. Sun Yan didn't care what others thought. She calmly started searching the bodies. To avoid shocking her teammates, she had already given a reason before taking action. She had actually been quite considerate of their feelings. From Hikuan's body, Sun Yan found 5 pieces of bronze equipment, a few star coins, and many resource cards, nothing too valuable. But besides those, there was also a silver-grade herb. This kind of herb was extremely rare. The key point was that yesterday, while browsing the dimensional store, she had seen a level 10 pharmacy buying this exact type of silver-grade herb. That meant she could use it to contact the shop owner directly. Those level 10 shops on the main page had tens of thousands of customers every day. To avoid spam, most owners set conditions for private messages. This silver-grade herb could serve as her ticket to start a conversation. Once she could chat with the owner, she'd have a chance to make a sale. And this was the owner of a level 10 shop, the kind of customer she'd normally have to spend a fortune in star coins to reach. However, there is no need to rush this matter for now. The owner of a level 10 shop is definitely a big figure in the game. They are rich and powerful and have seen many good items. So she decided to wait until the crops on the floating island are ripe before discussing this business. At that time, the chances of success should be much higher. Even a level 3 shop owner like Nanju can buy several thousand stars worth of goods at once. For a level 10 shop owner, adding a 0 to that number shouldn't be a problem, right? After examining the corpse, Sun Yan took out a wet wipe to clean her hands, then sprayed alcohol to disinfect. Making sure her hands were free of blood, she turned and walked back to the dungeon portal, saying, "Let's go," to level up, seeing Sun Yan's strength, who would dare to have any objections. Everyone queued up quietly and entered the dungeon in order. This experienced dungeon is very similar to the layout of the Endless Zombie Tide, with players inside the circle and monsters outside. But there is no tower defense part, just mindlessly slashing zombies. The zombies give a few points of experience each, and the more you kill, the more you gain, saving time from wandering outside for monsters. The best part is that it can be stopped at any time. This also makes it safer. Sun Yan is now purely a stats-based character. Even if she keeps casting Ice Freeze Arrow, she can shoot up to 30 arrows at once. She can clear the screen easily. Additionally, at the Hell level difficulty, each monster gives 4 to 5 points of experience. A conservative estimate suggests she can earn at least 20,000 experience points in a day. At this rate, she could reach level 8 in just 1 month. However, after her mental attributes increased, she now needs 5 bottles of mental potion to fully restore her mental energy, instead of just 1 before. If she hadn't found a mental potion recipe in Cloud City last time, she couldn't handle such consumption. During preparation, Sun Yan took out the experience bottles and hung them on her waist, while also preparing protective measures for Su Wang. Seeing Su Wang hugging a cloth doll, she quickly lay down in the coffin, leaving everyone in the team stunned. What kind of move is this? Coming into the dungeon just to sleep? And sleeping inside a coffin? Sun Yan closed the coffin lid, then turned to the others and said, "There are no specific goals for the experience book, so I will just arrange the positions simply. Both Feishue and I have area attack skills, so we will each cover half the area. The others can do as they like. Also, if too many monsters are attracted and you can't handle them, you can bring them all into my attack range. Any skills used inside the dungeon won't harm teammates. If you want to save effort, you can just fight monsters within my area. It will be safer, but the experience gained will be less. You can decide for yourselves. After speaking, Sun Yan looked at De Huang and the Blood-Bee Queen. You two are responsible for clearing the monsters around me and Fei Shui. Don't let any monsters get close to us. As the main damage dealers of the team, they must stay focused while attacking. This task is perfect for De Huang and the Blood-Bee Queen. After all, whether in speed or stamina, mutated creatures are much stronger than ordinary players. Shirsiki and a few new team members were confused the whole time. It wasn't until the preparation time was over and monsters started to spawn that they finally saw what it meant for one person to cover half the area. In hell-level difficulty, there are dozens of monster spawn points. Almost every time they spawn, hundreds of monsters appear. In just a blink, the map was filled with zombies. At this moment, Sun Yan and Chi Fei Shui started their attack. Chi Fei Shui swung her sword, knocking a group of monsters away. Sun Yan shot an arrow, freezing a large area. Occasionally, a few monsters were missed, but they made up less than 1/10 of the total. They cleared the monsters quite easily. Seeing the map covered in ice and snow, Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan exchanged glances. In just a few days, Sun Yan's attack style had improved again. Last time they did a dungeon, Sun Yan's speed in killing monsters was only comparable to Chi Fei Shui and Lin Yanzhou. However, Chi Fei Shui and Lin Yanzhou have natural advantages. With the same level, Sun Yan has already become very impressive to catch up with them. But today, upon further observation, Sun Yan's monster-killing speed has far surpassed Chi Fei Shui. She can even release dozens of skills in one go. It's incredible. How much mental energy does it take to do that? Seeing more and more zombies on the map, Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan quickly snapped out of their thoughts and grabbed their weapons to start working. Soon it was noon. Sun Yan cleared the last monster and said, "Let's take a 1-hour break first, then continue after lunch." Hearing this, everyone gathered in front of the teleportation portal. With a flash of white light, everyone was transported out of the dungeon. Oh my, I'm so exhausted. I've already drunk nearly 10 energy drinks. These zombies' heads are really tough. I even hurt my hand hitting them, Lu Yuan said as he collapsed on the ground. Tell me about it. Shirsiki stretched her sore arm. But this dungeon gives experience so fast. In just one morning, I gained 1,000 experience points. This was a new experience for her. Before, when she went out with Shen Yu's team to kill zombies, killing dozens or even hundreds a day was already considered good. But today, she earned 1,000 experience points in just one morning. She had never even dreamed of such a thing before. Sun Yan also checked her experience progress on her panel. Level 5, 28, 520/50, 000. The experience gained was even higher than she expected, totaling over 13,000 points. This was partly because many monsters were attracted to Chi Fei Shui by the Blood-Bee Queen. After losing half of her hand, Chi Fei Shui's strength was greatly reduced. Later, she clearly became a bit tired, and the Blood-Bee Queen had to lead the extra monsters away. Even so, Chi Fei Shui probably earned at least 8,000 experience points. At this moment, Tao Yu's team also finished the dungeon and came out. Sun Yan roughly checked and saw that each person gained between 300 and 500 experience points. If they switched to a harder difficulty in the future, earning 500 points in half a day would be easy. Sun Yan, do you have any channels to buy mental potions? I'm running low, and my stock is all used up. Chi Fei Shui suddenly asked as she approached Sun Yan. I forgot about that, Sun Yan said as she stood up. In the future, if anyone needs mental potions, they can prepare the materials and ask me to craft them for free. But they can't sell them externally. They can only use them themselves. I also make thorn traps, which can save your life in critical moments. Hearing this, everyone stepped forward to ask for more details. Sun Yan didn't want to waste time on these small matters, so she asked Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan to handle the counting. For lunch, Su Nian took out 20 boxes of instant noodles and handed them out. She then boiled a pot of water, quickly soaked the noodles, and they were ready to eat, hot and fragrant. When Gu Cheng and his team came out of the dungeon, they immediately smelled the delicious aroma of the noodles in the air. Wow, these guys are living so well. A teenage boy, about 16 or 17, said with wide eyes. Gu Cheng's gaze, however, was fixed on the corpse at the top of the stairs. Someone volunteered to check the situation and returned to Gu Cheng, saying, "Captain, the person is gone. Probably killed by them, right?" The boy shrugged. Su Nian took a few bites of her noodles, then looked up and said casually, "It's not our problem. We just came out like this." "Yeah, that's right." The others nodded in agreement. They all followed Su Nian. Who else would they help if not her? Plus, He Kun was bored and looking for trouble, so he wanted to bother them. If he died, it would be his own fault. Otherwise, if a fight broke out between the two sides, more than just He Kun would get hurt or die. Throw the body outside so it doesn't pollute the environment here. Gu Cheng glanced at the teenage boy beside him and made his stance clear. He Kun wasn't part of their team. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with them. Why do I always have to do the dirty and tiring work? The boy pouted, then kicked He Kun's body away. Watching He Kun's body fly directly onto the building across the neighborhood, Su Nian raised her eyebrows. Isn't this Jiang Yan, Su Tiantian's biggest fan? Jiang Yan, 16 years old. S-level talent. Godspeed, he can move 100 times faster than normal people, and his leg strength is also very strong. Although his efficiency in defeating monsters isn't as good as players with area attack skills, when it comes to single target strength, Jiang Yan is definitely among the top 10 in the world. Even Gu Cheng might not be his match. However, Jiang Yan is still a rebellious teenager and listens to no one except Gu Cheng. Until Su Tiantian joined their team, Jiang Yan completely fell for her gentle charm and became her biggest devoted fan. Usually, he's a little troublemaker, but in front of Su Tiantian, he instantly becomes obedient, like a quail. Su Nian also isn't sure how much love Jiang Yan lacks to be so easily won over by just a few caring words and meals. But she knows this guy probably isn't very smart. After dealing with He Kun's body, Gu Cheng and the others found a place to sit down, preparing for a rest and to eat. At this moment, Jiang Yan suddenly approached Su Nian. "Sister, you have so many instant noodles. Can you sell me a bowl? I'll trade you a crystal core." Su Nian put down the noodle bucket and smiled. "Sure, 1 level 2 crystal core." "Huh? 1 level 2 crystal core?" Jiang Yan froze. That should be enough to exchange for a lot of food. Su Nian knew Jiang Yan definitely had enough crystal cores, so she took out a box of instant noodles, a sausage, a marinated egg, a bottle of cola, a bag of chips, and a pack of spicy strips from her space. All this for 1 level 2 crystal core. "Sister, I'm not cheating you, right?" Jiang Yan's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. I'll buy it. Soon, he returned to the team carrying a big pile of things. "This sister is really kind. She sold me so much food for just 1 level 2 crystal core," Jiang Yan said happily. 1 level 2 crystal core can exchange for several pounds of meat. Just a meal, and even if you have more money, you shouldn't spend it like that. Gu Cheng's friend couldn't help but complain.
"You don't understand.
Meat doesn't taste as good as instant noodles. Sister even gave me so many free gifts," Jiang Yan retorted unhappily. Su Nian shook her head in frustration. This silly kid really isn't very smart. Just a few snacks were enough to buy him over. People who didn't know better might think she didn't take any money. No wonder Su Tiantian could easily coax Jiang Yan into losing his way with just a few words. After lunch, Su Nian continued leading everyone into the main upgrade. Seeing the red glow of the teleportation portal, a player in Gu Cheng's team was surprised and said, "Captain, they really went to the hell difficulty. We just switched to hell difficulty a few days ago, and it's been tough to get used to."
"Who are these people?"
"They're so strong." Gu Cheng looked away and said, "They probably have top-ranked players too, and their equipment quality is very high. Especially the equipment on Su Nian's body, which looks even shinier than silver gear. Could it be gold gear?" That's not impossible. After all, the top 10 players in the rankings each receive a gold treasure chest. If you're lucky, you can get gold equipment from it. Thinking about it this way, the other person is not far behind in rank. But the last time I saw this girl at the base, she was clearly clumsy, even stepping on people while walking. It can't just be that she looks similar, right? In the following days, Su Nian would bring people to run dungeons and level up every day. After returning to the base, she would switch to a dummy clone, drink invisibility potion, and wander around Su Tiantian's place. Unsurprisingly, Su Tiantian became her second lucky find during this period. As long as Su Tiantian didn't have a game backpack, she could only carry her things with her. And that item was very noticeable. On the 5th day, Su Nian drank invisibility potion as usual and went to Zone 27 to explore. Not long after, she saw Su Tiantian returning to the base with a red umbrella. Su Nian's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, it appeared. A dark gold item, the spiritless umbrella. She knew that even if the story had some small deviations, this dark gold item belonging to the heroine would definitely not be missing. Because this umbrella was very powerful. Once the spirit-blocking umbrella is opened, it can block the view of all monsters and hide the player's scent. However, using it has many restrictions. For example, it cannot make loud noises, cannot be used within half a meter of a monster, and cannot be used to attack monsters actively. Despite these limitations, the umbrella can be used in many situations. The key is that she also has the 1,000 Illusions ink bracelet. When surrounded by monsters, she can hide inside the bracelet first, then open the umbrella and walk out easily, escaping the monster's trap. This adds another way to protect herself. Thanks to the heroine's gift, she happily accepts the umbrella. Su Nian takes out a new invisibility potion and drinks it, waiting for the right moment to act. But unexpectedly, her waiting turns into watching a big scene unfold. At dinner, Su Tiantian eats while joking and chatting with Xinyu. Suddenly, Zhang Moshue, sitting opposite them, throws down her things and rushes over to slap Su Tiantian. "You fox, seducing my boyfriend. Aren't you ashamed?" Zhang Moshue screams in distress. Since Shan Yu brought Su Tiantian into the team, he has never spent time alone with her. Back at the base, she wanted to get closer to Xinyu, but he kept finding reasons to avoid her. Today, he even said he wanted to break up. She couldn't see that all of this was because of Su Tiantian. First a sister left, then a big sister came. Does she only deserve to be Xinyu's backup? Zhang Moshue, are you crazy? Xinyu quickly pulled Su Tiantian away when he saw her slapped, then angrily glared at Zhang Moshue and scolded her. "Moshue, it must be a misunderstanding. Su Tiantian and I are just friends." Su Tiantian covered her face, looking sad and upset. She never thought about being involved with Xinyu. She wouldn't want a man that even Su Nian, who isn't impressive, wouldn't care for. Why would she? Whose misunderstanding? "I saw you hugging and touching each other." Zhang Moshue looked determined. "Today, only one of you can stay. Xinyu, you decide." "Zhang Moshue, why do you have to do this?" "Tiantian has an S-level talent. Even for the team's future, I would definitely choose Tiantian to stay," Xinyu answered without hesitation. When the other team members heard Xinyu, they nodded in agreement. An S-level talent is very rare. Although Su Tiantian's talent isn't related to fighting, she only reached level 2 after being with them for a few days. But they believed that once Su Tiantian grew up, her future would be very bright. As her teammates, they could also benefit and enjoy the good times. This was much better than just finding a powerful boss to rely on. After everyone went through tough times together, Su Tiantian believed that as long as she had a conscience, she wouldn't forget their kindness. In contrast, Zhang Moshue was average in talent. Relying on her connection with Xinyu, she often bossed others around. Few people liked her. "Okay, so this is how you all treat me." Zhang Moshue didn't expect Xinyu and her former friends to all side with Su Tiantian. She completely lost her mind. She pulled out a small knife and suddenly stabbed it towards Su Tiantian's chest. "Go to hell." Xinyu's face changed. His first instinct was to protect Su Tiantian. But he remembered Su Tiantian's special ability and stopped himself just in time. This was Zhang Mashue's zombie-killing weapon. If he accidentally got cut, it would be bad. Anyway, Su Tiantian wouldn't die or catch the zombie virus. Getting hurt a little wasn't a big problem. All this time, everyone watched helplessly as Zhang Mashue stabbed the knife into Su Tiantian's chest. Not satisfied, Zhang Mashue stabbed her a few more times in the stomach. Su Tiantian coughed up some blood and weakly fell backward. The magic umbrella she always held in her hand also dropped to the ground. The scene was chaotic, and soon the Zone 27 administrator arrived. Zhang Mashue was caught for intentionally hurting someone. Su Tiantian's revival process was very frightening, and she was also taken under control by the administrator. No one noticed that the red umbrella on the ground quietly disappeared without a sound. After getting the item, Su Nian immediately used the trading window to send it to her main body. Then she controlled her clone to prepare to leave quickly. Just then, a tall figure blocked her way. "Do you really like Zone 27 that much? Maybe you should just move here." Gu Qing crossed his arms and looked at Su Nian with a relaxed smile. "Hee, can you please stop talking to me?" Su Nian forced a light laugh. She was hiding at the moment. "Then you need to tell me why you keep sneaking into Zone 27 every day. Otherwise, I'll have to report you to the authorities, and they will come to investigate themselves," Gu Qing said. Su Nian knew Gu Qing leaned toward the official side and was quite principled. Seeing her sneaking around Zone 27 every day without reporting her was already giving her some face. Actually, here's the thing. The person she secretly likes lives here, but he rejected her and is now with someone else. So, she can only sneak over every day to take a quick look. She made up a random excuse. As for who she secretly likes, it's probably the recently obtained spiritless umbrella. But don't worry, she promised she wouldn't come again in the future. After all, her secret crush is now in her hands, so there's no need to come over for a while. The ingredients for making invisibility potion are not cheap. A bottle of potion only lasts for 10 minutes each time. She has spent a lot of resources these past few days. Seeing Su Nian say this, Gu Qing no longer asked questions, only warning. If nothing unexpected happens, a new disaster will appear the day after tomorrow. The level of the monster in that experience book might also change. I suggest not to choose the hell difficulty casually. Got it, thanks for the reminder. Su Nian naturally knows more about these game rules than Gu Qing. But Gu Cheng's willingness to remind her probably comes from good intentions. This guy is just too honest, so he died early and never became part of Su Tiantian's regular team. After Gu Qing died, Su Tiantian took over his team, which was quite a lucky break for her. Alright, stop talking to the air. I'm leaving now. Bye. Su Nian waved her hand and quickly left the scene. Back at her place, Su Nian switched her main consciousness to her main body. She tried out the spirit-blocking umbrella and found it worked very well to block zombies outside, but it didn't affect friendly units or players. That makes sense. If it worked on players too, it would be too overpowered. To sneak around and attack someone, just open the umbrella and strike. Who could defend against that? Even if such a tool existed, it probably wouldn't be just a rare gold quality. At night, Su Nian arrived at the floating island in her space right on time. She saw that all the crops in the 5-acre field had fully ripened. Everything looks fresh and lively, which is very pleasing. Su Nian picked a tomato, washed it with well water, and took a bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and she was so delighted that her eyes widened. No wonder in her previous life, Su Tiantian's cultivated produce from the Thousand Illusions ink bracelet was so popular among top experts. The taste is simply amazing. Although it's still a tomato, it has an indescribably delicious flavor. Su Nian then picked a cucumber to try. It's not as sweet as the tomato, but it has a strong, fresh aroma. One bite made her feel completely refreshed. It was like magic. Who wouldn't love such high-quality vegetables? Su Nian finally felt confident enough to talk business with a top-tier shop owner at level 10. Thinking of this, she opened her dimensional shop and contacted the owner who buys silver medicinal herbs. She first sent the details of the herbs and, sure enough, the chat function was activated smoothly. But before she could speak, she received an automatic reply from the other side. Giles, I buy glacier grass for 500 starry coins. Listing it in the shop now, I will purchase it later. After that, the chat was blocked again. At that moment, Su Nian really wanted to curse. Did they have to be so cautious with a small shop owner like her? Were they really that afraid she might try to sell something? Although, she was indeed planning to do just that. Forget it. Since we can't talk directly but the other person can browse her shop, it means they can see her products. She set all her items at 0.1 star coins. She doesn't believe the other side won't take the bait. Su Nian returned to her shop, first removing all the original items, then listed 10 tomatoes, 10 cucumbers, 10 cabbages, and 10 radishes. All of these were high-quality goods grown in her space. Finally, she placed the glacier grass in the center. After adjusting the prices, Su Nian patiently waited. About 10 minutes later, a notification popped up on the shop interface. Sold 1 glacier grass, 10 tomatoes, 10 cucumbers, 10 cabbages, 10 radishes, earning a total of 504 star coins. Then, Juz sent a message. Juz, hello. Does your shop have more vegetables for sale? Seeing this message, Su Nian's face showed a satisfied smile. Su Nian, of course. The vegetables I just sold are special discounts. At regular prices, high-quality vegetables cost 10 to 15 star coins per gene, normal quality 1 to 2 star coins per gene. I also have other food items with a variety of options. I can send you a list if you'd like. Just didn't mind the price. He specifically wanted those few high-quality vegetables. He bought 500 gene at once. Su Nian suddenly received over 6,000 star coins in her account. Trading with these wealthy people is really good. They buy things that weigh hundreds or even over 1,000 gene. Unlike small dogs like Lala Shi, which only spend a few star coins each day, she finds it hard to keep up. After the transaction, Su Nian promised Giles that her shop would soon have more high-quality fresh products. Whether she really would or not, she just boasted a bit. Only after Giles added her shop to his favorites did she feel satisfied and closed the chat window. Then she went to the previous golden shiny dog food shop and bought a set of golden armor worth 5,000 star coins. With the remaining 1,000 star coins, Su Nian upgraded her shop's storage slots. The first slot costs 100 star coins, the second 200, and so on. When she reached the 4th new slot, she ran out of money. But with 4 new slots, she could sell both high-end and low-end products to meet customers of different levels. After finishing these tasks, Su Nian sent notices about new products to her current customers. Nanju received the message and immediately bought a few tomatoes to try. This kind of food, without adding any character attributes, is now considered a luxury item. Even Nanju didn't want to buy too many. Lala Shi and others wouldn't either. They could only look at the shop and imagine how it tastes. But Su Nian did not plan to lower the price. She just lacked customers, not that her products couldn't sell. However, for loyal customers like Lala Shi, Su Nian still gave each of them a discount coupon. They can't afford it now, but what if they become rich in the future? Meanwhile, after Su Tiantian was revived, she felt like the sky was falling. Where's the umbrella I brought back? Su Tiantian was searching back and forth near her place, looking very anxious. Tiantian, it's just an umbrella. Don't worry. I'll go find a similar one for you. Shinyu comforted her. Similar? Do you know what level that umbrella is? Where are you going to find one just like it? Su Tiantian snapped angrily. If you hadn't let Zhang Mashua hurt me, things wouldn't have turned out like this. She usually had good luck. At least, she had to reach level 3 or 4 to get a full set of bronze equipment. But she had already picked up more than 10 pieces of gear before reaching level 2, shared some with Su Zihua and Song Yu, and used the rest to exchange for good food and drinks. On her first day at the base, she solved her survival problems and made friends with some big figures there. Although she didn't end up joining the team full of top-ranked players, she still felt pretty comfortable in Shinyu's team. Today, while gathering supplies outside, she even found a dark gold item in a room. This is a rare dark gold item. On the market, You can't even find silver items, but she found a dark gold item more precious than gold. Who could have such incredible luck? For a moment, she even felt like she was the main character in this world. Otherwise, how could she explain all this? However, this fantasy was shattered in less than 2 hours. Her spirit-extinguishing umbrella was gone. The worst part is, anyone who finds the spirit-extinguishing umbrella can check its quality. Only a fool would return the umbrella to her. Thinking of this, Su Tiantian suddenly realized something. She looked sharply at Xinyu and asked, "You were closest to me at the time. Did you steal the spirit-extinguishing umbrella?" Xinyu looked confused. "Tiantian, what are you talking about? What's so special about that umbrella that you're so concerned? It's a dark gold item." Su Tiantian didn't bother to pretend to be gentle and caring. Her gaze at Xinyu was sharp and cold. "It's all your fault. You keep saying you like me and admire me, but you can't even take care of your own girlfriend. When Zhang Mashue came to bother me, you didn't stop her. Are you really a man? Dark gold item? Are you joking?" Xinyu couldn't believe that Su Tiantian had actually gotten a dark gold item. And suddenly, the gentle and caring Su Tiantian had changed into a different person, which made him feel a bit annoyed. He hated women who caused trouble for no reason. Of course, he doesn't like to act proud, nor does he like being too clingy. Who are you joking with? Don't pretend to be innocent here. I believe you stole the spirit umbrella. If you don't return it today, I won't let you go. Su Tiantian was so angry she lost her temper and said harsh words. Are you crazy? I've never seen your broken umbrella. That's not an umbrella. It's a dark gold item. Who would believe that? Picking up any umbrella on the ground is just a regular item. Are you still sleepy? Su Tiantian argued fiercely with Xinyu. In the end, Song Yu stepped in to stop her, ending the fight. But that night, Su Tiantian announced she was leaving Xinyu's team. They completely broke apart. Su Nian didn't know what was happening in Zone 27. Her finances had improved, so she liked to browse the multiverse shops whenever she had free time. After visiting hundreds of shops, Su Nian finally found a store that sold base building items. Store name: Harmony and Friendship, building a home together store level. 10. This store sells various building facilities, ranging from bronze to dark gold quality. Even the cheapest bronze facilities cost several thousand stars. Su Nian only glanced around and then moved the store to the end. There was an unused item there, ignored by everyone. Name: Team Leader Token Quality, Silver Description. Holding the Team Leader token allows you to form a team, recruit or remove members, distribute team rewards, check members' loyalty, and more. Explore additional features on your own. The Team Leader token is an essential item for building a team, especially because it allows you to see how loyal your team members are, which is the most important use of the token. Without it, you risk being betrayed or backstabbed. Who would spend a lot of money to develop a team under such risk? Although Su Nian has temporarily formed 2 teams, she can't afford to invest too much. But with the Team Leader token, things are different. Many risks can be avoided early on. Once the team becomes strong, they will have a clear advantage in grabbing supplies or territory. The Team Leader token is a silver item and not very expensive. Su Nian bought it for only 50 star coins. The next day, when gathering at the dungeon entrance, she added the 10 members of one team first. As expected, Su Wang had the highest loyalty at 100%. Si Siki's loyalty was 90%. Qi Feishue, Gao Bowen, and Lu Yuan's loyalty levels were around 85%. The 4 new recruits had loyalty levels of only 30%, with some as low as 10%, meaning they could betray the team at any time. Su Nian then kicked them out and added Tao Yu and others from the second corps to try again. They found that Tao Yu and Feng Ye's loyalty levels reached 70%. 2 other players had loyalty levels of 60%, just barely passing. Su Nian immediately replaced these 4 people. That's the plan for today. You 4 go lead the second corps and we'll see how things go and make adjustments if needed, Su Nian said to the 4 confused individuals. Captain, YS. We've been in the first corps all along. Now you're sending us to the second corps, and we'll get less experience. one female player complained. Recently, they had been gaining experience very easily, so they had become a bit lazy. Gao Bowen even scolded them for it. But clearly, Su Nian and Qi Feishua are so strong. What's wrong with taking it easy sometimes? Now, they want to transfer them to the second core. That would mean earning at least half less experience. If you have opinions, you can leave now. We can recruit new people to replace you, Su Nian said casually, shrugging. To her, the second core was basically a lost cause. Most of their loyalty levels were only 20 or 30, maybe 40. After nearly a week of feeding and caring for these guys, they still didn't understand basic gratitude. Keeping them around would only cause trouble later. It was better to draw a clear line now. And as for how these people felt about it, what does it have to do with her? Hearing this, the group immediately backed down. Given their level, it is very hard for them to join a team better than Su Nian's. Moreover, there are daily benefits like double experience cards and various foods. Even if they just stay in the team to pass the time, it's still better than joining other teams. But soon, they realized their expectations were too optimistic. The treatment in Team 2 is clearly different from Team 1. First, the double experience cards are gone. Second, they no longer have Su Nian and Qi Feishua, two strong fighters. The experience they gain now is only about 600 or 700 a day. That's only a little more than what they earn by killing zombies outside, just a slight increase. Before joining Su Nian's team, they definitely wouldn't have thought this way. The main reason is that after experiencing thousands of experience points daily, suddenly dropping to only 600 or 700 feels terrible. This big difference is hard for them to accept. At night, Liao Bingmei called the other three into her cave. She pulled the curtain closed and said, "You saw the team leader's attitude today. She's definitely unhappy with us. I told you before, since we joined later, we might be excluded." I was right. Exactly. We've been here so long, but besides knowing Gao Bowen and Lu Yuan's backgrounds, we don't even know the names of the others. The team leader hasn't shared any information about her name, level, or talents. She clearly doesn't see us as part of the team. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. The team leader gave us a few double experience cards. I checked with the trading market. They're very expensive, and without special channels, you can't buy them. Now that we've moved to the second team, will we get more double experience cards in the future? Liao Bingmei looked at this person. Bingmei is right. It's clear that the team leader has given up on us. We just took a break from leveling up a few days ago. Still, our level is much higher than Tao Yu and the others. It's also your idea, saying that killing monsters is easy, and we can just find low-health enemies nearby to finish them off. Now things have gotten so bad, I think it's hard for us to go back to the first team. Liao Bingmei thought for a moment and said, "Since this experience dungeon will be open to everyone soon, why don't we form our own team and do it ourselves? It's better than just standing here and watching others." That makes sense. We should all team up as level 4 players. Our efficiency will definitely be better than now. Bingmei is smart. Since we can't go back to the first team anyway, why stay in the second team with these useless people? It's just giving others an advantage for free. Exactly, I support Bingmei. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll recruit people through the regional channel. A confident smile appeared on Liao Bingmei's face. She used to be a leader at her company. Leading a team was easy for her. Once she has her own team, she can be like Su Nian. Everyone will respect her and call her boss. That's the life she wants. Instead of living under someone else's control and acting according to others' wishes. The next day, Liao Bingmei and the others did not show up. When Gao Bowen went to call them from the cave, he found they had already moved out overnight, and all their friends had been completely deleted. Darn, these guys are too much. If they want to leave, fine, but they even took all the supplies prepared for the boss. Gao Bowen angrily returned to Su Nian and said, "It's okay. Just recruit a few more people to fill up the second team," Su Nian replied. "When you can see how loyal the team members are, the second team is destined to be left to fend for itself. Anyway, in 10 days, the base will go through a big reshuffle. At that time, it will be uncertain whether they stay at the base or not. Boss, it seems like the situation outside is pretty bad." Do we still need to go out today? Lu Yuan ran in from outside, covered in yellow dust. The fourth disaster is a sandstorm, with visibility outside less than 2 meters. And in the sandstorm, it seems like there are some strange creatures. The zombies around the base, which had already been cleared out, now seem to have reappeared. Many players who went out this morning have gray names. This is very strange. Just go out as usual, Su Nian said, taking a climbing rope and some clips from her backpack. Everyone will use the clips to tie themselves to the rope. As long as no one gets separated, it should be fine. Today marks the 31st day since the Apocalypse game began. Today marks the end of the beginner protection period. On Blue Star, monsters are not just zombies anymore. Meanwhile, Su Nian stepped out of the RV and put on her scanning glasses to look at the sky. In the distant horizon, a line of red and black information appeared in her view. Creature type: Void Ripper, Demon God, level 100. Below the Void Ripper, many dense monsters were falling onto Blue Star. The Void Ripper, as its name suggests, can easily tear through the void and travel between different worlds. With its arrival, many terrifying monsters also appeared. Ghoul, Crawler, Burrower. Human living conditions will worsen again. And following closely behind are the most terrifying insect swarms. The base in Rome City can only hold for a month before needing to be rebuilt. Of course, although the game's difficulty has increased, the chances of dropping equipment and items from defeating these invading monsters have also gone up. As always, as long as you are willing to work hard to improve yourself, survival is not difficult. In the apocalypse, often the most dangerous monsters are the talented humans. After confirming the outside situation, Su Nian returned to the RV. She took out a custom small insect armor suit from her space for Su Wang to wear, along with 2 sets of protective clothing, one large, one small. Goggles and masks are naturally essential. Until she was fully wrapped up, she took Su Wang and the 2 little ones out of the RV. The RV was parked near the community of the dungeon. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived smoothly at the entrance of the dungeon. Since not everyone had arrived yet and the wind and sand outside were too strong, Su Nian and Su Wang temporarily stayed in the hallway. She shook off the dust from her body, then opened her friends list, about to ask where Chi Fei Xue and others had gone when suddenly a sharp scream came from around the corner of the hallway.
Ah!
There's a monster! Kill it! Kill it! Su Nian looked back and saw that the monster the people were talking about was De Huang. Seeing the others' weapons about to hit De Huang, Su Nian quickly shot an arrow, hitting the leader's weapon just in time. Everyone, this is my pet, not a monster. If you want to do the dungeon, just go to the rooftop, Su Nian said. She knew these people had been notified by the base and were forming groups to gain experience. The message had already been sent out last night. Soon, the rooftop would be crowded with people. But this didn't bother her. With a team leader's token, she didn't even need to bring the whole team to squeeze in. She went alone to the dungeon entrance to operate, and as long as team members were nearby, they could join her inside. Even in the end of the world, some people still keep dogs, don't leash them, and block the road. Someone complained unhappily, even trying to kick De Huang. Looking at De Huang's eyes, he didn't dare to kick him. Exactly, many people can't even get enough food, yet they waste it to raise such a big dog. If they used that food to help the needy, how many people could be saved? Another person agreed. Su Nian rolled her eyes in frustration. Where do these moral heroes come from? Even in the end times, they still play these games. If you want to leave, do it quickly. I haven't fed the dog in 3 days, and he's starving. He might even eat people. Su Nian lowered her voice and threatened fiercely. Da Huang responded with a bark. Actually, he had just chewed on 3 chickens this morning, but Su Nian was reluctant to let him go hungry. Seeing this, these people dared not come closer. Oh my, this dog is actually eating people. What should we do? I don't dare to go near. Captain Gu is just behind us. When he comes, he'll kill this dog. Sure enough, after these words, dozens of people started to gather from behind. Gu Cheng's team was among them, and Su Nian immediately spotted Su Tian in the crowd. She had a scarf wrapped around her face, probably to breathe more easily, so she pulled it down to get some air. Captain Gu, you're finally here. There's a vicious dog blocking the way, and its owner threatened us, saying the dog might attack us. Please, just take care of the dog quickly, or everyone will be in danger. The man who had tried to kick the dog earlier hurried over to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng's gaze fell on Sun Yan. Although Sun Yan was dressed very warmly, Gu Cheng immediately recognized her by the three little ones around her. Looking at the big yellow dog, which was pressed close to the wall, leaving enough space in the corridor, he thought it didn't seem like it was blocking the way. Isn't this corridor quite wide? Just walk straight through. Jiang Yan also recognized Sun Yan and spoke up. Over the past few days, he had bought a lot of snacks from her, so they had become somewhat familiar. Compared to those fools who only shout and make a fuss when faced with problems, he naturally preferred Sun Yan. No, I'm afraid of dogs. Captain Gu, please get rid of the dog quickly. Such a big dog and it's dangerous. Scary, the person kicking the dog said, clutching his chest. That has nothing to do with me, Gu Cheng said calmly, glancing at the person. What? The person was slightly stunned. If you want to kill it, do it yourself, Gu Cheng replied. Captain Gu, how can you do this? The base leader personally asked you to protect everyone. If it's such a small matter, and you're unwilling to do it for everyone, I'll report you to the authorities, the person shouted sharply. Jiang Yan, annoyed, stepped forward and kicked the person to the ground. Get lost. Stop trying to use morality to pressure us. We're escorting you safely and we didn't take a single cent. You still want to use us as pawns? This sister's pet is at least level 5. If anyone dares, go ahead and try. When they heard that the big yellow dog was actually level 5 and the loudest of the players, everyone suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Su Tiantian stepped forward to help the man who had kicked the dog, then looked back at Jiang Yan and said, Brother Jiang Yan, he's just very scared of dogs, so he spoke a bit hurriedly. I also fear dogs, so I understand how he feels. Since the base leader asked us to escort everyone, we should make sure everyone gets safely to the entrance of the dungeon. It wasn't right for you to act like that, because the big yellow dog had changed so much. Sun Yan and Su Wang didn't even show their eyes. Su Tiantian didn't recognize them at all. She just instinctively disliked the big yellow dog and naturally started defending the man. Jiang Yan originally had a good impression of Su Tiantian. She was gentle and spoke nicely. He liked this kind of caring older sister. Yesterday, Su Tiantian had just joined their team, and they had already added her as a friend. But he didn't expect that Su Tiantian would take sides with outsiders and speak for them. His face suddenly turned cold. None of your business. Su Tiantian's face turned pale, then she looked a bit wronged and said, I just don't want everyone to argue. Exactly, Jiang Yan, this isn't a place for childish tantrums. Come back now, an older player in the team said. Who's throwing a tantrum? That careless thing dared to threaten us. I only kicked him lightly, holding back my strength. That's already showing mercy. Jiang Yan snorted angrily. Everyone, shut up. Gu Cheng felt a headache coming on and rubbed his forehead. Jiang Yan, you take people to the rooftop to clear the monsters first. The other teams follow the order to the dungeon entrance. Once Gu Cheng spoke, the situation quickly stabilized. Everyone lined up and headed to the dungeon entrance. After the hallway was empty, Sun Yan calmly took out the cursed compass and found Su Tiantian's name on it. The curse from last time had indeed expired. It seems today is Su Tiantian's first day joining Gu Cheng's team. Let's see how well she can perform in front of her teammates. Soon, Qi Feishue and others arrived as well. Sun Yan first handed out protective goggles and masks to everyone, then led them to the rooftop. 4 days ago, she had already reached level 6, and yesterday she worked overtime to level up to 7. To reach level 8, she still needed 500,000 experience points. Before the insect disaster, she wanted to level up to 8 in one go. So she bought 10 triple experience cards from Nanju's shop. After the beginner protection period ends, monsters released by the Void Ripper have a chance to drop starry coins. Business will only get better in the future. Earning from both sides, she no longer needed to save money. Efficiency was the priority. This morning, she checked the level leaderboard. Everyone was aiming for level 15. She didn't know how the others managed it, but she didn't want to fall too far behind. After entering the dungeon, Su Nian noticed that the monster levels had not changed. However, with the experience card bonus, reaching level 10 in this dungeon was not a big problem. Tao Yu and the other three were new to running dungeons with Su Nian. At first, they felt a little nervous. After all, they were only at level 3. Facing monsters at levels 4 to 5, they naturally felt some pressure. But once the monsters started to spawn, they realized they had worried too much. Su Nian and Qi Feishue each took charge of one half of the area. When they used their skills, they had to compete to kill the monsters. Before noon, Tao Yu and Feng Yi had already leveled up. In the afternoon, the other two also leveled up. So, the team now had one player at level 7, one at level 6, 4 at level 5, and 4 at level 4. A few days later, Tao Yu and the others would also reach level 5. Su Nian planned to take everyone to try the special dungeon created by the demon god. This dungeon was different from the small ones on Blue Star. It had many strange and unique settings. Most of these dungeons were competitive, with multiple entrances appearing at the same time. Even dozens of teams could enter, without issue. At that time, there would be a situation where killing people earned more rewards than killing monsters. It would be a real battlefield, a place where lives are used as resources. Before entering the main area, she needed to level up and also equip everyone in the team so they could survive in such a place. Before nightfall, Qi Feishue returned to the base with her team, and Su Nian took Su Wang back to the camper. After washing off the dust, she entered her space. All the crops on the floating island had been harvested and new ones planted. The chickens, ducks, and geese on the farm grew very quickly and had even started laying eggs. Su Nian picked 3 eggs and some fresh ingredients, then cooked tomato scrambled eggs, cucumber salad, and radish pork ribs, sprinkled with some mutated scallions. The smell was so good that Su Wang kept drooling nearby. During the meal, neither Su Nian nor Su Wang had time to talk, just focused on eating. Once they were full and their stomachs were round, she leaned back in her chair and sighed in relief. Thanks to the divine space equipment, the Thousand Illusion Ink bracelet, all these simple home-cooked dishes were more delicious than any delicacy from the mountains or the sea. Su Wang patted his belly and kept burping, saying, "That was so tasty. I could eat 3 more bowls." "Eat more? If you keep eating, you'll soon be as big as Little Red Red." Su Nian gently tapped Su Wang's forehead. "I'm not as fat as Little Red Red," Su Wang protested, covering his head. Speaking of being fat, the Blood Bee Queen has recently grown much larger. And lately, she's been lying in the corner sleeping all the time. Su Nian guessed she might be about to lay eggs. Thinking of this, Su Nian immediately separated the upper part of the passenger seat to temporarily serve as a nest for the Blood Bee Queen. Anyway, no one usually sits in the passenger seat, and the mutated lemon was also moved into the space. This spot was empty, anyway. Suddenly, something fell on the car roof, and then there was movement outside the window. Su Nian opened the sunshade of the passenger side and saw some hair-like tentacles extending down along the roof. It seemed that the creature inside the car was aware of the living being and was desperately trying to find a gap to get in. Su Nian quickly put on her scanning glasses and checked the monster's information. Creature type: Crimson Nightmare Elite, level 5. Seeing the words, Crimson Nightmare, Su Nian's expression slightly changed. Had this thing appeared so early? The Crimson Nightmare is a very difficult monster, capable of burrowing underground and sensing the location of living beings. Especially in underground environments like the base, it is an ideal hunting ground for the Crimson Nightmare. Many people were drained to dry corpses while still asleep. In her previous life, Su Nian only learned on the 7th day of the dust storm disaster that someone in the base had died mysteriously. Now it seems the Crimson Nightmare appeared on the very first day. Realizing how serious the situation was, Su Nian immediately switched her main consciousness to her clone. She called all the team members together and gave each of them a few bottles of floral water to apply on their bodies when they returned to the base. The Crimson Nightmare finds living creatures through scent. Strong smells like floral water and perfume can disturb the Crimson Nightmare senses. To be safer, Su Nian also gave each person a few sets of bells to hang in the cave. If touched by the nightmare's tentacles, they would make a sound. Knowing that there might be blood-sucking monsters in the base, everyone took the situation seriously and followed Su Nian's instructions carefully. Boss, should we report this to the base? If we don't take precautions, many people might die, Gao Bowen said with a worried look. Yes, the safety measures are simple. As long as we prepare in advance, we can probably avoid trouble, Tao Yu agreed. Su Nian originally didn't plan to worry about others' lives. Because if they don't die now, they will still die when the insect disaster comes. But after hearing Lu Yuan and Tao Yu, she felt it wasn't so hopeless. Both the Crimson Nightmare and the insect disaster can be prevented with proper measures. She didn't want to be a hero, but if a single word could save more lives, she wasn't against doing it. Does anyone have a good friend named Gu Cheng? Su Nian asked. Gu Cheng has a good relationship with the base leaders. Asking him to help pass a message shouldn't be a problem. Seeing everyone fall silent, Su Nian could only stand up and say, "Forget it, I will go find him." A few minutes later, Su Nian appeared in Zone 27. This time, she was not there to steal anything, so she didn't drink the invisibility potion. From afar, she saw Gu Cheng among the crowd. Su Nian walked straight toward him. Just a few steps away from Gu Cheng, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked her. Su Nian, why did you come here? If you have any trouble, just contact me through the friend list. It's very inconvenient for me if you come like this, Su Tian whispered. She thought Su Nian was here to look for her, especially since Su Yukai and his wife had been coming to see her every day, refusing to leave unless she gave them 2 food cards. Now that she had finally sneaked into Gu Chen's second team, she couldn't let everyone see her as a joke. You misunderstood. I'm here to find someone, Su Nian said, pushing Su Tian aside and calling out to Gu Cheng nearby. Gu Cheng, come out.
I need to talk to you.